So,
Oh my god.
Let's go. That was my bad. All right, we got it going though. We're good. We're good.
Hey, I can hear us now.
Yeah, let's go. Welcome. Got to do this bit again. What?
It is only coming out of one. Nope, I got it. Okay, it started coming out of both earbuds. I just remember the one time it only came out of the one.
Episode 16. Around with the Chaos King. ASMR edition. I did that joke again. Maybe you read my lips and you heard it a second time. Who knows? But anyway, we have Kate Morrison here today. The Dagamoris Skur.
yee.
Anyway, before we get into it, if you're new here, you can go to YouTube. Check out the abridged episodes. See what the fuck is going on. Why is this little kid talking to Dagamoris in such a way? Why is Dagamoris punching our nice bard in the face? What's going on? All of it needs context, and you can find all of it in the abridged episodes if you do not have the time to watch the full ones, which can be upwards of 5 to even 6 hours long, but the abridged episodes are about 2 to 3 hours shorter. Nothing of substance really cut out. It's just the extra bits, people laughing about NPCs that were fun, but not necessarily pertinent to the story, all of that. But all the conversation that builds character and all of that good stuff is in the abridged episodes. But you can also find all the full episodes on our YouTube as well. If you want to read the handouts that I give, they're available the next day on our website, which is down below. The link is down below. You can read all the handouts in the handout archive. All that good stuff. Cool. But what happened in the last session? The party finally arrived in the small town of Pools near the Buvo Cap, which is a small mountain range just off of the coast of Misiandos, north of the town of Trullo. Pools held a special place in both Vivian and Dagamoris' hearts, as it was one of the first adventures they had ever been on together, and along with one of their lost companions, Faye, who has been brought up quite a bit as of recently because of how much everything reminds them of Faye Landrasil and the unfortunate events that transpired afterwards. After arriving in the town of Pools, they immediately went to the doctor's not office, but place of business in which she was treating many multitudes of refugees left by the Scar of Glaucon and the rage of the king. Not being able to speak with the doctor herself, they instead ran into Commodore Bliss, a past acquaintance of theirs, and the first connection they ever had to a man named RF, or Rocket Friedman, or Hector F. Dollhouse.
My dad.
Yeah, Vivian's dad.
My papa.
After a short conversation, Commodore offered them lodging within his home for free, as he is now a resident of Pools after only being there for a short period of time to help the doctor in her endeavors of saving the town. However, Commodore, being the cleric of Bahamut that he is, wished to help the town a bit more. They went to go and see Hirschus's brewery for a bit, Titus's previous best friend, whom they accidentally killed, through no fault of their own, accidentally healed him past a certain stage of the virus or the illness that was ailing him, and unintentionally killing Titus's best friend, and leading to a whole slew of other things that transpired. But after that, they went back to the tomb of Zatharis Malorian, a matron mother of the Erlendi, but with far more knowledge on their side, and seeing much more to the tomb than they previously thought. Seeing Erlendi that did not have any symbology of Lolth upon their armor, seeing the tomb just as it was in Tel Amun Vostar Ire, but far more ornate. As if it weren't created by giant creatures with mallets that ate stone with their torso mouths. But they also discovered that something had been taken from the tomb, and Rocket Friedman had visited there not too long before they had reached there, and had taken something. To what end? They are not sure. However, it is certain that Hector is now collecting orbs of some sort that had been placed within the tombs. They then went into the well that led to the doorway that they had seen prior, and unlocking it using a key that Vivian had found within Telemun Vosterair in a secret room within the matron mother's chambers of that city. And that is where we left off, with them opening the door. So, the moonlight pouring out from the door fades away, clamping shut behind the now open doors and revealing the path beyond. You see a slightly wavy hall of polished yet uneven stone before you. You see veins of mica and bits of iron-rich minerals within bumpy and smooth stone, coursing through the walls and the floor. The walls on either side are filled with statues. Statues of armored Aralendi standing no less than 20 feet tall and standing in between ornate stone balconies that rest 15 feet from the ground. However, though these balconies are ornate and well sculpted, you see ledges and lips perfect for guard positions, and think these may once have been used for guard towers in distant past. Thinking this, you notice large rooms that exist beyond these postings, perhaps barracks of some sort. The statues loom ominously over you as you travel through the hall, seeing at least 6 balconies on either side and their carved forms between either of them. Eventually, after about a minute of walking, you are confronted with a split in the hall, the path crashing against a jagged stone formation that cuts into the path like a knife. The structure appears to have 2 more Aralendish soldiers carved into the flat surface upon its imperfect diamond shape. Each of these standing around 35 feet tall and wielding a large twin glaive in front of them, shoving it down into the stone and holding it just in front of their pelvis. You see small windows carved into the stone and doors that carve into the lower half between the glaives of the statued Aralendish legs. The door frames appear to be carved to look as if water were spilling from a single hole rimmed with runes that pours around the edge of the doorway. The water carved so elegantly you might believe it to be flowing. At the very top of the wedge-shaped structure, you see ramparts, as well as small towers that jut out just underneath its pinnacle and act like a crown to the stone. However, the path looks to open drastically on either side, the ceiling stretching many dozens of feet past the structure. You begin to walk around the massive wedge of uncut stone. You feel the pressure of the air change, and you feel a coolness in the air, as if you were sailing on the ocean on a summer's evening. Your nose adjusts before your eyes, and the first scent to drift into your nose is that of churned and beautifully rich soil. You smell the iron, mulched, sediment-rich stone. You smell the work of worms and the product of time. It fills the air like a gift from Demeter and Bela themselves and caresses your very soul with the same nourishment it may offer the plants that you know grow so furtively from it. You smell the scent of water, though it reminds you somewhat of a bath. The same sensation tickling your mind as the scent fills your nostrils. The feeling of warmth and comfort that coexists so effortlessly with the anticipation of a hot spring. Your eyes, still struggling to adjust to the light that now streams freely into the massive space you feel yourself entering, are blinded momentarily by the sudden shift in illumination. But the touch sensation is not affected, and you feel the carved stone path underneath your feet. It feels almost as if you were walking upon obsidian, the small ridges and lips reminiscent of Hero's Peak, though there is a grain you sense within the soles of your feet that tells you otherwise. Along with this, you feel grooves as your feet slide along the path, the separation of bricks, no doubt. Non-uniform, but purposely done, no doubt, as you feel the sense of chaos within their placement, regardless of their lack of uniformity. But instead, it is a calmness you feel. And so strange this calmness is, begotten by a stone path. But it is akin to a dance within the stone, and you find a sense of calm regardless of how strange the origin of it may be. You begin to feel the open air open up before you. You feel the pressure of being beneath the stone lift from your ears and feel your skin sing once more as what seems to be fresh mountain air caresses your face. And then, just as you push fully past the wedge-like structure that blocked much of your vision, your eyes finally adjust to the light and you see it. You see an absolutely gorgeous lake stretch out before you, lit by a massive stone sun above and lined with an equally gorgeous city that spans around it. The water appears to shimmer strangely, glowing and giving off a borealis-esque hue, like nearly transparent ribbons of light that gently waft just above it. The stone sun is that of a massive garnet, much like the one you saw in Cairn McCurr, though this is not embedded within the stone, nor is it hanging from gargantuan chains. Instead, it appears to hang effortlessly within the air, with not a single binding in sight, simply floating nearly 150 feet in the air just above the center of this picturesque subterranean lake. However, the lake is simply the first thing your eyes see. It is far from the last. As your eyes travel, they struggle to take in the majesty of all that exists around you. You catch your bearings, finding yourself standing behind the wedge-like building, seeing its backside. 2 more 35-foot statues carved into the sides as well, the other side of the diamond. But these Erlendi are not armored, but instead appear to be in togas, holding books and grain within their arms, with large smiles across their immaculately carved faces, both of either side of the diamond, and with 2 more doors leading into the wedge between their legs. They gaze fondly over the city, which is built along both sides of the mountain lake. However, the lake is not empty. You see as much as you look back from the diamond, seeing a path stretching out before you, a 20-foot wide stone road that protrudes out into the lake. You stand about 8 feet above the surface of said lake, the path winding down softly to the left before arcing back to the right and traveling just above the water. Looking closer, you see the surface of the lake and the top of the path are nearly uniform, allowing the small wake to lap upon its surface, creating small puddles and sloshing across the stone before tumbling back into the large body of water it originally came from. At the end of the path, you see a large temple resting upon an incredibly lush green island, its form covered with trees, puncturing the near carpet of brush and moss that is consumed amidst the magical lake. However, the sight of it sends anxiety through your gut, seeing the same architecture you two had seen within Telemund Vaster Eyre. The same large cluster of immaculate stone pillars hold a massive stone gable roof upon them, with thick centerpieces separating the 2 moldings and depictions scrawled within, again, reminiscent of a large ancient Grecian temple. However, what eases your anxiety is what exists behind it. Behind the temple, you see an absolutely massive statue of a woman, possibly 70 feet tall, towering above much of the city, and looming like a goddess might above the temple that lay just beneath her. Her hair is wavy, pushed off her forehead with a tiara of sorts that appears tangled with a mess of thick, luscious hair. Her eyes are partially closed, looking down at the city that lay around her and at the temple just below. She wears an ornate toga-esque robe that appears to clasp firmly at her left shoulder, though layers of it fall from her neck like water. The stonework again tricks your perception as you believe the cloth may begin to wave within the stagnant air, yet it does not. You see designs upon the many edges of each layer, runes of arcane and depictions of the moon and stars, all carved effortlessly within the marbled stone. Her face is beautiful, and as your eyes rest upon it, you recognize it, the same visage from the door, the goddess Hecate. She holds a massive vase, which lets loose a large stream of water that tumbles into the lake like a waterfall, letting loose a large cloud of mist that encompasses the back of the temple and creates a half rainbow just below the vase's mouth. Your ears now adjust, and you hear the gentle rumbling of water as it crashes upon the lake below. You hear the rumbling echo carelessly through the stone, nearly creating a symphony and easing away the anxiety you just felt. You then look around the lake. You see the city proper, built upon the ridges of the lake as well as upon an extremely wide shelf that exists just before the mountain consumes it, creating a rim around the lake, somewhat like a bowl. You see homes, storefronts, small temples, and greenery sprouting from the stone, all in the same style you recall in Telemund Vaster Eyre to have been built in. You see the almost temple-like designs of each of them, pillars holding the second floor aloft while accenting their form with intricate carvings of trees, vines, and fellow Erlendi. Some of the buildings appear 1 story, while others appear to stretch as high as 4, but all of them are made of marbled stone, no wood in sight, with the exception of the trees that sprout so gleefully around them. Like weeds growing in the cracks of sidewalks, they seem to accent the city so well while growing so voraciously within. Some of the roofs are gabled with green stone shingles, while others are flat with ramparts that allow for the growing of rooftop gardens. Some are adorned with the remnants of stained glass, while others appear to have open, glassless windows similar to what you've seen in Tristfall. And as you look at this, you see the true scope of the city, wrapping around the entire lake, which looks to be about 1.5 miles in diameter from where you stand to the other end. But what's more staggering is that the rim looks to be around 1/2 mile deep at any given point into the stone away from the lake. All of it packed with something, whether that be structures, courtyards, or greenery. Before this residential area, however, to the right of you, you see farmland with incredibly dark soil speckled with white, and growing from it are absolutely overgrown crops of berries, fruit trees, wheat, and corn, all of it absorbing the light of the magical sun so happily. The farmlands are huge, more than acres of it, all growing within the rich, nutrient-rich, and fragrant soil of the Bouveau Cap. You see a stone path cut through these subterranean mountain farmlands, the light of the sun barely illuminating it through the thick canopy of overgrowth, its shafts revealing clouds of pollen and dust like golden clouds that hover just above the stone path. The path is covered with various vines, mulch, and bits of dirt that haven't been disturbed in a millennia, reminiscent of a jungle path. And this was only the northernmost side of the lake. You see but a fraction of the city, and as you look to the south, you see more farmland intermingling with Erlendish stone farm homes, consumed by the overgrowth. And past that, you see more of the city stretching along the rim of this magical lake. More homes, more past lives, an entire civilization lit by the magic of the Erlendi and looked over by the goddess of magic herself. The mist impedes your view of the other side, but you know there exists far more across, past the statue of Hecate. You see yet another city lost by time, locked away by power unbeknownst to you, abandoned by all those around it, and forgotten by all. Until now.
This is very different.
Yes. I'm sorry Yahiro won't get to see this.
You've already been into a city like this?
Yes.
Commodore, speak.
In the spine.
It was much worse.
I see.
Quick question. The city I grew up in was not like this either, was it?
Much larger.
What
And
was
it was
it?
in the Underdark. This is not in the Underdark.
Okay.
Mhm.
But I've not experienced something like this.
I wonder where they all went.
Well, should we go find out?
I suppose.
Let's just be quiet.
Where are we going first? Are we going into that wedge-like building, or are we going somewhere else?
I'm particularly interested in the berries.
Yes, I guess you were right. There's plenty of food down here.
Did I say that?
Someone did.
I'll be right, sure.
Aren't there berries outside as well?
Well, we just didn't know if there was going to be any extra food since it was underground.
Oh, that's what you're interested in the most, though, is the berries? You've
Well,
seen those.
I don't know what kind of berries there are.
Oh.
They could be the same, they could be new. They're probably delicious.
Okay.
The wedge building is behind us, correct?
Mm-hmm. It's right behind you.
I suppose we could be systematic about it. Go into the building behind us first, and then...
We don't need to. It's the first place that we came across, and it's quite
agree,
large.
but what is the... I'm sorry, what is the goal of us being here?
Well,
Just looking?
it seems very well preserved. It'd be nice to gather any information we can about the history of why the Liches were hunting the Erlendi, and to find any leftover items they might still have.
Like cool swords or
Yes,
like
weapons,
fancy
armor.
new strains of berries.
I understand. Then if we want to do that, we should go into any building we can that looks interesting. I think. That's at least... Yes. But we're not in the Underdark, so I'm not as worried about rats.
Yes, and I
Rats?
suppose...
There are rats in the Underdark.
There are rats up here as well.
Yes, there are.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I will send my raven out just briefly, just to make sure that there isn't anything, hiding like there was last time.
Well, if there is, then wouldn't that alert them?
It's fairly soundless,
You also do remember not being able to detect any of them with your raven.
because I rolled a low perception check.
Also because they didn't move and they blended in with the stone.
Oh, okay. Maybe not then.
Remember, they were dormant before
Yeah, I know.
you made noise.
But they were still, many-legged, creepy creatures.
I would say if it's a noise issue, the waterfall makes plenty of noise.
That's true.
But this is a new place, so there could be new enemies. I'd say we should keep the elements of surprise while we have it.
Sure.
Well, what direction should we go in? There's north through the farmland and into the city. This building, or the path to the temple, I guess.
I say do the building behind us first. Just get it out of the way.
And then temple and then city. Seems like a good order to go in.
Yes.
Okay, I'm pretty new to this. I'll just stay behind you all.
Okay.
I can go in first if everyone wants me to.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Alright, fine. I'll go first then. I guess.
Okay. So, you guys go into the wedge building?
Yeah.
The diamond. Okay. You walk towards the wedlight.
Wed.
You walk toward the wed.
yeah, get it.
One more time.
You walk toward the wedge-like building that once impeded your view of the rest of the city, coming to the door nearest to you between the legs of a large statue spanning 25 or so feet above you. You enter into an extremely short hall, flanked on either side by what appear to be olive vines upon their white and black arbors. Behind the arbors and yellowish-green olive vines, you see stone walls that were made to look as if they hadn't been cut, keeping many of the chisel marks very strategic in their design. The area has very little smell. That's the second thing you notice. The smell of dust, water, and a hint of wet metal, but nothing else. Then, you notice warm light pouring in from in front of you, the source impeded by a lip of stone at the end of the small hall. You walk through the threshold and out of the hall, finding yourself in a large, imperfect diamond-shaped courtyard, lit by another large stone in the center of the ceiling, giving off a light so very similar to the sun. In the center of the courtyard is a large birch tree growing amidst a plethora of lush green foliage, mixed with the colors of many flowers and fruits. The vines spread out from the large center garden through the cracks of stone and bricks and up the sides of the area, leading your eyes to the structures that line it all. You see finely crafted mezzanines accented by the vines above and strong, ribbed pillars below that hold it aloft. Beyond the mezzanine's banisters and beyond the pillars, you see thick white wood doors situated within decorated doorways of stone, sigils of abjuration and ancient runes of health seen carved throughout them. You see windows, half ovals in shape, besides each of the doors as well. Single pane with at least one flower box dangling from the sill of each of them, and like everything else, these are woefully overgrown as well, sending large tufts of weeds spilling from their depths and out onto the stone below them. The banisters for the upper floor do not flow in a straight line, but more in a wave as you look upon them. They appear to slope upwards towards a statue's hand, an entirely naked woman, before following across the statue's other side and continuing, only to slope upwards again to the top of a raised hand of another, this time a man. The second floor rooms are also adorned with small roof lips that falls out from the stone as the top of the building far exceeds the second floor by about 15 feet. These look to have vines and moss growing all within the stone shingles, falling limply and resting unmoving for many years. Each bit of the top and bottom portions of the pillars look carved into. Small domes, ridges, and depictions of the sea rest just before the ceiling that they hold. Depictions of Irelandish soldiers flow upon the center portions, riding upon giant hawks, scaling cliff sides, assisting fallen soldiers, and simply standing guard, among other mundane activities. But the mundane doesn't appear to be less important, all of it carved so wonderfully into the gray stone of the Bouveau cap, given form by the craftsmen of the ancient Irelandai. The ceiling is oddly shaped, concaved and dipping towards the sunstone that rests at its center with little to no texture upon it. But there are more paintings, roots in Irelandai swimming within them, along with hints of water similar to what you saw outside. Many dozens of elves, all with looks of content upon their faces, all nearly consumed by vines, stretching out towards the sun. However, not all is so beautiful. For as you look back towards the garden, you see many skeletons resting upon the stone benches, long consumed by the greenery. Skeletons resting upon the trees, and some still laying on their back within a carpet of vines, flowers, and weeds. Each of them have clothing upon them, and many still have mummified flesh upon their bones, kept relatively preserved by the sealing of the city. None of their clothes look damaged in any way, nor do their bones, with the exception of some magical striations on some of their bones, most likely from mending broken ones long ago with magic.
Huh. They look peaceful.
They look dead.
Yes.
Yes, but this isn't that bad of a place to die. Rather nice.
I don't understand why they all... I'm gonna go and inspect them a bit.
Okay, what do you want to inspect?
I'm gonna try and. I obviously they're bones, but I want to try and use
Some
my.
mummified remains, yeah.
Yeah, I want to try and use my background to identify their cause of death.
Sure, make a medicine check.
Come on. 13.
13? Can't figure it out. They don't have any wounds, no scratch marks. Their clothes are rather undamaged. Sullied only by the juices of decay.
Eesh.
They have like suffocated or something?
I don't know. Do we know what fruit plant this is? Or is there's fruit, right?
Yeah, there's some. It looks to be apples. No, sorry, not apples, but like some blackberries. Olives are growing from the vines.
Do all the plants look normal? Like normal plants?
You don't see any Underdark plants here.
Hmm.
You only see plants that you've seen before,
Cool.
growing amidst
So
the
the
rich
sun
soil.
is like a normal kind of thing. Like it's not
Yes.
making them fancy or whatever.
No.
I don't know. I don't know why they would all just sit here and just accept death.
Yeah.
There must be a reason.
Maybe they couldn't come out because there was a certain someone torching their entire like race.
Yes, I suppose.
Who?
Theoretically,
This is the first I've seen in Irelandai City, or that's what you called it, Drow?
Irelandai.
Okay,
that's what they were called before they were called Drow.
I see.
Yes.
Do we know where you checked the bodies? Do you know how long they've been dead? Maybe.
Would my 13 tell me that?
No.
It's been a while, honestly, since I've evaluated a corpse.
That's all right.
Can I try blackberry?
Look it up.
All right.
Seems in season. It's June after all. So you...
Hey, man. It's nice knowing your character.
It tastes delicious.
Nice.
You picked a nice blackberry. You go over there and you like a little bit squishy, but not too firm either. And you put it in. Sweet. Tastes like a good blackberry. A bit strange, just because you have an idea of what sun-baked blackberries taste like, though you feel no heat coming from the sun. So your mind sort of tricks you for a minute, and you're like, oh, but that's the only strange part about it.
I suppose I'm just concerned about whether or not whatever caused their ends is a present concern for us.
Iclita's just sort of like staring at everything.
They're just like sitting up against plants, sitting on the benches, or like
Sitting on the benches, laying, now like partially consumed by vines, sitting on the tree.
Are they
trunks.
like holding themselves? Are they just kind of like...
They seem peaceful.
It's just odd that they would all die at the same time, is what I'm saying. If they naturally were to fall away because their city was sealed and they were just waiting to die in here, that just doesn't make sense either, because they have food and they have water and they have plenty of other people.
What about air?
well, it seems like when we got through from just like the tunnel area, you could feel the air become less stale. So they have fresh air, some coming from somewhere.
Right, but remember when we were in the Underdark, there was those rooms that were sealed,
Yes.
and they didn't. You weren't able to breathe in them until you opened them.
The room, when we opened the door, was there like
A
that
seal that
same
broke?
like sucking sound? I suppose if we can't identify where the fresh air is coming from, if there's some kind of magic that they were using, then maybe it was disrupted for a moment. I don't know.
I don't know. If we're done in this room, I feel like we should move.
There are
There
like
are
mezzanines
there are
and places to
mezzanines
look,
and
right?
other rooms
Yeah.
that appear to be.
Perhaps we just look around.
All right.
You want to go in one of the guard rooms?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we gonna split up, or are we?
Yeah. What are you guys doing?
Let's
Split
split up.
Okay.
Split up. Let's split the party.
Dagamoris.
It
Yeah.
This is
seems
what
nice
you
so
find.
far.
Are you guys splitting up?
Yeah.
Okay. Dagamoris, this is what you find. You enter into one of the rooms, and to your surprise, find the sun washing over your lower half from a window at the far side of it, magically hidden from the outside. The window is flanked on either side by carvings that appear to be midway in dance, robes falling from them as they bend their knees and arc their backs towards the window, their hands raised just so, barely touching the top of the corners on either end of it. Flowing within them are more bands of cloth that flow through the stone as if it were water. Well-maintained furniture is splayed around the room, finely crafted bed frames with cotton-filled comforters and high-threaded sheets still spread upon them. 4 tiered dressers with iron knobs sat near the frames. Some of the chests are still pulled from the dressers as well, revealing the clothes of those that once used to house them. Along with the beds and dressers, you see mannequins filled with silver armor. The same armor you saw etched into the stone statues within the tomb of Zatharis Malorian, though you now see it firsthand and without flaw. You see the oblong triangle pauldrons with the left depicting an open book with thick cloth bookmarks streaming down its center and dangling just below. You see the right, a pool of water reflecting the moon upon the left, with stones and water appear to tumble from the pages, flipping in stasis from the book that emerge from the right. You see the chest as well. 2 Aralendi of indiscernible gender are depicted ripping apart the silver of the chest, leaving a smoothed out texture at the lip of the hole and revealing a rippling pool that hides within it a shrouded face of a woman with thick and curly hair exploding from her back and floating within the trails beneath the lip of the embossed hole. The faces of those ripping the hole open are shrouded by a thick veil that drops down from an armored cap, just above a set of ornate robes fashioned within the plates of silver. Upon the greaves of the armor are the sun and the moon upon each of the gauntlets, and sigils of Gillian and Bahamut. The sigil of Gillian looks to be the same old man you saw upon the door, sipping a cup of something while reading a book upon an endless ocean lit by a blanket of stars. The sigil of Bahamut is one you've seen before, a gargantuan dragon with its wings spread wide, blocking an incoming tidal wave of sand, only some of it slipping past. In front of him are tiny specks, humanoid and animal creatures looking up at the titanic god in awe. You see your armor as it once was.
Is it big enough for me?
Yes, it is.
All right. Yeah, I take off my armor and I put that one on.
Okay.
Hey, level up.
Well, maybe not level up. My armor was pretty
Rebrand.
fucking good, but yeah,
It's the
rebrand.
same type of armor.
Okay,
It
good.
just does not have any depictions of Lolth.
Good.
And instead, the book, flipping pages, cloth bookmark, and a tumbling pool of water off the side, image of Hecate, and the sigils of Bahamut.
What the fuck
And
is
Gillian.
Bahamut doing on there?
This is the god of justice.
I know, but like,
These
what
are the
fuck
guards
is
of the city.
Bahamut doing on there?
We are in the south, so.
I know. It's just like with the Erlendi, and like we haven't seen very many actual depictions of Bahamut, especially like that.
Is that and that's all? Like,
That is what you find, yes.
okay, cool.
In total, you see 4 beds in the room, along with 2 reading nooks filled with various fictional novels at the time.
I don't look at the
You.
Okay.
Why I oughta?
Well, I wouldn't look at the books.
Fiction.
Okay,
Erlendi porn.
yeah. So Dagmar's is like
Ancient
right now.
erotica museums
No,
in
he's
future.
I got new armor and I'm kind of just like, all right.
You now have ancient Erlendi plate.
That's so cool.
Yes,
Is that a
indeed.
thing that I can add, or is that just should I just keep the same armor I have?
Just keep the same armor,
Now people
but that
will
is
freak
now.
out because Lolth are on your polyzone.
Yeah, now I'll just have like.
What do you do with the
2
armor that you
armor
had?
right here? I just shove it into a corner or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't set it back up on the mannequin.
For the next
Okay.
archaeologist to be confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you toss it in the corner, and you leave it for the second time.
Yep.
Wow.
All right.
There's nothing. I mean, I don't want to, because if I fucking hold it, I'm super encumbered.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing. There's no point. Just kind of leave it. Cool. And then I go back out.
Okay. You also find some fictional novels in the rooms that you find. Otherwise, pretty similar, though this is the only room with the silver armor still in it. You find The Dubious Enchantress, Malignancy and Indulgence, Tales of Royalty.
I'm picking that up.
The Dubious Enchantress, is one book, and
Okay.
Malignancy and Indulgence, Tales of Royalty is another. You
I'm picking
find
both of them.
The Ruler of the Tukian Mountains, the Mouse King's Second Reign.
Mouse King! Mouse King Part 2, baby! Electric Boo.
Okay.
But those are the books that you guys find.
Oh, those are 2 different books.
No. That's the one book that you
That's the one
find
I
that
read.
you haven't already seen already.
Mouse King, Mouse King.
I didn't read the first one, did I? I think Vivian read it.
Iklid did.
All of you
Ah.
find mummified bodies in the rooms as well.
Just chilling.
Yep.
Can I surmise anything else from them?
I'm not going to allow it.
Damn it.
Do they have anything on them?
Just clothes. They look to have been just wearing cloth and whatever is comfortable. Some appear to be naked.
Nudity.
I just didn't know if there was like pockets or anything.
Nope.
Cool.
Okay, reconvene.
Yep.
Okay.
Does everyone gather?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just gotta make sure that no one.
I
loses
found
anybody.
some more bodies and some clothes. Nothing of particular interest. And some nice carvings along the windows.
I found new armor.
Obviously. Look at
Oh
you.
wow,
It's nice.
that's very nice.
Yes, it is.
What did you do with the old?
What was wrong with the other one?
It had
Spiders.
spiders. Yes. I left it in a corner.
Should leave a note for the next archaeologist that comes through.
For what?
Speaking of archaeologists, is there anything like your archaeologist brain knows about anything?
What do you mean?
I don't know. You're like a professional on like old things that are underground, and
Well, I mean, it takes me a bit more time to look around and gather that information. I can't discern anything by just looking at it surface
no,
level.
just firing from the hip, nothing.
It's old.
You said this was your first Erlandish ruin you've been to.
Yeah.
The first drow ruin you've been to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just curious.
Okay.
Didn't mean anything by it, I swear.
Anything?
Okay.
But if anything comes to mind, just
You have an archaeologist brain. Do you know anything? Anything?
feel free to just shout out.
Will do.
So I'm kind of getting freaked out about
Did you have
The
a
fact that
bad
everybody's
time in
just
the
dead.
last?
absolutely, and the reason that people were dead was a lot more obvious there.
Yes.
I think I kind of prefer that.
I see. Yes.
Definitely don't so far.
All right.
It's a very long, very convoluted story that requires a lot of believing a lot of things.
I can tell you.
Eufeme would be the best person to tell you.
Well, we can continue while you're telling me, right?
Yeah, of course.
So you're gonna tell him
Yeah.
while you guys are
I'm
walking?
gonna make it into epic though.
Okay.
Epic.
Make a performance check then.
I'll chime in with a couple like little paltry facts about things.
Performance, you said.
Mm-hmm.
21.
Hey!
Okay. So where are you guys heading while this is happening?
The temple.
Temple.
Okay.
Temple. I'm so thrilled.
You walk past the wedged guard building and down towards the bridge stretching out to the temple at the center of the magical lake. About 24 feet from the tip of the guard building, you begin to walk down some roughly cut stairs. Many lips and bumps within the stone, and giving each step a very awkward, imperfect shape. You now see the sloped shore of the lake. Tens of thousands of flowers carpet the soil leading down into it, giving the ground a coloration similar to that of a porcelain, mixed with a light pink upon the primarily white flowers, along with yellow and black spots that speckle each petal. The slope is gradual at some points and very steep at others. At some points, you can see houses and other buildings built along the bank, while other portions are left free from any architecture, leaving the space free for many large birches and other life to flourish. You look then to the front, seeing the bridge you saw earlier, but now, faced with it head-on and at its level, you are almost lost in the beauty of it all. You gawk upon the massive lake before you, a railless stone bridge eloquently cutting through it like a knife. You are surrounded by the slope of the soil and stone and consumed by a stupendous aroma the likes of which you have unfortunately up until this point never been privy to. You feel small, looking down the path that looks to nearly be consumed by the magical mist that spills from the surface of the lake, like a bubble bath with no bubbles. An aura similar to that of a borealis streams from the lake itself, not too vibrant, though certainly still noticeable and filled with lush color, only interrupted by the bridge that appears to serve as an arm from one world to the next. You step foot upon the stone. Your balance shifts, and your equilibrium is thrown off immediately as you feel the sensation of falling and slipping at the same time. You look down and see each smooth-edged brick moving under your feet, pressing down into the water with your weight, unsecured to each of the bricks that have been laid next to them. However, the brick stops its descent soon after your foot falls upon it, suspended by magic, no doubt. And as you look closer at the bridge, you see subtle ripples in the water gently pushing and bobbing each individual brick upon this 20-foot wide pathway. You continue, getting your bearings slowly but surely. You see the water gently lap upon the stone at some points, spilling more greatly onto it as you step upon it. But it does not feel slippery, yet it still feels wet. It feels like water, though it feels more similar to what you might describe as heavy air, the fluid soaking into your clothing and splashing just as regular water might, though your feet walk through it with far less resistance. You feel like ants walking upon the spoon of a goddess's cereal bowl, like a babe walking upon the branches of Pterodosia, looking up at the gargantuan statue of Hecate plunging out from the rainbow-laden mist of her creation. In front of the statue, you see the island which the temples rest upon. However, you see from this distance now 2 other smaller buildings upon the island as well. One upon a tall spire of stone to the right of the front of it, with many stairs leading to its entrance, and another 1-story building at the base to the left, shaped much like some of the homes in the city. You begin to feel the mist upon your skin, soaking into the collar of your clothes and drenching your hair. You feel it stream down your forehead and down the small of your back. It smells wonderful, and each molecule of the water clings to you as you believe your soul must cling to life, hugging your skin and caressing your senses. You step foot on truly solid ground and upon the island, feeling your stomach lurch in anticipation before readjusting again. You look around to see small, natural crumbling rock formations that create hills of stone covered with algae and wet moss. In front of you, you see a gravel path that winds up to the temple, a mere speck in comparison to the colossus behind it and the huge cloud of mist that tumbles below it. The temple is a large cluster of immaculate stone pillars that holds a massive stone in the shape of a gable roof upon it, with a thick centerpiece separating the 2 moldings, the 2 with moldings and depictions scrawled within, extremely similar to the temple you saw in the Underdark on the final level of the Pillar City, though this one does not appear to flow from the stone behind it, rather it stands on its own. This one is also covered with algae, moss, vines, and bramble that crawls up each of the pillars. You continue to walk up the path, seeing more clearly the buildings on either side of the temple as well. The one on the left, long, with a stone roof gilded in gold, also covered with moss and shaped like a zigzag L, with a few towers speckled at the various corners of it and a few pillars erupting from its sides, accenting it and giving it depth amidst the stained glass windows seen between them. The one on the right appears rather small, though grand in its own right, with at least 100 steps carved into a strange stone peninsula off the side of the island, leading to it almost ominously within the constant stream of light mist. You can't really see the details of it from here, though. You walk amidst tall trees that grow on either side of the path, water dripping from their leaves and on to each of your heads, swaying bit by bit as the weight of water leaves them. You walk then to the front of the temple, magnificent and huge in its size, much like the one you saw within the Underdark, though a bit smaller in stature. The pillars stretch no less than 150 feet to the sky, each of them with a circumference of around 20 feet, holding aloft many thousands of tons of stone in the form of the grand temple roof you see before you. These pillars, though, are not carved into the likeness of Erlendish women, but are simply ridged and exquisitely carved marbled stone of the same hornblende and white stone. The top is like a stone sandwich, again, just as you saw before, a thick stone foundation resting directly upon the pillars below, and a triangular massive roof that sits atop it. Within the foundation, you see carvings along it, each of them depicting the Erlendi worshipping Gillian and Hecate, studying, harnessing magic, or simply loving one another, embracing and smiling. All of it sculpted within the temple's roof as if you were looking at a busy horizon. All of it taking place simultaneously upon it, seamless in its depiction. In the center of these depictions is an intricate and large sculpting of a lighthouse. The moon sat within its glass top, acting as the beacon upon the shore.
So there's inside the temple, the little...
Zigzag building and the one that stretches upon the stone precipice.
Yeah.
Where should we start?
Oh, this is something.
Yes.
It's quite large.
Yes.
The zigzag building is the smallest, right? Of the.
No, the one that goes up the stairs is the smallest building.
Mm.
We can go wherever.
Just know I'm not going in first.
I'll go in first.
Let's start at the top. It's small and contained, and we can work our way down.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, you walk up steps to the strangely ominous building that rests upon the stone precipice to the north of the temple, stretching to the very edge of the island. Each step is thin, leaving little room for your feet, and there are many of them, each smooth and dark of stone, just as the stone it is carved into is. The water from the mist streams down each of the steps, long having created divots within it, and causing some of the thin steps to slope, making them slippery and even harder to traverse. You see the roof now of the structure ahead of you, stark white and speckled with black. Enchanted marble, you'd say, as regular marble would have long disintegrated from the onslaught of water. The marble is carved into a riveted gable style, much like a small mausoleum in its shape. Underneath the triangular eave it creates, an open book, radiating light, can be seen carved into the marble. The bottom edges of the roof look to become consumed by a different stone entirely, like an infection spreading to its top. This leads your eyes, as you push further up the steps, to the primary portion of the structure, which is made entirely of obsidian glass. You see rough cleavages and carve marks on its surface, like a nearly uncut gem of a building. The corners, however, have been carved into. The sleek, dark stone of the mountain these look to be made of, creating an interesting contrast between the obsidian, the marble, and themselves. On either side of the door, two robed and faceless figures let their heads hang and their hands clasped together at their chest. On the necks of these robed figures are many pounds of ceremonial links of iron, copper, mithril, silver, and even adamantine. Just below the book, underneath the eave, it reads, "The Communion of Knowledge and Power."
So just a fancy glowing book?
Above the door.
Oh. Okay.
Is there gonna be more books in there?
I hope so.
All right.
Do you not like books?
They're all right. They're not better than a good storyteller.
I agree.
Thank you. The first one.
I'm not a big fan of books, to be honest.
You like rocks, right?
Rocks are okay.
All right, I'm going in.
Okay. Okay. So, you notice, by the way, that there are locks, like padlocks, but they look like they have no key upon them. On the chains. On the chains. You step through the rough-edged entrance of the building. You look upon a small bathhouse, the ceiling entirely consumed with magical clouds, and the area lit by ever-burning torches upon the obsidian walls. The walls reflect from the singular pool in the center, which is filled with crystal clear water that looks like a black pudding almost due to the nature of the obsidian that holds it. Gentle rain falls from the small clouds that fill the ceiling, and the seams of the room have been gilded in gold to accent the black glass, filled with runes of rest and knowledge.
You can't say black pudding when we're in a bathhouse. You can't say those words together.
The black pudding attacked in the bathhouse of the Dwarven City.
Outside of Avenor?
In the dungeon of Avenor, remember? It was like a bathhouse of sorts, filling with steam.
I was like, black pudding?
It just looks like black pudding due to the nature of obsidian being underneath it and holding in it. Okay.
I will say, the Irlandi have had a wonderful understanding of, I don't know how to put it, a flair, I guess? I love
Is
it.
this just a bathhouse?
Rest in knowledge. It was... I'm trying to remember exactly what I read in the last ruin that we were in, but they would commune with Gillian, I believe, while resting in water. Or was it Hecate?
It was Gillian.
Wasn't it? Yeah. Wasn't it Gillian?
Yes. with the verdant willow, right?
Yes, which we have a lot of. Well, we have
Some.
4 of them.
Okay.
Should we try it?
I can try it.
Fancy a bath? Yeah.
Well, for
Make an intelligence check for me.
No, don't tell me I'm being stupid. Oh,
You can also make one since you were there.
Cool.
damn.
Just intelligence? Alright.
Yes.
7.
I rolled better than the 7.
Ah, fuck. Well.
9.
Okay. No. So this is what you read in the writings of Nisala Kana. We believe our pursuit of knowledge is our way of praying to Gillian, and this is shared in our pursuit of arcane knowledge as it pertains to Hecate. However, the Aralendi as a people do not believe this is enough for such a being as Hecate. Therefore, we have become accustomed to meditating within a bath of Pinellas salts, Pinellas salted water, each day while simply speaking to Hecate. The Pinellas salts allowed for a stronger connection to the lakes of magic, and since most of our people cannot directly communicate with her, we believe this may allow her to hear us at the very least. All we hope is that she enjoys the company.
Oh, it had nothing to do with the verdant willow?
No, it did not. It had to do with Pinellas salts.
It's in most.
How many baths are there? Is it like one big pool
It's
of
a
water?
single large bath with magical clouds raining.
Alright, so am I getting into the bath with this flower?
Actually, I think I might have been mistaken.
Do you remember better than I do?
It's not the verdant willow. It's some sort of salts. Pinella salts, you said?
Pinellas, yes.
Pinella salts. That help them commune. But it's more about being heard than actually conversing. It's a way of
With
meditating
Gillian?
and praying. With Hecate.
Oh.
Well, it
Just-
makes sense. This is a temple of Hecate, isn't it?
Yes.
Just learning or whatever is good enough for Gillian, I guess.
Does the water smell weird in any way? Like perhaps it is already a
That
bath
is
of
single
vanilla salts?
scent. Can
But
be
there was
smelled.
already water in there.
Mhm.
Lick the bathwater.
I'll
Tastes.
fuck it.
You know, if
Okay.
it's salty, that can mean a number of things.
I'm gonna put it up my veil.
Okay. It just tastes like mineral water. Very fresh.
There's no salts in this.
Are there any salts around it?
Not that you can see.
May I look?
Make an investigation check.
Yeah.
What temperature is the water?
So that's interesting. As you do you touch it?
Yeah.
Okay. You feel a different temperature right when you touch it, as you sit in there, it changes to whatever you wish the temperature of the water to be.
Ooh, magic bath. Dirty 20.
30-20, you do not see anything around.
Well, I don't see any of these salts.
So does that mean we're not getting in?
I suppose it's just a bath at this point.
I would say no.
It's more than a bath.
Hmm.
There's something magical going on with it, but I don't think it does what we want it to do.
What do you want it to do?
I don't know. Something.
Commune with Hecate.
Something amazing, I guess.
Apparently it's for communing with Hecate.
Okay. All right.
I would like to get in. I don't mind you leaving me here.
That's fine.
Are we leaving then?
We'll be in the temple then?
We'll be in the
downstairs?
temple. Have fun with your bath.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So you guys.
Yell if anything's wrong.
Will do.
Okay.
It's time for Lamech once again to commune with drowish gods. This time you're not
You do
bleeding
remember
though.
having Pinella salts, by the way.
That's right.
You used them.
You have
I
them?
didn't
The
use
man's like,
them.
you know what? You guys leave. I'm gonna.
I'm gonna
You
commune?
used them already.
Oh,
Oh.
I didn't.
You did. Remember, you used them. You steamed them.
Oh, I used them all to steam?
You used them all as a steam, and you gave everyone inspiration.
That
Because
was vanilla salts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
You smoked salts and everyone got inspiration.
Steamed it.
Yeah.
You steam. It's like it was like a
Because I
bath.
was trying to do the thing I'm trying to do now. But no, I actually just want a bath.
Have a bath.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll scoot down to the temple.
And we never, just out of character, you still have that Airlander sword, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
I still have the fucking ass one.
Okay.
Anything with Lolth is ass.
I still have a fucking ass one. There's no depiction of Lolth on that sword, by the way.
I thought you said there was...
It's
was
like
the
there's a
spider,
matron
right?
mother.
There's the matron mother,
Oh,
but the
that's-
spider was the
it's
reference
gone.
to Lolth,
Oh, that's
and the
cool.
spider is gone.
Nature Mother's fine.
Okay. Okay, so
I just don't like this.
What? It's a promise prince.
while you are getting undressed and getting into the bath,
Naked.
Naked.
yeah, keeping this naked.
Dipping his nuts in the ancient
Rated
water.
R. Kerplunk over here. Okay, much like the
Please
temple,
enjoy your bath. Sorry for making you fun.
much like the temples you saw within the final layer of Telemun Vastarair, you see the pillars span not to the ceiling, but instead to the edges of its foundations. The ceiling itself stretching beyond this edge, further into the stone, with paintings of the ocean's beaches, and beautiful acrylics upon it. There is another structure in the center of the open temple, an entirely separate building that seems to be built into the ceiling, melded with the stone amidst the painted waves, their depictions crashing upon it. The center structure appears no less than 2,000 square feet, set squarely in the center of the temple and decorated intensely. Yet it still leaves thousands of square feet remaining all around it within the threshold of the massive pillars that hold the temple's roof aloft. Surrounding this center building are large stone tiles, 30 square feet each, that line the entire floor. Scattered around the temple are small to moderately sized clusters of pillows, tables, and fire pits, like small living spaces with the symbol of Gillian and Hecate carved within the stone just below each of the clusters. You'd think these spaces were there to socialize and discuss with one another, which you know was an integral aspect of their culture. The mist from behind the temple pours in through the pillars at the back, flowing in like a fog, and from each of the droplets the light is reflected, shimmering almost like a glitter in the air within the temple. Looking then back to the center structure, you see carvings along the top, near where the stone meets stone, and you see a large indented space that begins about 10 feet up the stone and is filled with 2 ornate pillars flanked by 2 squarish pillars. This shelf is split down the center by a large archway that continues into the center structure. However, within this shelf of stone upon its front, you see 2 statues, both of naked female and male Erlendi in between the 2 pillars on either side. Each of them appears to be pushing their left hands against their lower sternum with their open hands like a flower. Right hands clenched into tight fists at the small of their back as they look slightly upwards with contentment in their expressions. Along the rim of stone, you see more sculpted depictions of Erlendi mastering magic and kneeling before a pool lorded over by the goddess of magic. Those kneeling shown drinking heartily of it. This is a pretty large area.
Yes,
And Nicolid comes up. What are we doing here?
we're looking around.
Okay. Commodore. Okay. Nicolid, I'm gonna wait outside, actually.
Okay.
He pulls back, seeing Dagamoris and Vivian both looking at him without you being there and Yahiro nowhere to be in sight. He
Yeah.
does not feel like being there. Okay, are we going into the center building? What are you two doing?
I was thinking, but yes, the center building sounds fine.
I don't want to interrupt anything.
No, it's
No?
just
Well, I mean, again, You can do whatever.
I was trying to remember. There was a time I saw... Doesn't matter.
It's painful having seen the world for what it was, and nothing seems to be as beautiful as it all was back then. So, the center structure. Let's go.
Okay. And Commodore's just waiting for Dragon Master.
I go then.
Okay. Okay, so you walk in. At the end of the room, you see an extremely large, at least 20-foot tall statue of Hecate, though she is not wearing a toga. Instead, she wears the very elements of magic she controls with an expansive crown of pure light upon her head. Her eyes stream from them a thick milk-like smoke that crackles with energy. Her chest and torso are protected by condensed and metallic material that resembles what could only be described as the very crusts of the planet. Sparks of red flying from the crevices within it. Her arms are exposed, revealing flexed and quite toned forearms and biceps littered with bands of raw magic swirling around her vascular appendages. Her arms stretch out before her, somewhat like this. And her legs are consumed with the wrath of magic. A maelstrom of water, fire, lightning, stone, and air, though you do see them, feet planted squarely upon the stone. Her hair appears to have grown 3 times its normal length as you've seen it before, each strand reaching to the sides of the temple, 15 feet each and full of weight and thickness, coursing with power and colored a pitch white and pushed back by the nearly translucent and glowing crown of light that arcs out like a ram's horns. You look upon her with awe, feeling an aura of absolute power radiating from her. Then you blink, looking back and seeing not the swirling water and scorching fire, but seeing instead it sculpted within the stone. The aura remaining, only the movement sapped from it, though the milky smoke still streams from her eyes. Her expression is not the kind expression you've grown accustomed to seeing upon her depictions, but rather a stern and disciplined expression, an expression of a goddess of such unimaginable power. Okay. Well, magic is powerful, right?
Yes, very powerful, I suppose.
I mean, I would expect that she would be one of the more powerful gods.
Yes.
Is
Alright.
something troubling?
What?
Something troubling?
No, I'm going to look around the room.
Last I heard, she was asleep at the bottom of her lake of magic, so it is a bit troubling
What is troubling?
that she's asleep.
Oh. Okay. I'll help you. Look around. Okay, so roll with advantage
We've
if you
all
want to make an
grown so
investigation.
far beyond Commodore.
Yeah, dude.
May I also investigate?
Yes.
13 for me.
Jeez.
11.
Okay. At the base, you both see a large pool of water. And inscribed above it in magic within the air, it says Temple of the Two Moons. At the center of the pool is a single flower, though each petal could easily be made of moonlight and nothing else. Its shape is that of a large lotus flower, but you see stars within it. Not figuratively, but literally, you see falling stars, tiny in scope, falling from its petals, and you see drops of soap-like water falling from them along with the fallen stars. The stalk is sturdy and looks to be more like a tree's trunk rather than the stem of a flower with thick bark upon it. You feel as if it should be bigger, though it stands a meager 1 foot tall, floating upon the water upright, its roots embedded within the liquid as if soil.
Is that a Gillian's lotus?
No.
I was so excited. Trying to find one of those for fucking so long.
In Hecate's temple, Gillian's lotus.
Hey, who knows?
Vivian, this is something that you'd like, right?
I don't know how to harvest it. Okay, let me take a look at it.
All right.
Make a nature check.
Can we not roll poorly, please?
Skeleton dice. Skeleton.
Oh, you're right. I want this flower. Bone dice, bone dice, bone
Bone
dice.
dice. Bone dice.
Ah!
Hit it. It bounced. Oh, it bounced. Oh, yeah. It rolled. It
It
rolled.
did bounce. It did actually bounce to a 17.
No, it didn't
but
bounce.
What?
It didn't bounce. I saw it.
Yes, it did.
It was a 3.
It was a 3.
And
Oh.
then she went like this, and it bounced and
Oh,
flipped
did
to a
it?
17.
Okay. Damn.
Wow.
So when I looked up, I was like, oh shit.
6.
You have no idea how that
I'm
was.
so sad. Why are we all fucking awful
You need
today?
a bard.
Yeah, well,
But we
are
need
you
a
clean
nature
yet?
check.
Damn.
Natty 20, baby.
Oh my god, natty 20!
Just fucking pick it from the stem.
Just pick it up.
So Dagamora sees you looking at it, just walks through the pool, picks it up from the water, roots dangling.
I squawk exactly like that.
Commodore.
What do I do with it now? I don't want to keep holding it. I just...
I'll hold it.
Perfect.
You do not know what this flower
I'm
is.
gonna wrap it in some cloth.
Okay.
I'm gonna rest it around Hithgul's little cup. I'm gonna say hi to Hithgul.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Close my back up. He's fine. He's your son.
Thanks, son.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was very dangerous, but thank you. I'm glad it worked.
Yes.
The second thing you guys see is that the statue exists at the end of this large hall and is flanked on either side by a single row of pillars. However, these pillars were built halfway to the tall ceilings, meeting a large stone beam that spans the length of the room on either side, and then another row of pillars then reaches the top upon this. Beyond the single rows of pillars are more statues of the Erlendi, remaining naked, reading, holding small bouts of magic, or simply saluting, as the ones outside were. And that is what you find.
Sorry,
Okay.
there was not a staircase. It was just statues. Okay, cool.
I don't know what else to do. Where to go?
Neither do I. Have we already investigated this area? Yes. Yeah, we already failed. Very miserable. Well, yeah.
Find the flower.
We found a flower, which I'm sure is going to be extremely helpful at some point.
It was just a temple of Hecate, right? So
Yes.
didn't expect much.
So, should we wait for Eufeme before we go into the next building?
No.
Okay.
That is a man that takes 2-hour baths.
I would not be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
What? Are you kidding me?
I'm an adventurer.
You think okay, but you're in an obsidian bath lined with gold. You're not gonna chill there for
For
like
2 hours?
It was
yeah,
It was an exaggeration.
a
but
nice like a 45-minute to an hour
I could see
long
you
bath.
taking some mighty long baths.
Eugene seems like
I'm
a
a
bath
doer.
man.
I'm not a relaxer.
He just dips his
What are
he
you
just
talking about?
dunks and is out. He's like, I'm ready.
Are you a
No,
doer?
not that. But
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, you can talk to Eufeme about it.
Okay, so you guys walk out, but while you are investigating Eufeme, you dip in, you feel such a nice bath. You sit
I want it hot.
on the bath, and as you think that, it begins to bubble just around you, slightly. You feel your worries melt away within the water.
Are you gonna get pissed when Icklid walks in?
Hopefully not. Depends on what Icklid has to say.
Igloo does not walk in. How long do you plan on bathing?
Like 2 hours. I don't know. I just wanted to be the first one in like 1,000 years to get in this pool. That's all.
Yeah, so you get
Like
in.
5-10 minutes.
Yeah, as you sit there, and as your senses begin to open, you see a magical window form, and you look out onto the city.
Holy shit. And there are no drugs in this pool.
No,
Cool.
that you can feel.
Yeah. I'll just play a little song, and then when the song's over, I'll get out.
Okay. So I'd say you guys take a couple minutes to investigate the temple or whatnot. And as you exit, Eupheme is walking down. You see Iklid just standing there.
Wow. Surprised that it was that fast.
Was it a good bath?
Oh, yeah. It was actually really lovely.
No gods whispering to you this time?
Not that I could hear, but there was like a magical window over the city. That was lovely.
Sounds nice. We found a very rare flower that Dagmaris very skillfully harvested, and a very intimidating statue of Hecate. But other
Was
than
she
that-
awake in this one?
Yes.
Have you seen any of her being like asleep or?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. I'm starting to become concerned about that fact.
While walking out, you said there was also Gillian depictions at the front of the temple, or is it just...
No, on the ground. Depictions of the sigil of Gillian and Hecate.
Or do any of them have like Gillian's face anywhere?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I've just kind of like been looking at some of those just while we're passing by.
Okay.
Just trying to think about that skull.
What?
The skull, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Nothing.
What?
Okay.
That's just why that's what I want you to know. That's what Dagmaris is thinking.
The skull.
Was there like a skull? Was like Loth sitting on like a skull chair? Fuck, did I get it?
No, it's kind of close though. Well, I'm not supposed to. I don't know.
Don't look at me.
Fuck!
I could say it in character, but I'm not going to right now.
I could, but I'm not going to.
I got power.
So, what are you guys doing now?
Where have you been already?
Just the temple. We haven't
We're
been to
going
the
to
next
bed
building.
by the one.
Should I check it out, or should I just keep going with you guys?
If you want to see, the statue of Hecate was quite beautiful. In a very awe-inspiring, scary, godlike way.
Run in there, I'll time you.
Why?
What?
It's a challenge.
What are you talking about,
What's the
Dagmaris?
challenge?
I was just going to count to 10. I was going to see if you could see the statue and get back here in 10 seconds.
I mean,
I'm going to.
if you're actually challenging me, yeah, sure.
Yes, go for it. I'm going to start counting.
How far is it?
I should just start heading to this.
Athletics check. Or acrobatics, whichever one.
Definitely acrobatics.
It's a massive temple, by the way.
14.
14,
But I'm
okay,
gonna
so...
use my teleport to like get moving.
Okay, so you see Dagmaris, you look behind as Eupheme trips over one of the steps. And then teleports further in and keeps running. Okay. Eupheme waits behind. Iklid waits behind for Eupheme this time. It takes you about 15 seconds with the teleport. As you run back, you guys are already walking up the steps or the small hill leading to that
What's
building.
the time?
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Dagmaris didn't count.
When you walked away, Vivian was like,
Yeah.
one.
In Vivian's head, you could have lied.
I suppose I could have. I didn't think to.
Sorry.
Okay.
Slow jog up.
Okay. You walk now to the lightning bolt-esque shaped building to the left of the temple's main steps, seeing a large wooden double door situated under a ceramic shingled eave. You enter into the stone brick building and find yourself within a rather dark space. No light within, with the exception of the sun shining through arched windows between very oddly simple bunks. Looking to your right, the building progresses into the zigzag you saw prior. Bunks pushing against the various corners and walls in between the windows mentioned prior. The sheets upon them are coarse. You can see the threading from here, and are very far from fine silk or high thread count cotton. But the sun shines brightly through the right side, washing over the sheets and revealing these imperfections along with the mummified remains that lay upon them. You look at the remains and see no clothes upon them, Many ornaments hung around their necks. You see many keys threaded through the coarse twine that the necklaces are made of. The keys are a variety of sizes, some nearly 10 inches long and some made of thick metal. Others are merely 3 and are made far thinner. You notice as well that each of these keys are made from a different material. Some are wooden, others are iron, and some even are marble and what appears to be smoky quartz and hematite. If you want to make a history check, any of you.
I'll give Vivian guidance, and that's it.
History?
Mm-hmm.
18.
18.
What does guidance do again?
D4.
Wow.
What'd you roll?
That'll fix
15.
my natural 1,
15?
I'm sure.
Oh my god. Vivian.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, natural 1 was all I needed to hear.
9.
18.
I have a +7.
Okay, 18.
Really
So
shit the
you would
bed.
imagine, after hearing some of Vivian's tales and along with some of the books that you read when you were sneaking out, these are monks of Hecate. These keys represent the unlocking of potential through the power of Hecate and the mysteries of magic. These keys are thought to help unshackle those burdened with the chains of ignorance, though the lock would only appear to those with the knowledge and wisdom to find it through their pursuit of Gillian's knowledge.
Damn, that's pretty cool.
Indeed. And that is what those keys mean. But it does zigzag in. You see a lot of bunks. Would you like to pursue further in?
Yes.
Then make an investigation check.
I'll just assist.
And I'll give her guidance.
So we need to assist other people.
Jesus Christ.
I'm calm. They're gaslighting me because I'll roll like 6 above
Jesus
15
Christ.
rolls, and then the moment something actually matters. Okay.
You have both guidance and...
I know.
Okay, cool.
17.
Okay, that's not bad.
Iklid has really good investigation. Please roll for him.
I did a 21.
Someone else needs to roll for Iklid.
Not me.
Investigation for me. 5 for me. For him, I rolled a 3. I don't know what he has.
Okay, well that's not going to matter. 17 is the highest. So you
No,
walk.
21.
21.
You rolled a 21?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thank God.
It's just someone else. So you all zigzag through what looks to be a clergy building where the monks of Hecate used to rest. And as you reach the end, you find a door, double door, partially cracked open, with no light stemming from it. You would also know, with that history check, that the monks of Hecate used no magic when they were not worshipping Hecate, and therefore none of the lights were magical and none of the buildings were created with magic surrounding it, including that temple.
Damn, being a cleric of Hecate was hardcore.
So, you walk into this building, into this room, and you immediately see a desk filled to the brim with worn-out candles, burnt down to the wick, wax spilling from their edges, many baubles and trinkets, along with some bookshelves filled with scrolls along the far end. And you see a collapsed, mummified being upon the desk, calmly resting its head upon some pages that look to have been the last writings that he wrote.
Keys around the neck.
Keys around the neck.
Take the keys off the neck.
Okay, so you take the keys off the neck. They're fucking heavy. You see one, again, some wood. Although this one, you notice, has gold, silver, and even mithril and adamantine keys upon his neck.
Oh, the head monk.
I put those on.
Okay, so you
Oh.
put them on.
Nice.
You now have keys of Hecate's monks.
Cool.
Or the keys of unlocked potential. They're not magical, but they do represent something.
Mm-hmm. I can't read. I mean, I can read. I don't
I'll pick up the last writings of the monk.
comes out finally at last. Okay, so are you gonna read what he was writing?
Paper. Ooh, it's thick. The City of Selm, the coil of Adamassian mines, birthplace of the Malorian line, and the tomb of the Erlendi. Welcome, however this may be, to the City of Selm, or, as it is colloquially called, the coil of Adamassian mines. At the time I am writing this, the city has been locked away within the Bufo Cap, its residents locked away with it to ensure the knowledge of the knowledge of the Erlendi cannot be taken by our numerous enemies. Thus, this is also our tomb, but it is a tomb of our choosing. All of us here democratically and unanimously voted to die within this wondrous city, all of us willing to perish so that the enemy's march of death is halted, at least somewhat. I should inform you, everyone in the city is dead, no matter when you read this, for I am the last remaining. We were given a rather painless poison by the Fey Lurdoran? But I am the High Cleric of Gillian, and I will not die before I see the souls of my many brothers and sisters cleansed in the eyes of every single god in this blasted world. I pray so unyieldingly for my friends, my family, to find each other once more in the rivers of Mordom. I pray the next world we see is far more kind. I pray the people are far less full of hate, that I may find my loved ones again, and that I may find more to fill this long, emptied heart of mine. The Dragon King, Glaucon Meridian, son of Misiandos and self-professed King of the Southern Realms, has betrayed the Erlendi and is now aiding in our slaughter upon his bedraggled wings. To say he has besmirched the Meridian name would be far too lenient. He has not dragged it not through the mud, nor has he sullied it, as one may be inclined to say. Neither phrase does it justice, for it is not mud it is being dragged through, nor is it sullied by some unidentifiable or undistinguishable thing. It is sullied by its long and protracted saturation in our blood. I wish I could give you a reason as to why this worm has done such things to our land and our people, though that is a mystery even to the grandest of our divination sages. We will never get answers.
He's just a bitch.
Yeah, man.
I guess.
All I can hope for is that he has long been slain and his head has been paraded through the streets of a reclaimed Cruel or a freed Cret de la, a Meridian family tradition, as it were. Wow! Damn, that's really brutal. But
His brothers' heads were paraded through Cret de la.
By the humans. Mm-hmm. But enough of that. This is not about the filthy spawn of Ivar the Duplicitous. What?
Run that back?
What?
Run that back?
What? This is not about the filthy spawn of Ivar the Duplicitous. This is about the city which you now stand. What the fuck? You can't just drop that. In awe, no doubt. This city was founded in the year 1428 within the First Age of Elves. 428, within the First Age of Elves. Its roots are not humble as many other cities might be. Far from it, as the founder of our city was none other than the first sage, the first sorcerer. Ildelintra? What the fuck is this? Ildelintra Malorian. Ildelintra was the first ruler of the Erlendi, a grand inquisitor of knowledge and power for good, and a grandmother to us all. The Malorian line fell into power a few decades after the Great Dividing of Elvenkind in 389 First Age of Elves, and was instrumental in our position of power and our wealth of knowledge as we see it today. They were the first to discover the concept of raw magic, and were responsible for the creation of 3 of the 8 schools of the arcane: transmutation, evocation, and abjuration. These 3 schools, as you may already know, are known as the Motherfucker, Avery, what the fuck? Donam Avri, or the Dawning of 3 in common, for these are the schools of magic that each of the remaining 4 are derived from. Necromancy is not a school derived from the 3, however. Its nature is foreign and strange, pallid and untrodden. Ildelintra, regal and renowned, was recognized fully as a ruler during the signing of the Pact of Natural Order in 467 First Age of Elves, which has been kept here for safekeeping, ironically. Her innate connection to Hecate allowed her to commune with magic at a level most could only dream of. She forged many dozens of spells through said meditation, and through these spells, more spells have been made. Mausan why did you put so much Elven in this? Mausan ave ana ro mortem. No, wow. May the river of mortem not wash your soul clean. Ildelintra. Sumptuous sage, Ildelintra was cut down during the War of the Chaos Kings, slain in the year 680, First Age of Elves, by Prince Azad Heltarim, nearly the last of his line, though at this point we know the fruits of his polluted loins, and we know them well. She was buried in the Grand Communal Crypts, Varsu, along with all of her...
You know one other Heltarim.
Yeah. What's his name? I forget.
Gamarian.
Gamarian.
That's his last name.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
There's too much to deal with in this one. Okay, by Prince Azad Heltarim, alright. Nearly last of his line, alright, okay. She was buried in the Grand Communal Crypts Varsu along with all of her fallen soldiers, and right beside every other Erelendish citizen who has passed since, as is our tradition. Wow, Varsu is literally the burial ground for the Erelendi? That's a bummer. I cannot help but wonder what golden coffin Glaucon has forced his slaves to manufacture for his passing. Will it be tossed into the ocean, or perhaps thrown into another plane? For it could not possibly be touched by the dirtied hands of those unwilling to commit genocide. What the fuck is happening? Again, I differ from the appropriate topic of discussion. I apologize. Please finish your train of thought, my guy.
I want to hear more about Glaucon being a bitch.
I know! The city became a thriving hub of knowledge in the latter portions of the First Age and all throughout this second, due to the frequent visits of Miss Andos. May she rest easily, and may her soul truly be seen through the eyes of Gillian. The Dragon Queen had kindled a beautiful relationship with the Erelendi, particularly the Erelendi within the City of Selm, and even more so with Lady Zatharis Malorian. We began to share our traditions freely with Miss Andos, seeing the kindness of her heart, and in return she began to share her vast knowledge of the arcane and of the Isles of the Dread Queen, though at this point they were not called as such. Instead they were called Isle a Nervasis. Our matron mother and the Cerulean sovereign had fostered a beautiful relationship between them, so much so in fact that by the end of Miss Andos's life, Our Lady had become known as the Dragon's Council. Oh! No doubt due to the extensive and unparalleled wisdom offered by our matron mother, Lady Zatharis Malorian. Wow. And she's just buried? You'd think she'd have a bigger tomb. She held that title until Glaucon stripped it from her, the bitch, and placed it upon the archmages that ruled so weakly over the Tower of the Grand Seven Sages. Fucking pussy-ass motherfucker.
I wanna be motherfucking.
Wow. My mom actually was wrong. I don't like that you guys have cool magic and white hair. Fuck you. Regardless of this decision, the city grew with its reputation, drawing in the most powerful druids, sages, sorcerers, and artificers from across Hindoran, as well as becoming home to many of the brilliant scholars, archaeologists, and engineers of Adamas. This concentration of arcane and secular knowledge brought about the golden age of the Erelendi and was no doubt the reason for our downfall. The Erelendi, along with the dwarves of Avenor, although much of their knowledge was lost with the collapse of the city, have become masters of transmutation, a primary focus of the arcane. This pursuit was due entirely in the fact that transmutation is by far the most complex of all the schools of mortal magic, and is therefore the ripest with possibility of further knowledge. However, not all of the Erelendi are as altruistic as I may hope, for mortality breeds many emotions, though many forget we are mortal, even ourselves. There are some that wish to delve into aspects of transmutation that needn't be explored, and there are those that delved so unwittingly with abominable repercussions. These transgressions against the mortal thread of our reality have metastasized, and have only furthered the evil in the world. And it is we as a people, I fear, that have transgressed most heinously in recent times, even if such things were not our intention. It is no surprise that these events would come to pass, for none other than the Erelendi could have discovered such things, and for this we have all suffered. There isn't but a shadow of a doubt within my mind that this is precisely the reason for the annihilation of Cruel and the decimation of the land preceding it, for there is no greater power in that city
than in any, for there is greater power in that city than in any other in the world, the power of gods themselves. A place so aptly named Cathedra Roeth Kul, I could do that one, roughly translated to Throne of the All Soul.
Ooh.
I am sure the Library of Cassius was another temptation. Fuck, there's a fucking library too. I am sure the Library of Cassius was another temptation that drove the shriveled puppets of Draugen to such surreptitiously evil deeds. It is a mystery to me why such a place was even made, for the sages of Cruel, the eyes within the lake, as they are named, were secretive in their endeavors. Secrecy from your own people is very rarely a good sign, and I shudder to think of what may come of it. I know not if Gillian is watching, for there are no verdant willows left within the city of Selm. Long have they been used. But it is now time for my passing regardless. I have lingered far too long. It is time for me to join my brothers and sisters. May we find peace in the moments we spend with the god of death, unmolested by the light of day and the troubles of the living. Warden of the lake, Poliadus Elgyros, something. Why?
Euros.
Can you help?
Nope.
Why?
Because I'm not reading it.
Okay.
So the liches like heard you got an all soul, and then they pulled up.
Yeah.
Basically.
There's several things very troubling about that.
All soul.
The All Soul in Cruel,
What is this about?
the father of
Glaucon?
I keep forgetting he's here and he doesn't know anything.
I didn't say that as Vivian.
That doesn't seem right.
Have you met Glaucon?
No.
Me neither. But I've read a lot of terrible things about him.
I've met him. He's terrible.
He's awful.
I see.
Apparently he tried to commit genocide on
I see.
Against the Erlendians.
How are these to be trusted? These works?
Yes, more trusted than Glaucon, that is for sure.
The majority of history that is available to humanity has been largely altered.
Okay.
And redacted by Glaucon and the High Elves to keep humanity from understanding the things that they did in the past.
Look, they've told me a lot of things too, and I don't believe all of them, but as I've read the things that we've found, it seems to corroborate certain truths.
You are a cleric of Bahamut, correct? Bahamut is okay. Glaucon is not, if that makes sense.
Do you think this city will be dangerous?
No.
No, I don't think it will be.
Something I forgot to tell you
I can't fight.
is that Rocket gave me scrolls of magic before he left, so if I'm doing something, it's because he gave me some.
What scrolls?
Fireball, I think, and arcane missile, or magic missile.
Good spells.
Make sure you know which one you're using before you use it. Fireball is rather dangerous.
Will do.
I'm troubled by the mention of Ivar in this.
Yes.
As the spawn of Ivar the Duplicitous,
I don't understand.
when he is talking about Glaucon,
Or was he talking about Quetala?
it was in his paragraph about Glaucon Meridian.
The way that it was written, it sounded like Glaucon was the spawn of Ivar. I don't know.
He was
Yes.
talking about...
What do we know?
All I can hope for is that he has been long slain and his head has been paraded through the streets of the reclaimed Cruel or a free Kretala, a Meridian family tradition. But enough of that. This is not about the filthy spawn of Ivar the Duplicitous. I don't know what to do with that.
Me neither.
It could just be an insult, right?
It could be.
God of trickery? Maybe he's just like, yeah, maybe he's just like a tricky dragon.
Yes, maybe that's a bit, yes, maybe. Maybe, yes, he was hurling a lot of insults, so maybe that's just what it was.
They don't have a very good family resemblance, if so.
And he's not talking about that about humans, is he?
No.
Anywhere in there?
It's interesting to know the name of Gamarian's father.
Who's the Mary?
We don't know if that is his father, right? Wait, who?
Related.
So yeah, who's Gamarian again?
Gamarian is the first lich.
What is a lich?
It is a person who has used necromancy to make themselves not only immortal, but extremely powerful.
And extremely ugly.
There are 10 of them. And they were all created by Gamarian. At least from what we've read.
Okay.
They are the ones that took Cruel from the Erlendi. And that's why it is so terrifying.
I see.
Apparently, they're also the reason that Glaucon's mother and siblings are dead.
Does Glaucon have a father?
We have not heard anything about his father.
Okay.
Gods can do anything, right?
That is true.
He had 2 brothers, correct? Or she had 3 children. That is not something I ever thought I was going to read.
What?
That Glaucon might be the spawn of the god of trickery.
It could have been an insult.
It sounds like more like an insult to me, but
Sure.
ridiculous to think that all dragons would be spawn of an evil god.
Was Messiandos the mother of all
I
dragons?
wouldn't say Ivar is evil, though.
I don't know.
Messiandos just had her 3 children. I'm not saying that all dragons are.
It doesn't seem like Missy Andos would be.
She seems rather nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Ivar did not seem nice.
Yes, but he is a god of
What?
trickery.
I met him once. Twice?
Ivar was nice the first
Twice.
time I met him.
Nasu met him 3 times.
The only time.
Ivar?
The divine barrier has also been broken through. And I think perhaps mended, but Ivar
You've
is
met
still here.
Ivar?
Yes.
I gave him some coin.
At least he
I
said
know
he was
that.
Ivar.
I know that.
He was definitely Ivar.
Yes.
Could have been lying. I didn't actually check. I was too scared.
Interesting.
Alright, I'm gonna look in some of these drawers.
I don't know why they
I start looking around.
all killed themselves, though.
Okay. You
You said they locked themselves in. Or
you
they
find
said
many
they locked themselves
scrolls.
in.
Yes, but
Many of the scrolls are just detailing life on the temple, various meditations,
Prayers and stuff.
tallying. Yeah.
Take a prayer one and a meditation one.
Okay.
Kick ass.
But again, nothing magical that you can find within.
they took a poison. That's what
That makes sense.
the warden of the lake said.
That's why they all died just looking peaceful.
I just don't understand, though, that they had food and they had this magical sun and they had all
They
of
said
their
that they
people.
didn't want the possibility of their knowledge to be stolen.
I suppose if it's been long enough, then their souls have already been. They've already completed their journey through the river, so even if one of the undead could get in here, they couldn't raise these bodies back up. So I
That
suppose
was their
there's
goal.
that.
Yeah. I mean, the decision between staying in here or going out and being hunted down by a dragon.
I just mean that they still could have lived in here. They still could have.
Perhaps they did not trust the the barrier as much. They wish to do more than the bare minimum.
Makes me think that maybe they didn't have anything else to protect in here.
Could be. They care a lot about like, knowledge and discovery and understanding and all that stuff. So maybe a life devoid of that wasn't really worth it.
You would also know, Dagamoris, that monks of Gillian wrote things down. They had scrolls and archives. However, much of their knowledge was kept within their own minds, not written down and passed down between generations as they lived for so long.
Gotcha.
Eupheme style.
That was part of their culture and a way to spread reverence to Gillian by always keeping that knowledge in here.
They would, I don't think they'd have much of that information written down.
And then I would maybe tell the reason why.
Okay.
I don't know why they would have killed themselves, but it seemed peaceful. Maybe
Knowledge
it
can
was...
be extracted
What?
from the mind, yes?
From dead people?
Well, I don't know.
But
I'm
just
not sure,
by
but
taking yourself out on your own accord, you have control. Instead of if the liches came or the undead and then started rampaging and killing everyone, easier to just have everyone be dead. And protect knowledge, especially if the monks don't write anything down.
That's fair.
okay.
But I mean, unless if this is the only knowledge you would have left. Because that is destroying a whole line of stories, knowledge being passed down. To just kill yourself. I feel like there must be something. But that might be it.
There might be something else in the city.
It could be.
And whatever is on the other side of the temple. I mean, of the city.
That it's not.
Yeah, everyone who lived here wasn't a monk who like to sit in the dark.
I only hope that the collective knowledge of the Erlendi or something doesn't have anything to do with the orbs that Hector has been collecting from the Matron Mother's tombs.
I doubt it. I don't think that's what he's trying to do.
But then what are those orbs?
We'll ask him.
Orbs? Orbs?
Something about orbs. Her dad likes orbs.
The Matron Mothers are buried with some kind of stone, but they've been missing at every tomb that we've gone to so far.
I see.
I'm just trying to figure out why.
Okay. Well, where to now?
To the city beyond, I suppose.
Yes. I will lead the way.
Okay. So you walk out of the building. Iglit is nowhere to be found.
Motherfucker, that dirty little bitch. I
But
knew
neither
it.
is any of the stone or city. You walk into a void.
What?
No one's there. Yeah, fucker, that fucker, nothing's there. Fucking
Wait,
the world.
what'd you say?
You walk into an absolute black void.
Oh,
And behind you, the building is gone. You look in front of you again, and you see an old man.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
Oh no.
Hello there. It is I, Ivor, the god of trickery.
Yes.
Another city of the Erlendi. You find yourself within. All of you are getting quite powerful. Since our meeting upon Heroes Peak, I sense you have doubled in power, and you, Dagamoris, I have met your I should call her. Yes. Lovely woman, Wolfies. I've been waiting to meet you. She has plenty to say about you. Nothing nice, though, so I will not, I will not repeat it. It does not feel good to say such things upon the tongue. And you, Vim. Hello. An old sin on you. It is odd to see you all in such places. You never played to me. Would you like some cards, Dagomar?
No. No, you don't. We don't want any cards.
Is Commodore still here?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm like standing in front of
Yeah,
him.
And
I'll
he's-
stand in front of Commodore as well.
He's
You. Did not expect to see him with you. Oh, alright. Would you like some garns? Dagomor's skirt.
Please.
Look at what has become of your people.
I know. I did have.
I have so many. With more power than you could ever imagine.
You are the god of chaos, correct?
No.
No, not god of chaos. Trickery?
Why would you say that?
It's because you just introduced yourself as that?
No. Never mind. Would you like some garns?
Not right now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You see all of the remnants of your people. Perhaps you take revenge on Glauconius.
No, I'm going to be dead in a few months. Or in a month and a half.
Ah, die this morning one.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Do you like Titus Markwood?
Why do you seem so afraid, Vivian?
This is my normal face.
Huh? You lie.
This is my normal face.
You lie.
I think it's perfectly natural to be scared in front of a god.
I will not harm you. I like seeing where you all go.
So you won't harm any of us? Or are you just talking to them?
I would like to see where you go as well. You are quite powerful. Curious that such a group has formed. Yes. What do you think the chances are? Curious. You sure you do not want some cards? I have some right here. Perhaps you kill Titus. Become more powerful.
I don't believe I could kill Titus with any of those cards.
Then you do not believe that I could. And that is simply untrue.
I believe you could. I don't believe you would.
Why?
Because you want to see what is caused by his ruckus.
Ruckus.
Yes.
Fine. You do not want cards.
Has anyone ever told you that you look like Balazar?
What did you say to me? What did you just say to me?
I've crossed the
And he-
line.
changes his face.
To
A
Balazar?
young man. Very attractive. Elven.
I do not look like Ballanzar.
And you forget that connection was ever made, nor that he ever looked the way he did.
Oops.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay, all of us?
Every single one of them.
So when I gave gold to him a long time ago, or the little pennies when he was a homeless man, that
He's a homeless man.
just homeless man with
Was
this
not a
kind of
homeless.
face, or just
Nope.
Okay.
Do we remember that? We don't remember that homeless guy was Ivar?
Nope.
Ah!
You do not remember seeing him in Kretalai. You do not remember seeing him in Dunbarrow.
Oh, do we remember seeing him on Heroes Peak?
Nope.
We don't remember ever having come in contact with Ivar ever.
Mm-hmm.
Except for this one. Fuck!
The moments that you took cards from him, you do remember, but he is wearing this face instead of the other.
I feel like I should choose a card. This is my one chance.
oh, you will get many. I will come to you, but you are not desperate enough. You only pick one card, yes? I do not wish to manipulate your mind. That is not fun. I've done that before.
I would not manipulate my mind.
I could just make you pick a card, but that is...
No,
that is deceit through Hecate and...
Have you done that before?
I have. I have indeed. It does not feel so good.
Right.
It is not deceit in its purest form. So, you only pick one card, yes?
The thing is, if I choose the wrong card and I die, everyone else here dies too.
None of these cards. None of them kill you.
Yes, but you see, Titus wants me dead.
Yes. I know he does. How desperate are you? You must pick at least 5 cards.
What the fuck? You must pick the whole fucking deck.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It is up to you.
That is the only way.
5 cards. Otherwise you get none. And 2 of them must be drawn by your companions.
Ooh, spicy.
Well, I don't think I'm his companion, so.
You are. Because I tell you, you are.
Oh, wait,
Unless you feel like crying about being punched. Because you punched him.
Well, that wouldn't be the reason, but.
I see. Well, who knows?
That is not. It went from being my decision to our decision. That is not up for me to decide.
They will not remember that you decided for them. Three for you, 1 for them. It is up to you.
Why are you taking so long?
Five, 4.
No.
That is fine. Enjoy your stroll through the tomb of your people. I know I'll enjoy watching you. Goodbye, Dagomoris, Vivian, and Yuvim, and Commodore. What was your last name again?
And he,
It matters none. Goodbye.
and he claps his hands, and you walk through the door as normal.
We remember that
Mhm.
he gave him the option, and we would have to. Okay.
Icklid is sitting.
Are you okay?
Yeah, you guys just sort of stopped and looked around, I guess.
I'm gonna turn around to Commodore. Are you okay?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Can I insight him?
Do you want to make an insight check?
The man shit his pants.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good.
17.
Can't really get a read on him.
Wow.
Don't like that.
All right, where are we going to next? Great. I will lead the way. And I just start walking.
Far ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
I don't know why he chose that moment to show up. I didn't know Dagamaris was gonna pray to him.
Is that what did it? Is that why he came?
Pray to him.
You didn't.
Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't
No,
pray to him.
no, he didn't pray, but Ivar said he was expecting it
Which means he must have prayed before.
or thought about it.
He can read our thoughts.
I think he can. Or maybe it's that Dagamaris was thinking about praying to Ivar, and that's how gods work. That they hear that.
I just go onto that. Well, do we have to go back across that bridge thing? I just kind of go to a part where it's kind of like looking in the water, and I just sit on one of the floating bricks and just kind of like look into the water, and I'm just like, yeah.
Rude.
Okay.
Commodore, what was your last name?
Bliss.
Oh, what's your first name?
Commodore?
Oh, I thought that was a title this like whole time.
No.
And he's not lying to me.
You can make an insight check.
I didn't know if I had like a number. Insight. Gosh. 19.
Seems to be Commodore's last name.
Okay.
I stand up and I walk back.
Okay.
Just, what cards are in the deck that you know of? And this is a tough question because I think we drew a lot in
I
a
remember.
different dimension that we didn't actually exist in.
Oh
and
God,
that shit,
but I remember the ones that I originally drew. I just don't.
I think those three, and then after that, I think that literally we don't have any other ones.
I drew
So I think it's just those three.
the idiot, which took some of my intelligence.
All right.
And then I drew throne. No, then I drew gem, which gave me platinum necklaces
All right.
that we lost. And then I drew throne, which I think helped me talk to people. And also apparently I have a keep somewhere on the continent filled with monsters, but it's mine.
Okay.
And then I drew the moon, which gave me a wish that he turned on me.
Do you know how many cards are in the deck, roughly?
No.
All right.
I think I got very lucky. He was very unhappy, so I think there are more bad ones.
When it comes to cards, I don't think there's anything that has to do with luck. The cards don't lie. Especially with the god of trickery. You're going to get what he wants you to get.
But I think he wants a show. I don't
Yes.
think he wants me dead.
I don't think he wants you dead. I don't know what he gets out of us drawing the cards, though.
I don't know what he gets out of you drawing the cards. If it had just been me drawing 5 cards, I would have done it. But if it was because it was with both of you,
He could still want you dead. He just wants you to die slowly.
that's fine.
I don't think he wants any of us dead.
I don't think he does either. He likes playing with us like puppets.
Until we're dead.
Yes, but I don't think he wants us to. I think he wants us to stay alive so he can toy with us.
I think that
That's
there's something.
worse.
I think that there's something much larger going on here.
I agree.
I think what he just said was an acknowledgement of the power that we've achieved. And I think there's something that he knows is going to happen.
I think so too. And he knows that I'm desperate.
Yes.
And he knew that I was thinking about praying to him.
Yes. Apparently.
It was a last-ditch effort in case, when I meet Titus, I was going to choose guards. So, I could have chosen guards there.
I'm sure if you ask, he will come.
He'll make us take it.
I
too.
don't want you to have to choose guards. Now, if you were willing, of course, I would do that. But I know you are not, Vivian.
Not right now. I might be, but not right now.
Okay. Icklid,
Yes.
have you met Ivar?
No.
Would you like to choose a card?
What does
No,
that mean?
He doesn't.
I was just wondering.
And he just sort of bows his head back, a bit confused as to what's going on and what's being discussed.
We've got to make Lidden's enough, I think.
I was just wondering. Alright, are we going into the city?
I guess.
Alright.
Right, what else is there to do but to keep moving? If he wanted to talk to us or torture us or make us do whatever, then he would do it. So we should just go about our day like it didn't happen.
I think perhaps he already did, right?
Did what?
Torture you?
What makes you say that?
Just mentally.
Look upon all your faces.
Well, that's all good for me then.
Do we know about the relationship that the gods have with clerics and paladins and the difference between them?
No.
Well, then I will not posit that theory.
What, that Commodore is a... What, oh yeah, what's your theory?
My theory is that the cards are his way of being able to carry out acts in the world that otherwise he's still not 100% able to do because of the rules of deities.
Huh.
They're like mini contracts.
Well, you would know that... Once a god is out of the divine barrier, they don't need a contract.
No.
And you've heard that in history through the god of the War of the Titans or whatever the fuck.
Okay, well, then he's just having a good time, I guess.
Well, he's able to talk with Lolth, which is interesting.
Which means
Where is she?
she's also outside of the divine barrier.
We should figure out where she is.
No,
I'll
Well,
figure out where it is.
fine.
Maybe he went back inside.
There is a skull in the place though she has meetings with me, or used to. There's a skull. And it's big. And I've been thinking it's Gillian's skull. And I do not know if that's true. But I've been trying to see pictures of Gillian. Obviously, I cannot look at a picture or depiction and then think of a skull fitting that.
Vivian probably could.
But there's a skull. And a large lake. No, not like this lake though.
Hmm.
Okay, but like a lake,
Subterranean.
subterranean. Cool. Well, if you ever want to go look for a subterranean lake, she's a giant spider. With a bitch attitude.
I'll make sure to make a note of that.
1960s movie poster. Giant spider with a bitch attitude.
Hold on to your socks. Alright. Fuck.
Out of sight, out of mind, right? Right.
Okay.
Right.
How dare you throw Ivar at us? Fuck you. Man.
He is the duplicitous.
It's because we found out that he had babies.
He fucked a dragon.
I almost...
Next time he pops up, I'm like, dragon fucker.
They
Ah!
won't forget that.
I know, that's why I was literally I was like,
No.
I was like, I want to ask this question, but I feel like maybe I probably shouldn't right now.
No, you guys don't know it.
No.
Except for Icklid. Because you told Icklid
What?
Oh, yeah.
That they looked.
that they looked similar.
Did they look the same? Yikes.
And Nasu.
And Nasu. Nasu's seen him. He doesn't remember.
And Osiren.
No, Osiren has never
Osiren
met him.
doesn't know.
Ivar.
But
I've seen
Osiren
the
was
coins.
told.
He would know.
Osiren was
Yeah.
told, so Osiren, Nasu, and Icklid all
No.
know still.
And
No, Clink was dead before then.
But he saw Ivar.
Clink did a
We
whole
did see
fucking,
him.
like, I like to draw cards. Oh shit, new reality, I draw cards again.
like
Fuck,
this.
new reality, here I
Whoops.
go.
There goes
And then
gravity.
he forced Clink to draw a card.
Yeah.
He charmed Clink into it. I've literally been sitting and was like, charm me. You can't. I'm an elf. Fuck you. I've been sitting on it.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. Wow.
Alright, I'm
Anyway.
going to... I'll keep us a lead. Again. And I just start going really far ahead.
The most frustrating part of that was that every time we brought up something important, he would go, and then change the subject. Fucking okay. Yeah, we get it. You know things. Ooh.
Hey, man.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Okay, you smell differently because you
Yeah,
had a bath?
you smelled different. It was probably because you went and saw the Divine Barrier or something.
Probably because I took a bath.
Maybe because you've been
Maybe.
toiling with some necromancy a little more. You start to
Maybe it
stink
was
like me.
You were in like Hecate's.
Where's the... Oh, the bear's above. Okay.
Hecate's
I was
bear.
like,
The
where's
bear is,
the
yeah,
bear?
in Commodore's house. Yeah.
Chilling.
Yeah.
Doing what bears do best. Loafing.
All right, so you guys heading across the bridge.
Yes.
So each step, again, bobs like it was suspended in air. Water sloshes upon your boots, and after a few minutes, you walk up the jagged and lumpy stairs that lead up into the wedge, up to the wedge-like building. You guys heading north through the farmlands this time?
Yes.
Towards the city?
Yes.
Let's pick some berries.
You walk into the overgrown subterranean farmland. Like a thick forest in how the greenery curls over and tumbles into the wide path. The aroma is wonderful. A mix of spices, soil, stone, green, and moisture that dance within your soul. You cannot help but step upon the thick vines of squash that course between the patches of rich, dark, and spotted soil that erupts into the air with a smell of sweet, fertile earth. The garnet sun shines through the thick leaves of gigantic basil bushes that have grown many feet tall and many feet thick in the absence of Erlendi and the plentiful magic that soaks into the soil. The orange filters through the green and creates a warm hue that pours onto all of you. You begin to smell the fresh, rooted scent of tomatoes and the tang of olives mingling together, seeing their vines tangling with one another and their bodies fighting for space among the greenery. You walk for at least half of a mile through the many paths of Erlendish farms, seeing smaller paths branch out, entirely consumed by the plant life. You'd guess the farms stretch about a mile out from where you are, away from the lake, and about a third of a mile towards it, all rife with life. You also see small farmhouses speckling the fields of mineral-rich soil, small towers protruding from their corners, with wooden windows fashioned upon their sides underneath rounded shingled roofs. You going to the farmhouses, or are you continuing through?
How close are they?
One's pretty close, one's, you'd say, like a couple hundred feet away.
I'd go check it out.
Yeah, let's do the farmhouse.
Fine.
Okay.
I will also be trying the produce as I go by.
Okay,
Sample
it
it.
is delicious. Tomato, ripe, In season.
Yeah.
Smells good, tastes good. Okay. You see a farmhouse that looks rather close. Perhaps a few hundred feet from the path through the tangled, ancient farmland. The leaves, branches, and vines caress all of your bodies as you trek through. You feel them grasp onto you, grappling you at some points, and forcing you to break through, sending a few fruits and vegetables tumbling as you do so. But after a few minutes of walking through, you find a home situated amongst all of it, and upon a hill lined with a short wall of stone, the wall possibly 3 feet tall. Just behind it, to the left, you see a small orchard of apple trees, along with some planter boxes that line the inner wall. The home is 1 story, with the exception of a tower that stretches 2 stories at the closest left corner. It appears to have been built in the shape of a square, with a small exception puckering out just to the right of the front door, which is covered by a shingled awning supported by angled beams that jut out from the stone. The stone of the building is unlike the others you've seen. Cobbled stone smeared with mortar finish that gives it a yellowish-gray appearance, with patches of the cobbled stone poking out. You walk up to the front door, looking behind you to see the warmly lit fields basking in magical sun. Seeing just beyond it, the lake of Hecate and the statue of the goddess of magic towering amidst the mist. You open the thin wooden and iron door, finding yourself in a thin hall. To your left, you see an open doorway that leads into the tower. You see the foot of a bed pushed along the wall, along with a few wooden and stone toys littering the floor. To the right, you see a storehouse of sorts. Dust and the remnants of flowers still scattered upon the floor, powdering it just underneath wooden shelving built into the unpainted stone walls, holding bulbous ceramic vases of various sizes. Just in front of you is another door, with small windows that line the top of the wall in towards the center of the home. Where would you like to go?
Check out those vases.
Okay, so you see a storeroom filled with capped ceramic vases covered in dust and dirt. Some of the vases rest upon wooden shelving that sprouts from the stone, whereas others rest on the floor and upon wooden crates. Inside the crates, you find long disintegrated foodstuffs, unidentifiable in nature. You uncap one of the vases, however, a burst of air erupting from it as you do, followed by the wonderful scent of fresh food. The first you open is filled with hummus, already seasoned and smelling as if it were made yesterday.
Preservation jar.
Yeah, cool.
That's so cool. That's so great for rations too. We can just get normal food and put them in jars. Fuck.
These are large vases.
Damn
They're
it.
about this big. So this is a lot of hummus.
Wow, hummus.
They were eating good.
How much does it weigh?
You'd say about 6 or 7 pounds of hummus?
I'm already covered. I can carry it.
You're not carrying my hummus.
Can't trust you to protect the chickpea juice.
Yeah.
Would you like to open him another one?
Yeah.
You already found the biggest bounty.
I'm getting that.
The second you open is filled with fresh flour. The third, filled with a mix of dried herbs. Their scent so potent and ripe with flavor it sends your mouth watering almost immediately. The fourth you open appears to be crushed tomatoes, mixed with a bit of olive oil, the oil shimmering on the surface. The fifth is simply a vase of Irelandish olive oil, though it smells divine. The sixth looks to be filled with water. The seventh is filled to the brim with honey, and the rest are filled with a wide variety of fresh fruits and vegetables, ranging from eggplants to plums, from onions to apples. To the left of this entrance of this room is another open doorway leading to a short hall lined with windows that look out upon the farmland.
Are we splitting up or staying together? I'm going. Is there upstairs?
Yeah, there was the tower.
Yeah, the tower.
I'm going up the tower.
I gotta figure out if I can get vases.
The chef of the party
I know.
finds fresh Irelandish ingredients.
Yeah.
I do have several vials and bottles from my alchemy set if you'd like to take a smaller portion of them.
I think the best find is the vases themselves.
That's true.
If you want to make an investigation check, you can as well.
Are those spice? Is the spice blend savory or like a
Savory.
tea? Okay.
Savor.
Spices.
Spices.
Definitely taking that.
A
Definitely taking the
pre-done
high
spice
Spices.
mix.
investigation.
Spices.
It could be a no.
Spicy.
Oh, what? F-150. Oh,
19.
spices.
What, 15?
19.
19? You find one jar behind some that looks to be filled with a flatbread of some sort.
Eat it.
Yeah, we're trying this now.
Okay.
I would have
Little bit of
expected to make sure
Tomato,
it's not.
olive
literally-
oil,
like
some little
hummus,
spread, some hummus, and
tomato.
some little.
Honey? Fuck. Honey and flatbread? sounds good.
You
My man's just
as
got
you
his
put your hand in,
country club.
it feels warm.
The hummus feels? Oh, the
no,
flatbread?
The flatbread
Shut
is
up.
steaming.
Oh, shit.
And as you pull it out, you can see the steam. As you pull it apart, fluffy,
Guys,
and it tears.
Fucking, what if someone's.
What?
you have to try this. With me. Come on, we have to do
Yes.
this together.
I smell so good.
What if this was the poison?
That is a good point.
We all die by taste.
Commodore?
Food.
Do you want to try it?
I'm okay, thank you. Thank you, though.
I will have some.
You don't want any?
And then I'm going upstairs.
No, I'm fine. I ate today, and also,
It's Irelandish flatbread and
it
hummus.
could be poison, though.
It's probably not poison.
Okay, well.
Hold on.
This is a very stylish poison.
Okay, well.
And can I know about poisons. Can I try and discern if the hummus is poisoned? Does it smell a bit funky?
Make a nature check.
What about medicine?
Whichever one you wish.
Guidance.
Whichever one you wish, because either one, no poison.
Oh, it worked! Okay, you give me guidance?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you the chemical breakdown of this shit.
It's
20,
hummus.
Medicine or nature, they're both +3. Okay, 24.
You cannot discern it without an alchemical set. and
I have
rolling
an
tests.
alchemy set.
Are you going to sit down and test it?
I'm going to eat the hummus.
Okay.
I'm
So,
eating
I'll just watch
are you dipping it in the flatbread?
Yeah.
Okay,
Flatbread hummus.
Okay.
That's
so
the poison.
Do
so
they
you
die?
dip it in, and you eat it. Such wonderful mixtures of spice, garbanzo bean, and olive oil coat your mouth. It is.
Yeah, right?
It is both a tender and firm bread that seems to melt in your mouth and is accented only by the confluence of spices that exist within it. It is truly divine, this flatbread is.
If this was the poison, I could die right now.
This is great. I'm
I'm-
going upstairs now.
They don't die?
They do not die.
Oh,
I'm
you
like,
tried it?
come
He said,
door.
this is great.
I'm okay, thank you.
I tried hitting that.
Can I inside him? It's freaking me out that he's not eating this delicious food. He's like, I ate today. We've been down here for hours.
Yeah, make an inside
He's
check.
actually Ivar the whole time.
I know. I'm like, are you a lich? What the fuck?
You've seen
Are you
Yahiro
a
eat.
lich?
My insight? 10 minus 2.
Okay. He just seems to not want to eat it.
Sketchy. I'm
Okay.
literally getting us some hummus right now.
So you're going to the left of the door.
I'm just going up the tower.
Okay.
Wherever.
You got Baba Ganoush, babe? Sorry.
You find yourself within the tower. A stone stair that has been built on your left that travels to the second floor, and a bedroom of sorts surrounding you on the first. It appears to have been a child's bedroom, as indicated by the toys scattered on the ground and drawing of poor artistry nailed so proudly to the wall, depicting everything and nothing all at once. To the right, you also see an open doorway that leads into a short hall lined with windows that allow the warm sunlight to pour in, and for those walking through it to gaze upon the orchards.
Can I first stop in the kids' room? Is there, like, you said toys on the ground? Like, what would a toy look like?
You see one that's like, of just almost like an action figure, or like, but very rigid and carved of stone. It looks to be an Irelandish soldier of some sort, wearing the same armor you wear now.
I pick that up and I put it in my bag. And then I also take whatever I think the best artwork is, and I rip it off the
So
wall.
yeah, you get one that looks to be of the farmland, but it's like, it looks to be made of like graphite. There's no color or anything. It's just scribbles, and you see a man drawn, long elven Irelandish ears, standing amidst it like this, with like fingers that come out of it, with a large smile on its face, with another smaller one next to him.
I take that too.
Okay.
Fold it up, put it away, and then I go up.
Okay. Without anyone saying,
Our soft Irelandish keepsakes.
Okay.
I have like "Happy Birthday, Dad" on a mug or something.
Yeah.
We're both like, "Wow, we were happy once.
Yeah.
That's so cool."
So you climb to the second floor. You see particles of dust floating in the light that beams through the small windows on the west and northern walls of the room. A moderately sized wooden desk is pushed underneath the eastern window, the wooden sill of all of them still wide open and pulled inward, the desk filled with very little, only some papers, inkwells, and other very poor drawings of a man and a small child, both adorned with incredibly long ears. Along the corner wall is a bed, 2 mummified remains filling it, one large and one small. Their hair is both stark platinum and barely clinging to the flesh of their scalp, each of them with ears just like yours.
Okay. I just look around the room, or is there nothing?
You can make an investigation check.
Sure, I will investigate with my lack of investigation. Yeah, I think I'm still a little tough.
Okay.
It was a 5, so it's just... All right. I turn around and go back down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it.
I'm gonna try and get some of the hummus and a pita in like. I want to try and preserve some so Yahiro can have some.
Okay.
I want to try and figure out how many of these I can take out of here.
How much weight are you willing to do, and how much of each are you wanting to take? Because you have the crushed tomato sauce with olive oil, you have the olive oil, you have the flatbread, and you have the hummus.
I can leave the flatbread, I think. I want the hummus. I want the honey.
Okay.
Oh, the honey.
Okay.
Spices.
The spices, definitely. So I can carry right now. I'm encumbered in 35 pounds.
Okay. So you can take all of the hummus then,
Okay.
if you would like. All these vases are enchanted,
Yeah.
and once you cap them, they will maintain the exact freshness that you put them in. Any food specifically, you put within
What
them.
were you gonna try and get in there?
Doesn't matter.
A body?
It doesn't matter.
A corpse?
It doesn't matter.
What is that?
The plan was foiled. It doesn't matter. There was no plan.
There was
What
no
are you,
plan.
the necromancer now? What the fuck are you talking about?
If I
Put
can
hearts
fit it
in
in my mouth, it's food, right?
Ah,
I'm joking.
The enchantment
I wanna
is
know what you
peculiar,
wanted.
however, you do not know.
You should just take people's hearts while they're still beating.
What do you
and put them in a
want?
jar.
that's food. People eat hearts. Fuck, you're human. Question mark. What?
It doesn't matter.
What did you
It
want?
doesn't matter.
Lamette.
I kind of want to know now.
You'll never know.
Fuck, man.
So, how
Now
much
I'm
of the hummus are you
disgruntled.
taking? There's 7 pounds of it.
Shit.
I eat 8 pounds. No, I'm kidding.
There's 7 pounds of almonds.
Let's fucking eat some lunch, and then we can take the leftovers.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, well, I'll take like 3 pounds.
3 pounds of hummus. Again, what do you... Because you don't have the preserving jar anymore if you don't take the whole thing. Right?
Right. So, but I want the jars.
So just wash it out, the hummus. Waste it.
Eat
No.
and then.
No. Yeah, no. We don't wash them out.
You said each jar is 6 pounds?
No. Just the jar. The hummus is the heaviest thing that isn't filled with apples or other fruits and vegetables.
Okay, how much does it weigh though?
What, each jar?
Well, like the jar of hummus, including the jar and the hummus.
Including the jar, it's about 8 pounds. Sorry, 9 pounds. The jars, the large jars are about 2 pounds. The smaller jars are about half a pound.
Okay.
You can carry like.
I'm gonna try and carry them all. I just want to take them.
Can I take one of the small ones?
Absolutely, as long as you don't.
Okay, so you'd have to
Which one?
strap it to your pack with rope.
Okay.
What's in the small one? What's in
The
one
small
of
one
the
is the
small ones?
flatbread.
The flatbread?
And the spices. The spices in the flatbread come in smaller ones.
Let's just bounce some bread. I'll come back.
I'm gonna wrap the flatbread and put it in my bag because I want to put that flour in there.
You want to put the flour in what?
In one of the flatbread jars.
Okay, so you want to put the flour. Okay, so then you'd have 3 pounds. Sorry, not 3 pounds. 2 pounds of flour.
Oh, sorry, the flour that Dagamaris grabbed.
Ah. I
Oh,
see.
that flour.
Okay, that flour.
I want to
Yes.
put it in there.
Okay, then you have a pound jar.
I am literally encumbered by 1 pound.
So I'm taking
what
the
can I drop?
spices. How much do they?
The spices are, I'd say, half a pound, and then the jar is a pound.
So 1.5 total.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's not much over there.
I'm sorry, Avery. A spell book is not 3 pounds.
The spell book is 3 pounds.
I'll carry whatever you need. Do you need me to carry this thing?
Honey, how much is honey weigh?
I'm already in.
The honey, that's in
That's
another
the
small
flour
jar.
baked
I'd say
in
that's about
preserving
4
jar.
pounds total.
It keeps everything fresh inside.
So it's about 3 pounds of
and
honey.
also some spices.
All right, thank you.
So how many pounds is the spices?
How many pounds did I just?
Oh, you got the spices?
No.
I got the spices.
So it's 1.5.
Wait, he got the spices.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter either way.
I was just picking things up.
The olive oil.
The olive oil is also in a medium-sized jar, and that's about 6 pounds as well.
Okay.
So just a 1 pound.
Yeah, it's just
You
a
said
1
the
pound.
tomato. The hummus was like
For the
9
flour.
pounds.
9 pounds, yeah, of hummus. There were a
Preservation
lot of hummus.
jar and moonflower.
And the tomatoes. And all,
The tomatoes is in a large jar. That's another 7 pounds.
Are you encumbered?
Let me see. 16. 22. 25. No, I'm not. 26.5.
Wow, look at you.
I'm encumbered.
You're such a chef right now.
I got all the stuffs. I don't carry anybody else's stuff, and I don't have anything though.
That's true.
He's also not wearing like 30-pound armor.
Well, speaking of that,
It's 65 pounds.
Yeah.
Wow. That's literally I'm carrying almost nothing. Literally
Except
all I
for the
have to have
armor.
on me, my armor, my greatsword, I'm already encumbered.
Yeah,
oh
dude.
my gosh.
I wouldn't have my old Dagamaris
strong
before.
are you?
Not strong.
14.
Dagamaris, old Dagamaris would have been like, yeah, I can do this fucking easy.
Pack mule.
But then he got his arms and legs chopped off, and then he got weak ass legs from
That'll do that.
that human dude with the haircut.
Glorbex.
That guy.
With the haircut.
With that human dude with the haircut. That's a great description of Glorbax, Brand's Bane,
Literal
everybody.
demigod of vomit. That's so funny. I mean, mood though.
That's him with the haircut.
You can look if you'd like, but up the stairs are the farmer and his daughter, I believe, or a kid. Could maybe not a daughter. Dead, obviously.
Yes, I think I'll pass on.
I would suggest so, yes.
Are you okay?
Yes, it is nothing that I haven't seen. It's okay. At least they died peacefully.
Yes. I suppose that's the best that can be said for
I agree.
us, Errol and I.
Alright, any other places to look in this place?
There's a hall from this room, and you also saw a doorway right in front of the front door.
Go to the doorway.
Okay, so.
I'm so happy for you. I'm so thrilled. Airlundish honey?
Yeah.
Drow bees?
Apparently, it's
this
the
man's
same
like,
as like.
this man's like, I'm gonna take a bath. I'm gonna eat some food.
He's having a good
Put
time.
some honey in
That's
my
what Eufeme
backpack.
does.
This is what Talon Vosterire could have been for you, Theme.
Okay, so you walk into a stone courtyard lined with an awning supported by small stone pillars, though the center is uncovered, cobbled stone filled in with moss. Along the edges, underneath the awning, you see more toys, but also small carpenter tools upon the walls and plain pottery upon the stone. You see another door leading to the other side of the home across this small rectangular courtyard.
Oh, another home? Another little...
No, this is the same one. There's just a small rectangular
just a little
courtyard in
area.
the center of it,
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
I'll look around, see if there's anything
Okay,
interesting.
make an investigation check in the courtyard.
Now you roll well when it doesn't actually really matter. 21.
You just find some very plain pottery, toys, some chalk, some chalk used to once draw something upon
It's
the
not fancy
stone.
teleportation circle.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
No.
You know
I'll
what's,
take it anyway.
you know what's interesting?
You're encumbered now.
The person that made that flatbread knew that they weren't going to eat it, right?
That is true.
Yeah, I suppose they did.
You just make it because it's what you love, or it takes your mind off of death.
I'd like to think that. Well,
That
If
it
they
was a
made it
gift.
for you, yes.
well, someone doesn't have to be me. Just someone in mind.
I think that's a nice thought.
It's a good thought. It's for the liches they thought were going to come through this city.
Well, seems that they were a bit more optimistic than that.
That's true. I'm sorry. I'm not being optimistic.
I just thought.
That sounds very nice. It'd be nice to think that that's what happened.
It's a good thought.
I wish more of them had left final words. But I suppose especially these two, if it was just the parent and their child, I suppose they didn't have anything else to say to anybody.
I don't think so, no.
Most people don't. Those are the good cases.
Did you go down the hallway?
I did, yes. There was the kid's bedroom.
Hmm.
And then windows.
Should we move
There's
on?
another door across from the courtyard.
Oh, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go through that.
You guys want to go on the other side of the house?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll follow. Yeah.
And this is where the monster is. Okay. I go
And this is
run
where
in.
the
I kick
monster
the
is?
door
Okay,
in.
cool.
No, I'm kidding.
You find yourself in the far portion of the house, which consists of a long hall wider than that of the front entrance with no doors leading to the outside. This appears to have been a workshop of sorts. You see a grinding wheel in the corner, a spinning wheel next to that for ceramics, a small stone kiln to your right along the courtyard-facing wall, and a long workbench that lines the far wall covered with various sculpting tools. However, as you take a closer look, you see tools of artificery mingling with the carpentry and ceramic tools. Crowded along with the walls, filled with chisels, wires, hammers, and various other tools, you see silver rods, wands, and magnifying goggles. Upon the desk, you see fine parchment, magically compatible thick ink, much like Vivian's, an arcane solder lined with silver and evocational runes, along with vials and bottles once filled with arcane ingredients, no doubt. You also see, next to the workbench, a basket filled with nothing more than 2 large silver yarn needles.
Interesting.
What are these knives? What
They're
are these?
needles.
Like spears?
They look like
Mini spears.
sure.
Right?
Not used for that purpose, but I guess sure, yeah.
How big are they?
They're used for making things.
Oh my
Are
gosh.
they like knitting needles?
Yes. Yes, yes.
It's fuck.
They look like large-eyed thread needles.
Give me a moment. I'm going to see if perhaps these have anything fun associated with them.
I'm gonna ritual
Alright.
cast identify.
Okay. They are something.
Yeah, I knew it.
They're spears.
No.
Dual wield, poke
Dual
poke
wield?
attack.
Well, spears.
Yes. No, these are Hakitian large-eyed arcane thread needles, and they are used for extracting the residual arcane energy of the air and forming it into a thread that can be infused and sewn into items. And they can only be used by an artificer.
That's dope.
I'll tuck those away.
Just out of the air?
I'll
That's
take
dope.
that.
Again,
Osiris
if
about to be like-
Osiren's loom is like that,
Mhm.
but about 1,000 times more potent.
Yeah, and
This
this
is-
one's mobile, so.
This one is specifically just for people that are making jars that preserve foods or small magic items along the way. But it does, again, like Yahiro was saying,
For the casual.
there, yes, they for on the
You gonna
road as
spit
well.
in my face and I give them to you? Oh, yeah, those cool. I have a loom.
It is for pulling the residual energy of Hecate from the winds of the arcane, unseen
That's fucking
upon the mortal plane.
Dope.
I'm gonna take them.
Absolutely dope.
Okay,
I'm gonna take them,
you take
in,
them.
A, in a hopeful chance that I will be able to give them to Osiren.
Okay, excellent.
Custom.
It can also pull enchantments from items as well.
And like save them or just take it off?
Just takes them off. Again, you'd need something like the loom in order to do that, and or something more stationary. You don't know necessarily if you could transfer them quickly, but that would take a very skilled artificer to do so.
What did you call them?
The Hakishan Large Eye Arcane Thread Needles.
Pretty neat.
Well,
So
maybe if
They're
you
spears.
say I'm your friend, then you can have them.
I like necromancy, says Osiris.
They're artificer tools. Obviously, that's not what you need. Just the only thing you need to be my friend. Fuck.
Your dad's pretty cool.
Now we're friends.
They're artificer tools.
Cool.
Yes. I just thought if we get a chance to see Osiris again, maybe he can make some use of them.
That's right, your friend does stuff with magical items.
Yes,
Do you think you could ask him to, like, do something with the sword?
certainly. I definitely think he could do that. It's just a matter of if he would.
Which sword?
But
The fancy one.
the bronze one?
The one you haven't taken yet. Oh, the bronze one as well.
You have both of them, right?
I do.
All right. You're welcome for the bronze one. I bought it for you.
That's aggressive.
I don't think you bought it from me
I did. It
out of
was
the
a-
kindness of your heart.
But it was a gift.
It was not a gift. I'm trading you the other sword. You should be thanking me, actually. A bronze sword?
I'm thankful. I am thankful. I'm not saying I'm not thankful.
Right. It just seemed. Sorry.
No, it is okay. It is okay. You keep using my sword.
If you want it, just take it back.
I'm going to die. Okay, I can use this sword that I've had. It is fine.
Whenever you want it. It's yours.
No, thank you. It's okay.
I want to hit you with a rolled up newspaper. You're so bad. You're so passive aggressive. Why?
All right. Are we going towards the city still?
Sure.
Any other place you want to see in this farm house? No.
This place looks kind of boring, actually.
It's pleasant.
Oh, yes. I'm just talking about this room in particular.
Ah, okay.
Right.
Okay, so you guys are heading out towards the city then.
Yes.
And that's when we're going to take about a 15 to 20 minute break. We'll be back, and if you're just joining us now, you can go to our YouTube, check everything out there. Catch up through all the clips and abridged episodes that we have there, and you can also go on our website, which the handouts will be posted to tomorrow. We will see you in about 15. We will see you in about 15 to 20 minutes. the peaceful session, full of flatbread, hummus, and bread.
Featuring corpses. Got him. He's out. He's gone.
That's so silly. What is it?
Because we were just talking.
Get his ass.
Yeah, God, that's nice. It's always the strangest things that he gets sniped. Last time it was the pee-pee smell.
That was so good.
And before that was Old Pete.
Oh, dude, good old Pete.
Oh, Pete.
Good old Pete.
Oh,
Old Pete.
Love it.
One of these days I should just do a session only in the style of
no,
Old
absolutely not.
Yeah.
I will not show up to
sit
that
there, I'll be
session.
Pete. Okay, Doc. Now what to do with it? Give me a whoop.
You did not say anything right now, did you?
Yeah. You go outside the room.
Nope.
Something about room, though.
Nope. It was runes. Yeah, okay. I won't do it, because it'd be unbearable.
I'll just pretend that I speak exclusively Dwarvish. Therefore,
All
don't
of you guys-
understand the comment.
Oh, yeah, there's such interesting scenery. You walk into a Willie now, baby.
I heard that one.
Yeah. Okay. So, you guys walking out and towards the city?
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh, bit my tongue.
Oh no. Cancel the session.
And right now I pray to Ivar.
Okay. You walk past the farmhouses that grow from the fields, much like the life that surrounds them. Seeing small town groupings like villages, like little villages along with the lone homes of the fields. What is so funny?
No, keep going, keep going.
I missed that
Do
one.
not honor it.
I'm sorry, what'd you
Do
say?
not honor it.
It was nothing.
It was literally nothing.
Is it because I coughed?
Yeah.
Unreal, dude. Kate gets the fucking giggles, dude.
Please, we're exploring the city of Selm.
It's not gonna stop now.
It is. Don't do anything funny then.
God, dude.
Come on. You're better than that.
This is what I'm talking about, dude. What is happening?
Read.
I'm not gonna.
Don't tell me what to do.
I will.
Don't tell me what to do. He goes and then he looks in a certain way. He goes, how am I not supposed to laugh at that?
Hey, ooh, ew.
Heavy roleplay, serious session. Okay. You see tall trees. Oh my God! You did it! You cracked me.
You did it.
No, you did.
You cracked yourself.
I can't.
We were chill.
It's great. No, I look over and I'm talking about villages in the fields, which is very nice, by the way.
It's very good. It's a good field. Good bread.
Dude.
Bread. Good soup.
He's going. He's lost. Okay. Okay. You see tall trees sprouting in the center of 8 to 9 buildings, homes, and small shops. And you see the vegetation devouring them all, with only a fragment of their roofs and walls visible through it all. You also see what looks to be windmills mingling within the fields as well, vines wrapping around their broad blades. You notice very little... Dude, Jake, come on, bro. He's literally...
Looking at it. I was just looking
I
at
think
my...
that one meme of the kid in class is like doing that. That's great.
Am I the only one who just saw that face?
Okay. Now we're done.
Yeah.
We're done.
Right.
We're done cracking. Okay. You notice very little wildlife, if any. Only seeing the bugs that have fed and maintained the crops. The sight of but a few spiders sends chills down your spine. and you see many a flying bug buzzing around through the greenery, but not a mouse, nor a bunny, not even a bird in sight. It takes you about 15 minutes to walk around the edge of the farmlands that surrounds the lake, and you see a large stone archway towering above the path you now travel upon. The stone, the same as the Bouveau cap, a creamy gray. The archway rises above the fields, a lodestar amidst the overgrowth. The top of the archway is carved in the shape of a crescent moon laying on its back, and is cradled by the pillars which are carved in the likeness of young elves holding the moon within the crevices of their shoulder, with an open book in one hand and a shovel in the other. Upon the rounded edge of the moon it reads in black speech, "There can be no magic without life, no life without knowledge, and no knowledge without all things."
I'll read that out to everybody.
Okay. You walk underneath the archway to see a familiar, somewhat panic-inducing sight. A city with architecture almost identical to that which you saw in Telemun Voster. You see entirely stone architecture adorned with decorative pillars and temple-like designs. You see shops within the first floors of buildings slightly hidden behind a row of pillars that holds the second floor loft. You see streets of exquisitely carved creamy gray stone brick, flanked by raised sidewalks, accented by lush trees that grow from the exposed soil. You see balconies upon the third and second floors of temple-like ancient Grecian-esque architecture with overgrown ceramic planter boxes hanging from their forms. Looking to the right, at the edge of the city and the fields, you also see tall grain silos alongside the windmills. The city sprawls quite a bit, pushing back pushing back from you about 3/4 of a mile away from the lake, while the lake exists about a half mile from where you stand. The streets course through the city methodically, though not always in right angles. Some are angular and rounded, allowing for towers built amidst small parks at the corners and tall trees to loom over the bends in the path. The magical sun bathes the city in its golden hue, revealing the grain of the stone so clearly even from many feet away, revealing the chisel marks made not by magical means, but by the hand and tool. You see some buildings that are tall, possibly 20 feet, and stretch back twice as far, but are rather thin in comparison. The entrance is very much like that of a temple, with 2 pillars flanking an open doorway that leads into a cavernous building, with tall ceilings and an entirely open floor. The floors are smooth, covered with very little dust, and littered with storage containers of wood and clay. The first building you find of its kind has a building identical right to its left, though in between is a large space with beautiful cloth hanging from the corners of each, creating cloth roofs of sorts. You see many strands of this cloth, like thick ribbons, many feet wide that leave crescent gaps in their coverage, all of them hanging above an open market. Stalls, barrels, canvas lean-to shops, carts, and crates all remain as if the city were just about to wake up. The buildings on either side of it appear to have been storage for this farmer's market of sorts, that stretch all the way back to the back of the buildings and partially into the streets that exist just behind it. Though you continue to walk, seeing large courtyards surrounded by large pillars that allow for a stone archway to course through each of them, lining only the tops and allowing for small sculptures of birds to rest upon them. Within the courtyards, you see benches of stone and massive gardens filled and overflowing with gorgeous flowers and herbs of purples, greens, whites, yellows, and oranges. You also see many statues of Hecate, her curly, thick hair cascading upon her shoulders and resting well upon the hem of her toga and within the crests of her collarbones. She holds a ceramic vase, as you've seen her depicted before, with a very kind and knowing smile through her lips. These statues do not at all depict her in the same pose, nor does her hair fall in the same place either time, though what does remain the same are the bowls of water that rest just at her feet, shimmering ever so slightly. Eventually, you reach a river of some sort, though very little noise emanates from its depths. But you do see a bridge curving over its width, the water glowing much like the lake below it. the aura licking the bottom of the bridge and illuminating it slightly. Looking down the river, you see many shops and homes built along this cobbled stone bank, their balconies mere feet from above the water. Past the homes, however, you see a large open space with 4 statues towering in its center. As you travel along the strange and wide river, you see a few mummified bodies leaning on the balconies above, and some simply laying just above the water along the stone bank you walk upon. You then walk into an open space and find yourself within a circular courtyard of stone lined with gorgeous buildings just as you've been seeing. Some large, some small, some wide, some tall. You see more streets from other parts of the city ending their paths into the courtyard much like the river-laden path you walked upon did. Amidst the courtyard, spotting the stone, are large birch trees that have long since overgrown their plot, their roots upturning the stone bricks and leaping from the ground before diving back downwards. You see carts and more stalls underneath the trees and amidst the stone, some skeletons laying beneath the trees as well. The canvas tops of the stalls vary in color, all of them pastel and mixing well with the surrounding palette of colors. In the center of the courtyard, you see 4 very large statues, each of them depicting an Irelandish man or woman dancing, their feet tumbling from the stone like water, making ripples as if they actually were, tumbling from them like a wake. Their form differs between each of them, some of them on one leg with the other pushed back, others dipping down with both feet under the stone. But the one thing they share in common is that each of them is reaching their left hand out towards a plain ceramic jug, their index fingers just barely touching the sides and allowing all 4 of them to hold it 25 feet in the air. From the jug's wide mouth, a waterfall tumbles seemingly out of nowhere. The magical water crashes between the 4 dancing statues and flows with grace and richness into the river you walked upon, creating it in its entirety, a river at least 12 feet deep, flowing from a single ceramic jug.
Damn.
You stand amidst the city of Selm. But there is, you see, more past, though it looks to be a forest of some sort.
Forest, damn. Should we look around? We're in the marketplace, right?
Mm-hmm. This looks to be a market of some sort.
We can look around.
Sure.
Is there anything that we're specifically looking for? Or anything that anyone wants?
Anything
Look
that
for.
strikes you as something that might be magical. I don't know how likely it is we're going to find something like that here, but
Or spices.
spices.
Alright. Then we'll split up.
Okay.
Make an investigation check, all of you.
Bardic inspiration to Vivian.
Okay.
I guess can I assist Vivian? Because I know.
Are you going with Vivian?
Okay. This is just a trial. Okay.
My eyes are closed. I'm just like.
Wow. Literally rolled 1 on the Bardic Inspiration.
Investigation, right?
Mm-hmm. God. Is the investigation gone?
Dirty 20.
24.
Oh.
Fuck. I'm
5.
dropping it.
Nice! Okay.
What about Icklid?
Icklid will just help you.
Help me.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy?
4.
No.
Okay, 24. Okay. You. No, yes, you. You walk past the small row of pillars of a moderately sized home, and through the light brown and ridged doors that lay just beyond them. You walk into a foyer of sorts with a kitchen directly to your right underneath a mezzanine led up to by a ladder that leans against it. To the left of you is a large window that lets the light of the magical sun spill in from it and bathe this small home's interior. Just below the rectangular window that's carved just below the ceiling is a lounging area with 2 chairs and a small table between both, with a chest table upon that. The kitchen is made up of a wood-burning stove, some large stone slabs, racks of spices, some barrels of foodstuffs, along with crates of the same, and a small wooden island for chopping and cutting, along with the storing of pots and pans underneath. At the end of the small home is a door and a small window carved to the right of it.
What kind of spices do they have?
All of them bad.
Ah, okay.
They're all in glass containers, none of them in the ceramic ones.
And none of the ceramics in the other storehouse. Artificer benefits. I'll go through the door.
Okay. It leads into a very small courtyard filled with flowers that are growing far greater than they must have been allotted. And you see just large stone walls and other homes over them. But it's about a 40 square foot little backyard.
Nice. I suppose we'll go back in the house and just kind of investigate it a little bit more heavily.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Did you use the inspo already?
Yeah. I forgot that I could save it. Okay, dirty 20.
Okay. Going up the ladder, you find a small sleeping space. You see a bed with no frame in the corner, with an oil lantern just next to it upon the ground. To the left, at the end of the bed, rests a plain desk with a few stacks of writing upon it, just before a bookshelf filled with various novels and old scrolls. To the right of the bed, another doorway leads out into a nice balcony that overlooks the small street the home rests in. You find a small cloth pouch. And you look inside and you find some salts.
Can I ritual cast Identify on the salts?
It is not magical.
Ah, nuts. Do you think it's the salts?
Oh, yeah. Sprinkle that shit, take a bath.
The commune salts?
Be
Can I
like,
sniff
hey,
it?
what's up? I know you're asleep, but like,
Hey, mama.
help me out.
Hey, mama.
Hello.
Can you make me not a necromancer really quick? That'd be super tight.
Hey, little mama, let me whisper.
she hears necromancy, she's like,
Wouldn't that be fun?
Okay.
Okay, cool. I'll pocket that. Anything fun in the book section?
On the table, you think that you read that they were writing something in black speech. It was a novel. They were writing a little novel. Seemed to be about like a self-insert fantasy novel about being an adventurer.
Nice. Respect it. I can respect it. The conclusion that Yahir let us know about black speech is that it was an old Irelandish language, correct?
Old Irelandish and human language, one of the first created between the two. Before Common was invented. Or created.
Shit, before Common, BC, huh?
BC.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll just wait to flex that on Commodore next time he wants to have any attitude about it. Cool.
Okay, so that is what you find. Along the perimeter of the town square, you see many shops and homes. One in particular catches your eye, a shop by the name of An Air of Caution and Magic. Caldracis's Magical Arms. The shop is 3 stories tall, though as you walk inside, you see only one of these 3. You find yourself within a small square shop filled with various glass display cases and racks filled with various rings, necklaces, earrings, cufflinks, bracelets, and various piercings. No swords or shields appear to be on display, though the jewelry is beautiful nonetheless.
Nice. Yeah.
Magical cufflinks?
comes out just like,
I'm definitely gonna like deck myself out in some of this jewelry.
You want to look around?
Yeah.
Make another investigation check.
Can I give myself guidance? Is that
comes
thing?
out, has a double grill or something.
Yeah, fucking huge earrings.
Huge
Like
earrings,
3
big-
new piercings.
Hecate Gillian.
Yeah.
just chains and just like
Brass
bracelets all
knuckles.
up your arm. You're just like, you
Yeah.
can't bend your elbows because you're like this. You're like, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast guidance on myself just to give me that extra little.
The fingers, just, you can't close your fingers because you have so many rings on your hands. You're like this. You're just like,
Yeah.
slap everyone.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty fun.
14 plus 5, 19.
Damn. Okay. So, you find a necklace of opal, ruby, and studded diamonds upon a mithril chain.
Tight. Hold on, wait.
You also find a large jade ring with a sapphire set into it. The ring itself is cut to look like a dragon of some sort, wrapping around like an Ouroboros, consuming its own tail. The sapphire is its eye. A pair of mithril earrings in the style of industrial piercings, like a rod that goes through multiple layers of cartilage.
Shoo. Sorry, that just sounds like it hurts.
I want that so bad.
Otherwise,
That exact piercing.
the last thing that really catches your eye are 6 brass rings that look to be in a set with various runes etched upon them.
That sounds dope.
But otherwise, you find 4 golden rings, 2 silver necklaces, 1 pink sapphire golden ring,
Ooh.
a jade and diamond studded necklace, and that is what you find.
I'm encumbered now.
Yeah, I mean, shit. How heavy are these things? I don't know if I want to take everything.
Definitely take those 6 rings then.
Yeah, the 6 rings, right?
Yeah.
So the set of 6 brass rings.
I'd say don't
with
take the
arcane
earrings
runes.
unless if you have those piercings.
My earrings are cooler than that.
Yeah.
But they're mithril.
I
You can sell them.
That's true.
Not with the last person I tried to sell something to. She was mean.
True. It's hard to sell things in Avery's world. It's easier to like trade.
Well, I can. I don't know. You guys don't look cool enough. I can give it to you guys.
Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. I want those earrings.
Oh yeah, Dagmar's goes.
The mithril, yeah.
becomes fucking Tendo Pain.
Stop.
End of pain.
Uh-oh.
Do you want to know what pain is?
Do you want to know what pain is? This world shall know
Stop,
my pain.
Stop. Veto.
Can you tell me what the opal and ruby?
Yeah, so
thing,
it
the
was
first thing?
a necklace of opal, ruby, and studded diamonds upon a mithril chain.
That one sounds fancy.
Studded chain.
The Ouroboros jade
Tight
rings.
shit.
sounds
You better come out wearing all of it.
No.
He's like, no, that doesn't fit
I'm-
Eupheme's
Eupheme
aesthetic
is
at all.
Right this close to Gotti, and he toes the line.
He does. He does. He's got a lot of jewelry on already.
Yeah, he's already got 5 rings on this finger and
Oh.
2 rings on this finger.
Gotta have all the rings where you can't close your mouth.
Yeah.
So I guess you're like, sorry, I can't actually grab my sword.
Yeah. I hit him.
See the bling?
See,
I smack him.
that's where an
I
artificer
backhand.
comes in handy because
Bam.
you could just like solder some of the rings a little bit smaller and then have like the mid rings,
Yeah.
and then
There's
you wouldn't
one,
have to
there's fingies.
then you wouldn't have
There's
to lose
fingies.
anything.
There's fingies.
That would be pretty tight.
I want to
That'd be
grab it
pretty
all
tight
for
to have
now. I can
All
think about
6
it later,
rings
right?
on like.
Yeah, so
just
are you
2
grabbing all of them?
fingers.
Yeah, I
Both
can try and
middle
grab
fingers,
all of
like,
them.
have
Did
them
you write it all
close.
down?
I think I got most of it. I got the opal, ruby, studded diamond, and mithril chain,
You
jade
could probably
ring,
like alter parts of
dragon
it to be
thing
like,
with the
Or
sapphire
Boros.
eyes.
put them all
Mhm.
together. If
The
you like
mithril
solder them all
earrings,
together, make one
rods.
of those like
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
6
like
brass
the
ring
big-
set, 4 golden rings, 2 silver necklaces.
It's like one
I think I
big
skipped one.
rune.
1 pink sapphire golden ring.
right.
Okay.
It's tight.
Instagram tried to sell me just the tip of the finger claw rings, and I was like,
2
if
silver
these were
necklaces and then the jade and
$120,
diamond
I would
studded
get them.
necklace.
Yes, that is what you find.
Cool.
That'd be so cool.
Right?
Vivian's gonna love this.
He's gonna love
The cast identifying these.
And so what did I see?
Yeah, you find some more homes. Nothing of interest within them. Some more mummified bodies.
Spicy. Cool.
I'm gonna be able to-
Look at your armor a little bit too much.
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, I got a book. I don't read.
Oh my god.
Stop.
Anyway, so I'll say that after about 30 minutes, you guys meet up again.
Vivian, check this out. I'll throw it on the floor.
Yeah.
What, all of the jewelry?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is any of it... Is it just normal jewelry, or is it like enchanted jewelry?
I didn't think of that. I just thought they look nice.
They do look very nice. I was just wondering if...
All you have is that that ring, right? Like you shouldn't get some more stuff.
What
Sure.
about me?
Would you want?
Do you wear rings?
Do you want to? Because if you would like for me to comment on your appearance, I will.
I think I look great without a ring. Thank you, though.
Fair.
I'll look through them. I see the rune set, right?
Yes.
I want to cast our own original cast identify.
That's
on
my
it.
favorite.
Oh, I'm not. They mid matches your jewelry. I figured that you would take those. I just want to see if it's magical.
They're mine.
Oh.
It's ruined. I'm gonna identify that. Yeah, I go snatch. No.
That's a big pile. It's like, actually, I want those ones that you have. on your fingers.
I wish we'll cast Identify on the 6 set.
They're not magical.
No!
That's fine with me.
Filthy.
Ikla, do you see anything you like?
No, I don't.
You said there was a...
He'll cast Detect Magic.
Ah, there's something else in there that's magical.
He's gonna. I want that one.
He'll cast Detect Magic, and he will find that none of them are magical any longer. However,
Interesting.
the mithril piercings still give off a faint aura of magic, as do the set of 6 brass rings. As if they used to be magic,
Interesting.
but the magic wore off,
What?
as magic does.
That
As you read in the Arcane Anomalies book written by Malin Grenmore. Only artifacts have been known to secure their magic for a long time, and even they did not know why exactly. Some items keep their magic where others do not.
Well, they used to be.
So they could be again, right? Is that how magic works?
I think anything can be magic. Right?
It'd be interesting if they could, if somebody would be able to understand which enchantment used to be on it, and I don't know. The mithril ones look very cool, but I don't have holes in my ears.
We can fix that.
Yes, please.
Sure.
And there was you said there was like a pink jade, pink emerald.
A pink sapphire golden ring.
I'm gonna take that for sure.
The pink sapphire.
It does accent Vivian's violet eyes pretty well.
I thought my eyes were pink. And then you said they were red, and now they're violet?
One is violet, the other one is crimson.
I have heterochromia?
Mhm.
That's cool. Let me write that down. One is
you
one is
knew
what?
that.
One is what?
Violet and one is crimson. Both of Dagamaris' eyes are red.
Some
Dang kush.
cool.
It means that I'm built different. but-
Okay, anyway.
Anyway. Cool. I'll take the mithril one and the pink sapphire.
Okay.
Thank
Could
you.
I fit the brass rings on this finger? On this hand?
You can do whatever you want.
Make them half the mid finger rings. Fuck.
What?
Like the little mid finger rings.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe if they're
So
small
If
or
I could
something.
put them on there, I don't know if they'll fit.
They fit.
Nice.
Yeah.
DM magic.
Fucking...
DM. They fit however
1, 2,
the hell
3,
you
4,
want. Just
5.
on your fingers. I want them on my toes. They don't fit.
Nice.
No feet stuff in my campaign.
Nobody has, no one has feet in these.
Yes. They walk upon air.
Yeah.
No looking.
They were all like Barbie doll feet,
Mhm.
just...
Planks. Yeah.
When you want those holes in your ears, just let me know.
Can you do that?
Sure, anybody can put holes in things. But I have done it before once. I was way more drunk than I'm going to be when I'm doing it with you.
Okay.
So you should be fine.
That sounds like fun.
I was way more drunk than I will be. But I do too.
We could probably save the rest of these to try and trade or sell if you don't want them. Or Dagamaris if you
No,
want.
I believe selling them is a good idea.
We'll just leave them here.
I'll take them if you're going to leave them.
Dragon or Boris thing. That's a necklace?
No, it's a ring.
It's a ring? Oh, these rings, damn.
You can have a ring necklace. Those are always cool.
Yeah.
Just have a necklace with all the rings.
I'm only going to keep the ones I like, so
Valid.
All right.
I'm taking that one.
You just give me whichever ones you don't want.
I got the brass rings. And opal ruby and studded diamond are the ones I don't take. The rest of these. So this one's Vivian. Vivian has the mithril earring rods. And
There's nothing
you
like
took
having...
the sapphire gold ring.
Yeah.
So the rest is
So the ones that are...
that don't
Which-
have a thing next to it. The 4 golden rings and the jade and diamond studded necklace.
And the... Oh, the 2
Oh,
silver.
the 2 silver. Yeah, 2
Cool.
silver necklaces. That's one silver wrong.
There's a pink sapphire
Pink sapphire golden ring.
golden ring. I was like, there was another descriptor in there. Cool. What's the point of having giant ears if you don't have cool piercings?
Sweet.
Right?
You got them.
You good?
What is
What's
happening?
happening?
What's going on,
Your
dude?
funny bone? Like your
Yeah.
funny nerve thing?
Like, I hit something and it just makes my... was strange.
It made it
There's
do it
like a
twice.
nerve right there.
Yeah, I like hit it. It felt like someone shocked me twice. My arms.
The table was harassing you.
I was like, what the heck?
Okay.
They're probably made for your ears anyway.
Oh, you're right.
They are quite long.
I can't take these out.
You can't?
I mean, I can, but
They look good.
You don't want
thank you.
to. Huh.
I really appreciate that, actually. The first time anyone's commented on them.
Oh, your jewelry is very nice, Yuvine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where to next?
Further
There's a
into the city?
forest, yeah.
The forest, yeah. That'd be interesting.
All right, into the forest. I will lead.
Okay. You begin to notice the buildings becoming a bit more regal in their designs. The trimming fashioned with more decoration, and the stone a bit more fine cut. More trees appear to have been planted amidst the stone as well as you traverse further west. More vines lay lightly upon the roads, and more flowers spring to life along the perimeter of what little dirt is left for them among the many, many plants and fungus. You also begin to notice, amidst the sprawl of the city, large and jagged rock formations that impede the flow of it, most certainly a remnant of the mountain that the Arlendi left when building the city. However, small statues have been placed along the edges of each cleft of it, along with ribbons and tattered cloth that sits rather still in the windless city. The cloth is of various different colors, red and white, blue and green, purple and crimson, and the statues all depict various older Arlendi, wearing long, simple robes with chains or keys draped upon them, or wearing no clothes at all, their older bodies displayed proudly along the edges of the stone with large bowls of water just nearby. You see ahead of you a massive tablet of stone towers above a sea of leaves. The tablet is thick and a pale gray, just like the stone around you. It stretches about 40 feet into the air, you'd assume, and is covered from top to bottom in deep waxed carvings, along with a singular large hole just at the top of it that carves through its thick form. You see this first, though what lays beneath it is just as intriguing and beautiful. A path leading deep into a lush forest of gigantic cherry blossom trees in full bloom, illuminated by lanterns consumed in vines filled with a deep blue light that washes over everything around them. You walk underneath their long, chocolatey branches amidst a rain of pink petals that fall lightly from their branches. You walk upon them, feeling their velvety texture beneath your feet and seeing them cover the old stone path of the elves. They fall upon voluptuous bushes that hold within them many dozens of vibrant orange and yellow cloudberries, which contrast so nicely with the cherry blossoms that rain through the air. You see deep, also vibrant orange with white rim mushrooms growing at their base, partially buried and feasting upon the dead foliage that had fallen in the eons past. The path is lined with red brick that has all but been lost to the thick green moss, the same you saw on your way up. You think there may have been butterflies and birds amidst all this flora, though none exist now. You think there may have been much reading done upon the benches that are now unrecognizable underneath the layers of moss, dead foliage, and button mushrooms. You imagine many an elf walking underneath the same trees you do now, smiles on their faces, books in hand, wands swishing in the air, and friends at their arms, though you see none now. Dagamaris, in particular, looks solemn. He looks solemnly down a particularly long path that pushes deeper into the enchanting garden. The path appears to stretch for quite a ways, and the branches above it make a tunnel whose walls are awash in the light of the magical lanterns. The petals fall in the distance with such deafening silence you hear them fall gently, like tiny footsteps upon foam. His face sinks, and his shoulders, for the first time you've ever seen, sink. His chin droops slightly, and his fist unclenches beyond an uncharacteristically relaxed jaw.
you want us to follow?
You can, yes, if you want. Or if you don't want to, that is also okay. Up to you.
And I start going down that.
Okay.
path.
I'm gonna follow it. Are you?
I'll follow behind.
Okay.
But I'm gonna give him some distance.
Yeah.
You walk further in towards the towering slab of stone, eventually finding where it rests. You see a large hill covered in various flowers and dense green grass along the overgrowth. And upon its top, the stone slab protrudes from the soil and towers into the air. The circle of soil and grass is quite large, perhaps 100 feet in diameter, and no trees grow upon it, leaving the sky, or at least what would be the sky, wide open above you. The area is encircled by the cherry blossoms that make up the area, and is raised and contained by a short stone wall lined with benches. Cut through the center of the circle is a stair that leads to the gigantic and towering stone slab, and a path that goes right up to it, cutting through the grass. Do you approach it?
Yes.
Okay. The stone, as you approach it, is smooth as a river's rock might be, with deep grooves seen all along it, with seemingly no rhyme or reason to it. The gouges in the stone are all painted a deep black, swirling in the stone and making beautiful shapes within it. You notice too, though, that there are patches of the stone left untouched by these shapes. And as you look at it a bit longer, Vivian realizes what the shapes are. They are names, made to swirl and bind into each other in black speech. You see thousands of names stretching up its body. Again, only patches of it left without a single name, most likely for names never born and never written.
I think this is a memorial.
Not necessarily. You also remember in that book that they would greet every single child, the entire city would greet the child as they were born.
Oh. I read in the last ruin we were in that when a new child was born, the entire city would greet them. This might be a celebration of those that were born here.
That is nice.
Are there any names that...
You cannot read.
Oh, right.
Well, you can read, you just can't read black speech.
You can't fucking read.
Same boat.
That's actually why you keep saying that you like stories more.
Yeah. I just can't. I bluff through it.
Yeah. all the shit that he's read, he's just guessing.
She's like, can I see it after you? And you're like, no.
Nope.
Just trust me.
That's it. You got it.
Yeah, are there any names that pop out in particular?
Make an investigation check.
Guidance.
Hey, what's the name at the very tippy top?
Climb up the 40-foot.
Fuck. I'm using guidance though. Okay. 16.
Okay, so you see names like Aeneas, Celisa Caradrune, Plestos Delentes, and one name in particular that when you read, Dagamaris remembers something. You read the name Calthales,
I remember that name as well.
Strakovar's last name.
Oh.
No. What was...
Is there a first name?
You cannot find one.
Why? Do you recognize that one?
Possibly. It is my last name. Or the last name of my mother.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it was her family or some form of my family. Interesting.
Could she have been born here?
She could have. I guess. I didn't. Yes. Could have. I don't know much about my mother.
There's no first name.
I can't see it.
It's a nice place to have grown up then.
Yes. It is.
I don't think it was her.
Why?
Oh no. I think if you had been born in a place like this, I don't know why you would have turned to Lolth.
Maybe she moved before the city you were born in turned to Lolth.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think you could be... Well, she would have had to have been very young. Because I don't think you can go from living in a place like this to then going and I don't know, doing what she would do.
Wonder if we can find their home.
Maybe, but only if we stumble upon it. I don't care about looking for it. If that makes sense.
It makes sense to me.
Yes.
Okay.
Cool. Great. Anywhere else that we need to go in the forest? Just deeper?
Deeper.
Let's just go deeper then.
Alright. I'll lead the way.
Okay. You walk northwest within the forest of cherry blossom trees upon the winding pathways that course beneath you. Along the way, you see small meadows and tiny patches of rolling hills amidst the greenery. And you see the mummified remains of those who decided to spend their last moments amidst the trees. It takes you a while, but after about 5 minutes of walking, you see a tall wall through the trees ahead of you. Getting closer upon the path, you see a large and beautifully ornate gate. The wall is made of thick marble and hornblende stone bricks, the size of small carts, topped with ramparts that are fashioned with various bronze statues that seem to spill out between each stone fortification. The walls are no less than 40 feet tall, though what catches your eye the most is the gate, topped with a large arch that is adorned with an immense statue of Gillian reading a book upon it. Sitting upon where the ramparts otherwise might be, the gate is not stone, metal, nor is it wood, but a thick, viscous, and strangely beautiful liquid replaces any of the above. Dagamaris and Vivian remember a doorway similar in Tilia Mondelitas, though this is nearly 30 times the size of those doorways you saw in the prison. And the coloration is not of snot, but of vibrant white, purple, violet, and blue filled with stars. The liquid flows into the stone below, seemingly vanishing within the solid floor of it, and flows just beneath the large statue of Gillian, just above. On either side of the strange gate, 2 banners hang. The background of it is of a very light violet color, and it is lined with thick cloth doils of silver. At the top and center of the long banner is a depiction of a stone brain cracked open and pulled apart by a set of old hands, allowing a long bout of water to spill from it. At the end of the water, Hecate is formed, arms spread in an eagle dive toward the pointed end of the banner.
The substance that we saw in Tilia was like an abjuration. It was to keep people in, right?
Or out.
Or out. Okay. Do I remember how they opened it?
You just saw the silhouette.
Okay.
Well, let's see if we can get this door open.
It's just drip. It's just like
Flowing.
Flowing.
Very thick, viscous
Can
fluid.
I try to like put my hand through it?
Okay, so you walk up to the giant gate. About 40 feet tall, this is. As you walk toward the gate of shimmering liquid, you hear a loud hum. Boom. And you feel a quake beneath your feet of moderate strength. You begin to hear loud thuds. Just beyond the wall, And shortly after, you see a silhouette of something quite large behind the viscous fluid. You see a large metallic arm reach out from the gate, the fluid flowing through it as if it did not exist. The arm is that of Mithril, to be sure, the familiar light blue hue reflecting the lantern light and the aura of the gate itself. The arm is familiar in its make almost, like Clink.
Oh!
Gears tumbling within the joints, and plates of mithril acting as skin of sorts, protecting the tubes and arcane wiring that flow underneath. The shoulder and the face push out from the liquid as well, revealing even more similarities with your lost companion. You see large chest plates that replace the pectoral muscles of the humanoid body, and large pauldrons of ornately crafted mithril carved in the shape of large hands that push out from the metal and grasp upon thick cloth that falls down behind the being's back like a cloak.
What a cool.
Crossing the metallic being's chest is a deep crimson and white toga clasped at the left shoulder with a sigil of gold and the same symbol upon it as the banner on either side of the gate. The being's face is stoic and unmoving without the parts that appear to shift on their own, like a mask, though the face is reminiscent of an elf's in how it's carved. The being stands about 8 feet tall, its head bald and shining with 2 long elf ears, the same as Vivian's, protruding from its size. It...
Clink?
Hello.
To Erlendai,
Yes.
Yes.
human. Looks to Commodore. Human. Looks to Icklid. Human. Names, both of you.
Vivian.
Srakovar.
I smell deceit among you. Deceitful magic, billowing,
I'm sorry, it's probably
necromancy.
me. Yes.
And he reaches into the gate. Massive chain
Oh, please.
before a flail
No. Oh, no. No,
lands
no,
on
no,
the
no, no.
ground. A circle, dust, billowing out.
I'm not working with them. I promise, I promise.
Prepare.
I'm sorry. Please,
Roll
no.
initiative.
Prepare.
Roll initiative, all of you.
God, I hate being a necromancer sometimes.
Natural 20, let's
Fuck.
fuck
Hey, okay.
Get his
This
ass.
combat's about to be over
Real
quite fast.
It's about to be over real quick.
My feelings are so hurt. I don't want to kill him. Fuck.
Clink.
Vivian, what did you roll?
Dirty 20.
Okay. Dagamaris, what was your total?
20.
20? Okay. Icklid. Who's playing Icklid for damage?
I can't access it right now.
Then I
because
will.
he-
Then I will.
believe he has.
Yes, I will. I will make his not
Other
private.
warlock? Do you want to pilot Icklid?
Yeah, I was gonna say let's have Lamech
Okay.
do the combat for Icklid, and I will.
Haste. Hold person.
It
Smite.
is.
Smite. Action surge.
It is now public. You should be able to access
Sadly,
it.
don't have smites, but
Oh, yeah. Quickening things.
He's there to claim. I don't want to claim him.
Just claim it. You can unclaim it.
If you want him, come and claim him.
That's rough.
Fucking Lord of the Rings.
Okay,
What do you
that's-
think it is,
That's what
dude?
I thought. That's the vibe I got.
If you want him, come and claim him.
God, what is with this guy's HP?
Okay, roll initiative for him.
Oh. He rolled an 18.
Okay, 18, Eupheme.
He rolled a 15.
Okay.
Let's see. He has a boomerang.
I'm so.
So, quick question before I start with haste,
Sure.
just so that I know. Because it says it gains an additional action on each of its turns, but that action can be used only to take the attack, one weapon attack only. So I could, so it would be like an action, but I couldn't do an action and a bonus action, like a
Yeah, so you only get one bonus action per turn unless you use
quicken.
Action Surge, which gives you an entirely new action
Bonus.
economy.
Okay, so basically I get two attacks and one bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, per turn.
Per turn, so you get just one extra action because Action Surge doesn't stack with haste.
So if I cast haste, then basically it's like I get a fresh, because that would be my one attack, and then I'd have, and I could do a spell and then a bonus action, and then
You could cast haste, you'd have another action,
Okay, good.
then you'd have
Okay.
another bonus
Cool.
action.
Just wanna make
yes,
sure.
yes.
Cool. Thank you.
And then for the next turn, you'd have an
Have
action,
action,
an
action.
action, and a bonus action.
Cool. Copy that.
Okay, so Dagamoris, you see that happen. There's the flail. Creates almost a divot in the soil. What are you doing?
Haste.
Okay, so you
Cast haste.
feel your heart in your chest.
Cool.
Who needs Splits Prime?
That's right, exactly. So +2 armor class, which I can.
I will say, if you cast haste and Splits Prime, there is a chance you just die.
Okay.
I'm just warning you.
I'm not doing.
Okay, I'm going to warn you now.
My character won't just go right.
It is sort of like taking coke and meth at the same time.
Okay, sounds good. I won't do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to hold person,
It does not work. It's too large and is not a person.
but I waste that then.
No, I'm going to say you were
Okay.
you would know that.
Good. Thank you. Then I will. How far away is he?
20 feet from you.
Okay, and my speed is doubled, so I'm gonna move up to him.
Okay, so you
quickly,
run up.
and then I'm going to inflict wounds at the 4th level.
Okay.
And then I'll quicken and inflict wounds at the 3rd level. Should I
Just do
One at a
inflict
time?
wounds
Okay.
first. Yeah.
Cool.
So make an attack roll.
18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Cool. So then roll damage.
Mm-hmm. Roll damage.
Okay, let me just get my D10s. Fuck my life. I was gonna roll D6s. That's not close.
Oh no.
This one and this one.
Let me know if you do that.
All right.
What?
What?
I get 2 more, so it's an 8 plus a 5, so 13 plus
Okay.
so 26 points of damage.
Jeez.
And
Okay.
Wow.
So 26. So as you run up, your hand explodes with the green, white, and black lightning. You push against its leg, pretty tall above you, about 3 feet bigger than you, as it. You don't think that it does as much,
Okay.
and it looks down, traitor to your people.
Okay, cool. But I get to keep going.
Yes.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, great. So we're gonna quicken, and I'm going to do. I mean, if it didn't do as much, but at the same time, like, how fucking much I can do. I'm just gonna fucking keep going for it. We're just gonna inflict wounds at the 3rd level.
Okay.
Cool. I'll roll for that one, I guess. 17 to hit.
Misses.
Okay.
So you
Okay.
kicks it out of the way. Okay.
Action surge.
Action search.
Yeah.
Inflict wounds at the 3rd level again.
Okay. Attack roll.
Hit him with that shit.
It hits.
Okay.
22.
Sure. It just hits.
It's okay. 15 plus 13, so 28 plus 30. 34. Sorry, I had to do math. 34 points of damage.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Holy
then-
shit.
And
Okay,
that-
so that does
yeah,
half.
that's fine.
Still, it.
And I'm gonna do my second action, 2nd level inflict wounds.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, no. You don't get the second action when you.
Well,
Oh wait, you
yeah.
would because it
Haste and
it gives you
everything,
yeah.
Cool. Natural 1.
Okay, so you
Yep.
go through it.
And
Misses.
then quicken spell. Do it again, 2nd level.
Okay.
Sorry, I know.
Run through all your spell slots in one turn is pretty intense.
2.
Okay, misses. Again, kicks you out of the way. Disgusting. Icklid's turn. No, Vivian's turn.
I'm gonna try and polymorph him.
Okay. Gets
I wanna-
advantage on all spell effects.
Oh shit!
Bad.
Shit! That changes my plan.
Good thing, too, because goddamn, that's a natural fucking one. What's the save?
15.
What is the save? Is it
Wisdom.
wisdom? 19.
Is he wise?
All right. Well, I'm gonna take some steps back.
Okay.
Max movement backwards.
Okay, so you're going to be 50 feet away from him then. And sort of into the woods a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
It is now
wanna
Icklid's
wreck
turn.
him, man.
Icklid's
That's
gonna
so cool.
back up too.
Okay.
Towards
How much?
the woods.
Okay, so about 50 feet.
And then cast Eldritch Blast
Okay, make an attack roll.
from the book, I suppose.
Baths.
That's not 13.
Misses.
First attack, second attack,
Goes wide.
12. Oh no, I'm sorry, 17.
Misses. Both of them. One of them actually does. Hits, glances off the mithril plating. Okay, so Icklid is 50 feet away. It is now its turn. Okay. With its massive flail, it is going to bring it down on Dagamaris. That's caught. That is a miss. Wait. Yes, that is a miss.
Would you have like 22 armor right
I
now?
have 22 armor.
Yeah, both miss.
Yeah.
As you definitely maneuver away from both of them, you feel that the weight of it is intense, though. And as it hits the soil, you see a spark of arcane explode out from each hit,
Yikes.
leaving large craters where it hits. But those are both of its attacks. Okay. As that finishes, two of the statues on either side,
man.
two of the bronze statues on either side of the gate, fall to the ground and get up. But they
I'm
cannot move right now.
So sad right now.
It is now Eupheme Delianor, Elder Crest's turn.
I'm going to cast my hex on the main guy.
Okay.
What are the other guys doing?
They're walking towards you right now. They're about 15 feet away from you on either side. Sorry, 20 feet away from you on either side of the gate.
on the other side.
Mhm.
Mage armor.
Okay. Mage armor
And I'll
pops.
stare one down.
Okay. It is now Dagomara's Skirta's turn again.
Okay, perfect. I'm just using my sword,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna
Use any maneuvers?
hit him. Yeah, sorry, I have to look at my maneuvers again. I know I have them two right here. I'm going to use a heat trip attack. Yeah.
What-
If the target is larger or smaller.
Oh, okay, you
Wait.
can use this.
You can expend one superiority die to add to the total damage die, and if the target is large or small,
Yeah, wow,
you must
okay.
make a strength saving throw.
So
On
making it
failure, you knock the target prone.
Put him on the ground.
Why are you mad at me? I'm
I know.
yawning, man.
make
I
it,
can't
make, yeah,
help
make an
it.
attack roll.
Okay, perfect. With just my great sword. That would be a miss. 12.
Yes, that misses as you try and go in.
I'm gonna do it again.
Okay.
15. I'm gonna use favored by the gods.
Ooh.
Okay, favored by the
Feeling that
gods.
Shit.
Well, no, I'm actually not, because the odds are against me in that, because it's only +4. No, plus 2d4?
2d4.
Oh, 2d4. I don't know why I only thought it was plus 1d4. I didn't even fucking roll in my hand. Okay, it's a miss. It was a 17. Yeah.
Yeah, that misses.
Cool.
Both attacks
So-
miss.
Great.
Just barely, right?
Yeah, they both miss.
Okay.
I'm not, and I'm like, I mean, I have a bonus action. I don't know.
What are you
I
gonna
don't
do?
I'll move back
Okay.
40 feet. I know he gets a attack.
Attack. Yeah, that hits. That's 25. Nope, sorry, 28 to hit.
Sure.
So it. Okay.
Do you just get hit?
I'm moving back, so I'll be a little way.
Little bitty away.
God damn it. What the fuck? So like.
Is it still counting?
You good?
You take 34 points of damage as the flail
Ouch.
collides with your shoulder. You feel an explosion of magic as you skid across the ground before you continue to move. Okay, that is Dagamaris' turn. You are now 40 feet away. Are you running towards like where Vivian is?
Yeah.
Okay. It is now Vivian's turn.
I remember that creatures that Clink was like immune to fire damage, correct?
You remember that?
I feel like I remember that.
Well, you remember that right now.
You bastards. Okay. I'm gonna use telekinesis
On what?
on the flail.
Okay, what does that do?
He has to make a contested strength check to my regular check with my spellcasting ability modifier.
Does get an advantage on that.
What?
Oh.
It's a strength check.
It's advantage on every single magical effect that affects him.
It's a strength check.
Still.
Nat 20. Easy.
Natural 20!
Told you.
What is that total?
27.
First. Wow.
I get my spell. Oh, my ability modifier is only 23. Sorry, my spell attack modifier is +7. 23.
Okay, he rolled a 24.
No.
An 18 plus 6.
No.
So he.
I had a natural 20 though.
When it comes to DCs.
Man, that's so stupid. Well, there goes a fifth
Well-
level spell slot.
No, I'll say because it's a natural 20, you automatically succeed. So it.
Whining gets you places sometimes.
Well, no. It's a natural 20. It does auto succeed.
I
You are
can move
correct.
it 30 feet away from it, so I'm gonna pull it 30 feet towards me.
Okay. It. You feel the weight of
Yeah.
it. You creates a long gouge in the soil as it towards you.
Cool.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. It is now Icklid's turn.
How close are they grouped? Like
They're about 30 feet apart.
30 feet apart?
Mhm.
So I can...
More like 50 feet, sorry.
From the center and the side, they're 50 feet apart?
So, no.
Because you
The
said
gate,
two.
25 feet, 25 feet.
Okay. So if I have a 40-foot cube, I can get two of them.
You could get
The middle and the one on the side.
Yes, you could.
Okay. I think I want to try and do synaptic static.
Woo!
Okay, what does that save?
No, that's a 20-foot sphere. We'll do slow instead. It's a wisdom save.
Okay.
For the one in the middle, and I'm assuming that Eupheme and
Eupheme is on the
Iglid
right.
on the right side. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So that side.
Okay. Wisdom save?
Wisdom save.
Gets advantage. It's a 19 wisdom save
Saves.
for the main one.
God damn.
And a 20 for the one on the right.
Never mind then.
Okay.
That's it.
So that's
He's
Icklid's turn.
Yeah. How far is he away from?
50 feet from the main guardian.
And the one coming from the side, that's 15 feet from Eupheme.
About 45 feet away.
He's gonna continue to move back a little bit.
Icklid?
Yeah.
Back into the forest more?
Yeah. As long as he keeps his vision though.
Okay, sounds good. It is now the guardian's turn. You see the flail fade away.
Damn it.
And it grabs another from the gate. It slams to the ground. However, that is its action. And then it begins to walk towards Dagamaris. Okay, and that's its action. Yeah, that's all it can do. So, it is now the smaller ones. The one to the right is going to run towards Eupheme. The one on the left is going to run with the Guardian at both Dagamaris and Vivian, running about 30 feet, though it is going to sprint, run 60, and get to where you are. About ready to... Yes.
Fuck. I didn't.
The other one is going to run right up to you, Eupheme,
Dum dum.
Match me.
and is going to...
Did you cast mage armor?
shove its fist into the soil, and you see lightning into it. The lightning arcs through. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, so that's how we're playing. All right. How do you play the run? Now what?
Okay.
I rolled some.
Bah.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude?
God damn. What's going on, guys?
There you go.
That was... Dex is my thing.
Damn.
God damn it, I can't take hits this early.
That's max damage.
Wait, let's hear it.
That's almost max damage, sorry. Okay.
Doesn't make it.
Oh,
any better.
no, that's a 4, not a 6. Okay.
So it's 2 damage less.
19 points of lightning damage as it arcs through your feet
Damn.
and into your bones. It is now your turn.
Okay, we're gonna
It is
fuck him
15
up
feet
now.
away from you.
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay.
He's dead.
I want him dead.
I want his family dead. Yeah.
What we're
Okay.
gonna do is we're gonna
Hit it very hard and very fast.
We're going to cast.
I'm gonna hit him.
I hit him.
I hit him. Do you? I don't know. I try. I attempt it.
What are you doing?
Which one of you are good?
We're gonna cast Spirit Shroud.
Okay, so you cast Spirit Shroud. The
Bonus
arms
action. Yeah.
out from you.
And I want the ones on this side to be the light colored, like soul colored ones from before, and then the one on this side to be the kind of viney black tarish stuff that was in the scar, or not the
Ooh, anomaly?
the anomaly. Yeah.
Okay.
Anomaly juice?
Okay. All right. Sounds
And,
good.
We're going up to him,
Okay.
taking out the Erlendish sword, and we're gonna slap him.
Okay.
One
Hit
more.
We're gonna hit him a little bit. So we get almost
Okay, that's an 18 plus 8.
That hits, yeah.
Nice. And we are definitely.
Are you smiting?
Fuck this guy. We're smiting.
Okay. Smite away.
D8. Oh, I mean the D10 max damage with the D10.
Golly.
That's now, since we leveled up,
What? Oh my god.
4.
Ooh, get him.
I have 4th level spells now. So that's 4 plus. Hold on. Sorry, it's new.
Yeah. You quaking in your boots? DM?
quaking.
Quaker in your boots.
Yeah, I'm a Quaker. Electricity.
So it's gonna be 5d8.
What? Your feelings are hurt?
I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Goddamn. What the fuck, dude? You guys do too much damage now. What the fuck?
You made the automatons hate us. I'm mad about it. So,
So that's 4.
Okay, Necromancer.
well, my feelings are hurt.
Necromancer.
He wouldn't listen.
16 plus 4.
I have a tragic backstory.
Jesus Christ, what are you doing to him?
Kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him.
30.
Oh!
Wait, 16 plus 14 is 30.
30.
Plus 8 is 38. And then we have the...
Let's go. Let's go.
Fuck.
More. The people clamor for blood.
The Spirit Shroud. At higher levels, when you cast the skills using a 4 slot or higher, the damage increases by 1d8 for every 2 spell slots above 3rd. So I don't get anything. Cool. Because this is level 4.
How much damage is it?
Right now it's 38 plus 1d8.
Okay.
He's like,
God damn. What the
two more
fuck?
bronze guys come out.
Plus 4. So that's 42.
Okay.
And it's
Yeah.
prone.
So, Eupheme, as the arms out from him, as he rushes in, it tries to dagger-like arm outwards. Eupheme dodges out of the way.
I want them all to lay into him like an echo, like tap, 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 tap.
Bricks across the ground. It is dead.
Nice. Oh, shit. Let's
You
go.
one-hit him.
Fuck, I used my bonus action already.
You one-shot him.
Let's go.
Yeah, but I have another... can I use my other attack to Eldritch Blast?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Then I'll turn around and I want Eldritch Blast, the main one.
Okay, yeah, make an attack roll.
Get his ass.
Natural 19, which crits.
Did you hex
Because I
it?
hexed him in the beginning. The first thing I
Did?
did was hex him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, wow, okay.
Warlock. Suddenly those like 3 spell slots don't seem so meager.
I'm out.
Yeah, he's out, dude.
Of Warlock spell slots, yeah. That's an 8.
8
Oh,
points
wait,
of
sorry,
damage?
16. Because it's
Oh, yeah, crit.
critted.
And that is not halved. So, it...
I'll just like throw a card at him. With the black hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
For some
Yeah.
reason in my brain, I thought you'd Eldritch Blast, and then at the end you just threw a card.
Yeah.
Queen of Diamonds, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you. So it looks back. Traitors, all of you.
I'm really sad
Okay.
about that.
Condescending robot.
You're really hurting my feelings.
Dagamaris,
Could be bugs.
it is your turn.
Alright. We're going to just, first attack. How close is the main guy? The other guy's pretty close.
Walk 30 feet to you. You ran 40 feet away. It's 10 feet
10
from
feet?
you. Mm-hmm.
10 feet, I could firebolt,
You could.
but it's not going to be disadvantaged because it's still outside of 5 feet, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, good. I'm going to firebolt, then
Okay.
18 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And for damage for that one, that is 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to attack it with firebolt again, which is a 26 to hit.
Yeah.
And we're going to do 10 points of damage. And then we are going to... We'll do it again. We'll do it one more time. We're going to quicken that one.
You're gonna quicken a cantrip.
Fuck you. I mean, there's really nothing, like, to be honest. it's
Can you
actually-
consume sorcery points to make spell slots?
I can, but there's not really any spells I have that aren't inflict wounds, to be honest. Like other than inflict wounds, I don't have any spells that are gonna be good.
Don't you have burning hands and shit?
Yeah, but actually, it would do more. Firebolt has more chance of doing damage, and
Okay.
it's easier for me to hit.
Sure.
It's not a dex save.
Sure.
Because I can burn my friends. Yeah, and I have a shit
Lessons
ton of.
learned.
I have a shit ton of.
Growth.
I have a shit ton of meta magic, so it's all good.
Okay.
19 to hit.
Yeah, that is. Fuck you.
You're gonna quicken a cantrip.
9 points of damage.
Okay, wow, that was actually quite a bit of fucking damage, to be honest with you. Dagamaris turns around. The firebolts, while still orange and yellow, have a white and blue trail that flows behind them, like a spiral, as they... More than that is required. Okay.
Man, we could have talked.
Vivian, it is your turn.
There's one right in front of me, right?
Yes, one of the bronze ones. And
Alright.
Commodore is just sitting
Babe,
behind
do
you.
something.
Dude.
We're
he needs to chill
gonna bust out a 4th level.
Yeah.
Inflict
What are you doing?
wounds.
Inflict wounds on it? Okay.
Please! Natural 20.
It's crit season.
4th level,
Inflict
inflict
wounds.
wounds
That
crit.
is-
That's 60-10.
That is 60-10.
Double.
Double.
Yeah.
Oh.
I should have remembered it, but that honestly felt like a bit too much to do in the Drowish ruin, in the Irelandish ruin.
Nice. That's a good roll. Wow, that's a fucking good roll.
Yeah, what can I say? That's 20, 31,
God.
37, I can do math, 39.
Right. Oh, 'cause it's 2, not 7.
That's
Doubled.
72 points, 78 points of damage.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's halved, but it doesn't fucking matter that it's halved. You reach out, the electricity,
Let's go!
smoke billows from every pore, billowing through your cloth as you grab it. It melts through, turning the bronze into sludge, black sludge,
Oh, I feel pretty bad about that.
seeping into the ground. You, headache immediately after this much necromantic power. Okay.
Man, I only have fire or necromancy.
Yep. Well, there's that one gone. It is now Icklid's turn.
I wish I did not. I wish I had prepared catapult today and I could just throw rocks at him. But
Icklid's gonna cast Witch Bolt
ooh, get him.
Okay.
at
I
the
love Witch
5th
Bolt.
level.
Make an attack roll.
Come on, Icklid, baby.
Baby.
Plus 8. It's not 20, but it's cocked. It's cocked.
Let me see it. Let me see it.
Yeah,
That's not cocked.
You don't think it's cocked?
it's
That's not cocked.
yeah,
Alright, it's a nat fucking 20 then.
I mean, go for it, yeah. I mean,
Wait, let me see it. Let me raise it up. Raise it up. That's not cocked.
You don't think it's cocked?
If you guys roll something like that, that's not cocked.
Oh, it isn't.
No, cocked is like sideways.
It was sideways.
It was
big.
lifted up.
That is
Like a little
not.
bit.
That is a
Alright.
natural 20.
Hey, you know what?
Alright.
Then, cool. Hey, good enough. There's been a few nat 20s that I had to give up.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah,
that is
for sure,
not
same.
cocked.
It's like it'll be like this, and I'll be like.
Because if it was going to, if you
it'll
can
be like
tell,
Yeah.
on the wall like
It
that.
was gonna land.
if you can tell that it was going to land on it, it's
Yeah.
not cocked.
Okay.
If it's between two
Yeah.
and you don't know which way it would have gone, that is cocked.
Good to know.
Damn.
Noted.
Damn.
Duly noted. Get him. Get him.
Oh my god.
All these natural 20s.
What type of damage is that?
Lightning.
Jesus Christ. Okay, how much damage?
Okay, so that's 18 plus 12 is 30 plus 8 is 38 times 2.
So
Ooh, another.
So another
74.
70.
Another
like
70.
76 or
78.
70.
Wait, hold on. What did you say?
Six.
34?
Did I say 38?
38.
Yeah.
Then
So it is
76,
halved.
Yeah.
Still, but Icklid, Bads, from each of his fingers, a thin bolt of lightning before it erupts into a larger one. Icklid,
70 damage from a witch bolt?
yeah, what?
It's 5 hits at the 5th level.
That's a lot of damage. It is now its turn.
That thing is still standing?
Yeah.
Enough. You see runes out from it, like a circle, consuming all of you. Etched into the ground by lightning. Each crevice of it begins to glow. Burn
Oh!
in the Ireland I flame.
That shit.
It explodes.
Yeah. The noise before.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
explosion, It's like, and you're like, what the?
Yeah. All of you make Constitution saving throws.
Con save. Damn it.
I'm
Even
using
Icklid
the
and
bone
Vivian?
dice.
Every single person.
I have really good con.
Congratulations.
I wasn't meant to be flex. You just said even Icklid and Vivian. I was like, I'm good.
Icklid is not good anymore.
Con save. Okay.
What'd you roll?
23.
23.
Haste is concentration,
Yes.
but I haven't.
You haven't done anything
Yeah, you
concentration,
just
and
did.
you did get attacked once.
But
I didn't have you roll on it, so it's my bad. What'd you roll for con?
18.
Icklid rolled 16. Icklid rolled a 16.
Okay.
I rolled an 8.
Okay. Icklid and Eupheme, you both fail. Both of you succeed. Commodore Bliss needs to roll one as well.
Commodore Bliss!
Commodore!
Fails.
Commodore! Commodore's like, I'm having...
We cannot protect anyone, can we?
I'm not going to roll this many dice on my
Oh, I was like, what the?
Okay.
I'm not going to roll this many dice.
Eupheme and Icklid, you take 50 points of damage. Both of you.
So when you die, is that you have to be over your max HP, right?
Yeah.
Over your max age. It's
Yeah.
half
Of your
max.
max.
Okay, what are you at right now?
I'm fine. Icklid is not.
What is Icklid's at HP at right
8.
now?
What is his
He is at 8.
total
What's his
HP?
max?
74.
You permadie.
It's not half. Because we talked about this.
It used to be half.
Yeah.
But you guys are getting to the point where there are attacks that are a bit too powerful for it to be half. Rules is written, it is over your max HP
Okay.
That's
under
right.
0.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Icklid is unconscious.
Good. Okay, good.
However, I do have a rule called mortal injuries.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. The mortal injury.
And something physically is going to be wrong with Icklid from this point
Damn
on.
it.
He is going to take a mortal injury. So,
Not your fault.
That's not your fault.
That would have killed him anyways.
But if Icklid
So-
was, I'll talk about
what is your
He would
what
probably
is
still
what is
have gotten
Eupheme at
caught
right
in
now?
the circle.
it. How much damage was it?
50.
At 3.
Okay. You take 25. Vivian takes 25, and Commodore also takes the full 50.
Is he standing?
Doesn't look like it. You don't see it yet. So
I don't see it yet.
you see a blinding light as lightning. You see the ground raise all around you for a second before it. You see only a flash of bright blue and scorching pain all throughout your body. The only way that you two resist it is through innate magical resistance, but everyone else, your skin filled with large burns and blisters. Icklid, you see, is missing a leg, spurting blood from it. Unconscious. Commodore is on the ground, also seemingly unconscious. Okay. The Guardian nearly purged. And it is now Eupheme's turn.
I'm healing you, Icklid.
Okay.
I'm gonna
The leg cannot be reattached because it does not exist. It was disintegrated.
Oh my god.
So just as a disintegration ray doesn't allow any form of revivify, this leg cannot be retrieved.
Is it above the knee, below the knee?
Right below the hip. The entire
His
leg is
whole
gone.
leg?
His entire leg is gone.
Man.
Cure wounds.
If
Cure
this-
wounds.
If this man
You
tries
do
to fight me, I'm just gonna trip him.
Stop. Go home. Shut the fuck up.
Not okay, bro.
Holy shit.
Damn it,
You'd
dude.
waited maybe 30 more minutes to make a joke.
Okay,
And healing word.
you
That's the
see,
way I cope with things
you
like
see just below, the wound closes as it heals, and Icklid looking up at you, Eupheme.
Heals for 14.
Okay. Jeez. All right. It is now Dagamaris' turn.
How? That was a crazy attack.
Mm-hmm.
I want that.
Same.
I don't want to be a traitor anymore. I want that spell. So what do I do to roll concentration on my haste?
Roll a Constitution saving throw, and it has to be 25. Sorry, you only took 25, so it has to be half of that. It has to be 12.
13.
Okay, so you maintain concentration.
That doesn't count as an action to maintain.
No, it does not.
I'm going to. Did I think that any of those fire things that I was hitting him with did anything?
They seem to do damage.
They seem to do at least some damage.
Mhm.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool. That's
Noted.
Yeah, that's like okay. Good. I'm gonna do firebolt.
Firebolt.
26.
Yeah, that hits.
For 16 points of damage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do it again.
Jesus, 16.
That was going to be a miss, but I can do 2. Give me a second. It was going to be a miss, but I can use 2 sorcery points to use Seeking Spell and to re-roll the d20, and I must use this new roll. And that is a hit, 24. That is 7 points of damage, and then I'm going to Healing Word as a bonus action.
To yourself?
No, not to myself. I'm doing just Dandy. I'm going to Healing Word because this is 2 people. The healing includes 1. Wait, no, it's only for 1 person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to Healing Word. Eupheme.
Okay.
Commodore.
And so, no, I don't care about Commodore. Sorry.
It's a cleric of Bahamut.
Yeah, but the bitch has been sitting down.
Oh my god.
Oh, well, right now I'm not thinking about that because I'm
That's
like, looking
true.
forward. I'm
Dagomars
looking-
would not be thinking of
Right now I'm
Commodore
looking
right
forward.
now.
I'm not looking around and looking at Commodore hiding behind rocks or whatever. I'm looking at the
Behind
fight.
Vivian.
Yeah, I'm like, So 2d4, that is 8 plus 12, so 12 points of healing for you.
Jeez, nice. Nice bonus action fucking heal. God. Golly, dude.
And that is my turn.
Okay. Vivian,
How's he looking?
Looking pretty rough, actually. You see some mithril plates falling off, dents in it. Although he looks rough, and the gears seem to be standing straight up.
Yeah, I figured.
No pain.
I want to use my new spell, even though it's a dex save, so I'm gonna. Immolation.
Immolation. Dex save?
Yep.
Okay, advantage.
That's a good vote. That's good.
He has advantage though.
Oh, on magic shit? Oh, that's...
10.
Sorry. Cool. Cute. Love to hear it.
That's so cool.
Alright.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Shit.
8.
Icklid, man.
Yeah. He's not dead, though,
He's not.
which is good.
He's conscious.
Okay, that's 5, 10.
Oh, fuck. His bat's gonna give him some fucked up leg.
That'd be pretty cool.
Blood magic.
5,
Oh,
10.
yikes.
Oh.
Don't hurt.
Oh my god.
But it was cauterized immediately?
No, Eupheme healed it immediately.
Yeah, but what if you're unconscious? You're not thinking about the pain in that moment.
That's 27 points of fire damage. And he has to make a...
Yeah, how do you want to do this, Steve?
Okay, seeing everybody just absolutely like crumble, I just want to whip out my wand and having just honed fireball into this, I want to shoot a very concentrated blue beam of fire and just walk right up to him and just melt him down.
Okay. You don't melt him because it's mithril.
Well, I'm gonna
However,
fuck him up.
As you... the fire... yeah, absolutely. As you...
That's the energy!
You shoot the fire into him. It funnels from Hector's wand. You see the ivory cracking a bit magically.
No, don't do that.
No.
Okay.
You've seen wands do this before. They burst from the Hikishan magic that pummels through it. You, as it, the creature onto the ground. You, the gears inside of it are not mithril, and you see them begin to melt together, and you eventually see the white light in the eyes fade away.
Cool.
There you are.
I am gonna run immediately over and stabilize Commodore Bliss.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna
can
heal him.
I
Oh,
can
just
spare
kidding.
the dying. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I forgot you guys have.
Okay,
magic
what are
for
you
that.
doing? Who's doing what?
I want to heal him with healing word.
Okay.
Okay, so you healing word.
Okay, then I will just
Roll for healing.
6.
Okay, so
Nice.
I'd like to grab him and take him over to Eklund.
okay, so
I'll help because I'm.
he drags over. What?
I need you to fix him.
I can't.
You're a cleric.
I know I'm not that powerful. I can't restore limbs.
Do you know someone who can?
I know someone. Not close.
And Iklid looks down. Where's my leg? Eupheme, did you find it?
I don't.
Have you found... I need that. Where's my leg at?
I'll figure it out. Just rest for right now.
Morris, have you seen my leg? Anywhere. And he tries to get up. Falls over. I can't find it anywhere. I've looked. I need that. I can't find my dad without my leg. Baz crawls out.
Can you do something?
Then he speaks in common.
Oh.
I thought you were gonna protect him. No, I can't do anything. More damage to the kid.
Then he, into a rat, crawls into the nook of Iklid's chest. I can't feel it for some reason. What's going on? It's a bit cold down there. Is it cold for you guys? Am I in like a puddle of water?
Here, let's get you off.
Why is everyone looking at me like that, though?
I can't be.
Why are you helping me out, Dago?
Because I'm the strongest.
I know, but I don't need it. Just find me my leg.
I'll go look for it.
Okay.
Alright, we'll go look for it.
I'm gonna walk into the forest.
Okay. What are you doing?
Walking, yeah, to the forest. Kind of back towards the rune thing.
Where's everyone going, Vivian? Where's my leg?
It's gone, Iglid.
Really? My leg's gone.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not gone. I'm an adventurer, right?
We can find something. I'm gonna try and find something, okay?
What about the power?
What power?
I thought that made me special.
It does. Things still happen to us, though. I'm sorry, Iglid.
Any
Yeah.
on the ground.
I'll just sit next to him. I can't, like, give him a creepy necromancy leg, can I?
No.
I can't, like, fashion a corpse leg.
Oh
I'm
gosh.
not that
And
skilled in
attach it?
necromancy.
Oh yikes.
Can I practice?
There's no flesh around you.
Fuck.
Oh.
Okay, how long are you guys in the forest?
I come back after like 5 minutes at most.
Nicola's just laying there. Baths is still curled up on his chest. And Vivian is sitting next to him. How long are you going to be in the forest?
I don't know. I have to come back eventually, right? Yeah, I'll come back.
You walk through the cherry blossoms. Arrive to see the same thing. Dagamaris, there a bit before you.
I told him.
Commodore is with Vivian. He took it surprisingly well. I think, at least.
He's in shock.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry I could not do anything. It is not within my power.
There's not many people that probably could.
Yes, I agree. Only some in the Tower of, or in the Cathedral of Bahamut.
Yes.
I'm gonna cast Stone Shape. And I'm gonna make him like a walking stick or like a crutch out of stone.
Easy enough to do. He sits there for a good hour, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not. I just make it and then lay it down.
Okay.
And if it's too heavy, I'll go find like a stick or something, like
Sure.
a big stick. Probably shouldn't be too heavy.
Would it be possible to have like just try and like finesse the magic into making it like kind of sturdy but still like hollow where it could be?
I'll allow it.
Okay, just to minimize weight.
I'll allow it. Okay. What is that?
It's a crutch, so you can walk at least through here. Until we can find you something better.
You guys going? Going without me?
No,
I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to. I just want to lay here.
we don't need to keep going.
Otherwise, I just lost my lead for no reason.
Commodore, I know you want to see the rest of this city, but could you bring Nicolette back out?
I'll stay with the clip.
Are you sure?
This is not incredibly invested in seeing more. Anyway, the force is nice.
It is a nice forest, yes.
We'll be quick about it.
All right.
Would you guys like to investigate the Guardian's body?
Yeah.
Okay, make an investigation roll.
I'll help you. A shit ton of melted stuff in the middle, and then
19.
You find 8 feet of silver wiring, 1 gallon of magically enhanced mineral oil, 4 salvageable 8-pound plates of mithril,
Oh.
and that's light too, isn't
Mhm.
it? Nice.
and a stone with various etchings within it, just behind the mask, plated behind a rounded stone.
I want to cast ritual. I want to ritual cast Identify on the stone.
Okay, this is what is known as the Guardian's Nose. The stone you see has many divination runes etched upon its face, fused with various abjuration symbols. The symbols combine together to make what could almost be thought of as a new magical symbol. Those well versed in magic you would know the symbols are melded so that the different schools of magic can coalesce and meld and live harmoniously in the same item. However, this combination of schools also makes the item more unstable over long periods of time. So, one may use the stone as an action to cast the spell Detect Magic. If magic is detected, the user may then use Dispel Magic at the 6th level as a bonus action in the same turn. However, many eons have passed since its creation, leaving the stone both unstable and sapped of much of its magic. After each use, you must roll a d100. If one is to roll above a 75, the stone remains at full power. If one rolls below 75 but above 30, the stone begins to lose power, and from that point on has 5 charges of use left. If one rolls below a 30, the stone loses 2 charges of the 5. If one is to roll a 1 to 5, the stone explodes, forcing every creature within 40 feet to make a DC 17 Dex save, dealing 8d6 force damage on a failed one, and half on a successful one. And that is on D&D Beyond.
Kick ass.
I'm gonna take it, but yeah, it's called. What was it called again?
The Guardian's Nose.
Guardian's News. Before we head off, should we rest?
No, I am not tired. I don't want to be in here any longer than I need to be. And after all that,
Alright, we don't know if we're gonna meet any others like that.
you can just run if need be, right?
That is true.
I'm gonna try and go through I want to try and touch the.
Feel the sting of it, like jellyfish.
I try to.
It's probably very powerful. I can't.
Go through.
Oh, it's because I'm a dirty little necromancer.
Alright, should I go check just to see what's on the other side?
Sure.
Alright.
You want to go alone?
Commodore, can you come with?
Yeah.
Alright. Then I guess it is you and I.
Yes. Walks through.
He fucking gave you that eye.
I have.
He gave you the eye.
Did you see the face he made when I asked him to take Eclid out?
Oh,
He,
take him out of
He
the...
looked mad at me.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna die. Commodore's gonna
I'm
kill me.
suspicious. That was weird.
Why would Commodore kill
I'm
you?
kidding, I don't know. I'm just saying. All right.
Is this our Greta McDonagh?
Yeah, dude, really. All right, here I am. We're going.
Okay. You see before you an expansive campus of rolling hills and tall and thick birch trees that grow above small garden areas and winding paths that course through it all. Scattered throughout are large stone buildings that look very similar to the Temple of Hecate. 20-foot pillars holding huge slabs of stone roof upon them. However, only some of them appear entirely open, though all of them have the same pedimentary roof that the temples and buildings hold. The first building you come across sits upon a hill and is far smaller than that of the Temple of Hecate, perhaps 1/5 of the size. But the architecture is fairly similar in that there are rows of pillars that stretch around its perimeter, holding the stone aloft and ridged decoratively, made of the same hornblende marble you've grown so accustomed to seeing. The building appears sideways facing you lengthwise, and the far wall is not open. Rather, a wall impedes your view to the campus that rests beyond it. Along this back wall is a large blackboard, chalk still etched upon it, with towering bookshelves on either side of it as well. Before the chalkboard, you see steps leading to a few raised platforms, the first being what you'd assume is the lecturing area. But there appears to be 2 more raised areas that stem off of this one just before bookshelves on either side, large crystal domes upon pedestals at chest height at their tops. Before the steps, you see various pillows and seating areas on the ground. You see amidst the seating pillows and sitting cubbies carved within the stone, rolls of parchment and many inkwells and quills, some of their contents spilled out long ago, staining the stone with the ink they used to hold. Upon the chalkboards, looks to be beginner calculus, specifically derivatives and some higher level trigonometry.
I go to look at the books.
Okay, they look to be math books. A bit of like, you even see one on black speech literature.
All right, I'll take that one.
Okay, it looks to be the equivalent of an English 101 book.
Okay, that's cool. I'll take that, and then you said the building's to one side.
So it's just an open temple, except for the wall that holds the black.
Okay.
Yeah, the blackboards. Yeah.
Commodore, anything that you find interesting or want to look at in here?
No, not really. Not right now. I'd need more time though. So let's just continue, I guess, if we have people waiting.
All right, then we continue.
Okay. All right. You see many buildings like that throughout the large campus, as well as large bowls of water beneath statues of Hecate that have been placed along the paths you walk upon. An air of calm surrounds you. As you persist through the pathways within the tall walls, you smell the aroma of roses mixed with the scent of mulching leaves and the dust of gravel as you kick it up beneath your feet. You can imagine the actual sun above your head, feeling its heat beat upon you instead of the stone that towers above the city and in place of the magical sun that just doesn't feel the same. Eventually, the winding paths all lead to a rather massive clearing filled with an interestingly shaped set of buildings and a towering statue at its front. You exit the line of sparse woods and find yourself looking up at a statue of Gillian cradling 2 elven babies. A sight none you have not seen before. The old man is dressed in a ragged robe with large candles dangling from his earlobes like strange earrings. His face, filled with wrinkles, is awash with love and joy as he looks down at the rather upset infants in the nooks of his arms. He appears to laugh heartily as they cry, though not in a malicious way. The statue is lined with stone bricks upon a short but wide hill that you climb upon. Beyond the statue, you see a massive structure before you. Its shape is that of a U and is made in 2 layers. The first of these is an extremely tall foundational bit of stone, perhaps 16 feet of it, carved deep into with immaculate carvings of various deeds, creating 3-dimensional scenes within the stone. The second layer is that of more Grecian-style architecture. However, this is a far cry from the others you've seen, as it is far larger and shaped far differently. The entire thing is one building built upon the U-shaped foundation, though the rows of pillars remain wrapped around the entire structure as the temples, homes, and small lecture halls have been the same pedimentary roofs hoisted upon them. At the center of the U, flanked by the structure itself, is a tall and incredibly wide stair that leads into a stone courtyard which exists at the base of the U amidst the building. At the far end of this courtyard, from what you can see from where you are, the building billows in height about 3 times, as if the Temple of Hecate were placed in the center of the U before it continues on either side of it. Do you walk closer?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Within the stone carvings are serene statues of elves and humans fighting alongside each other upon the fields of Corphaean. The entire foundation of the structure above is a battlefield that wraps around within the stone, persistent and ever-changing as you look around it. You see elves wearing thick armor of bark and stone and wielding glaives of crystal. You see humans fighting viciously alongside them with weapons such as clubs and rudimentary stone spears, though primarily with their bodies, fist, tooth, and nail. Though what they fight against is the most troubling sight. Other elves and other humans along gigantic monstrosities of flesh and magic. Each side, with the exception of the monstrous companions on one of them, look the same. Their faces warped with the same fear more than rage, and their eyes drenched with the familiar sadness and hate. In the distance, within the stone, you see Pterodosia and a massive winged beast latched onto its trunk and biting down hard upon its wooden flesh. If you would like to make a religion or history check, you can feel free.
This is just Agamaris, right? This is further in the...
Religion check.
Religion.
12.
Okay, I'd say with Commodore there, make it with advantage.
Come on, man. Come. Fucking 12 again.
Okay. You do not know who that is.
Does it look like a dragon?
No. Does not. Okay. You walk up the steps, which are no less than 80 feet wide from either end, and are at least 100 steps strong in number before you reach the top. The grandeur of it is daunting, though at this point you have seen Erelendish architecture and expect no less. You reach the courtyard, large and flanked on every side but behind you by a singular structure. The scope is awe-inspiring. Each pillar sculpted in the shape of Erelendae, hundreds of them, all 30 feet tall and holding the temple's roofs upon their head. Many, many tons of stone held above their naked bodies with their hands shoved into their chest, their fingers flowering outward, and scrolls gripped tightly in their free hands. You look then again at the large stone courtyard before you, entirely flat and undecorated, though you do see many scorch marks upon the stone, remnants of many large fires set within the courtyard. Beyond the pillars, you see not empty space, but instead a covered pathway that wraps around many inner buildings and rooms within the confines of the pillars, about 8 feet or so beyond them. At the far end of the courtyard, directly in front of the stairs, rests a building rivaling the size of the temple Vivian saw in Telemund Vaster. The building is not separate from that of the rest of the U, though it is far larger, causing the roof to tower above the rest about 40 feet. The architecture is the same, though. The pillars are simply grooved marble instead of depictions of the Erelendae. The pillars do not impede the entrance, though they do flank it on either side, revealing the open archway. Above it, etched into the stone and pointed lip of the roof, it reads, "The Athenaeum of Gilean."
Okay, I go in.
Okay. You walk toward the large center portion of the massive U-shaped building. At this point, though, what are you doing, Vivian? And what are all of you doing?
I'm just sitting.
With Icklin?
Yeah.
Is there anywhere further to go? Beyond this area?
Yeah, there are more places of the city. But,
I'll go do that.
okay, make an intelligence check for me.
Oh, fuck.
Her brain shut
Just
off.
break in.
Just run.
I don't want to break in because I wanted to be protected if any liches actually come through here. I can't turn it back on.
What'd you roll?
12.
12? You would think that the mithril plates of the being would protect you from the magic
from
of
getting
the gate.
zapped?
Interesting.
It would hide your...
My evilness?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna pick up 2.
Okay? Make a dexterity saving throw.
Fuck.
If you were
Bonus.
trapped in this, you might die.
Oh, I'm not doing that then.
Oh, God.
It is a low DC.
Okay, but I will roll a 1 if you say that.
If you want to see.
Just for shits. Just roll it. But.
16 plus.
Okay.
It's a 19.
It was a fucking 1.
Oh,
no.
What'd you get?
19.
Okay. So you push through. You do feel a bit of a sting.
That's how.
And you take 2 points of damage.
I have to do it on the way back out.
Yes.
I'm gonna die here.
Hey, it ain't a bad place to live. Except
I have to save my
Okay.
dad.
So you go through. And you see exactly
Save
what
my
Dagomar
dad.
saw at the beginning. I'll say that this is happening quite soon after Dagomar entered. Okay.
I already took a cool book.
Yep. You walk toward the large center portion of the massive U-shaped building, seeing a bit past the archway now and into the lit space that lays within. You see, at the back of it, many dozens of feet from the archway, an incredibly large statue of Gilean sitting upon a throne with a stern look in his eyes. The depiction is reminiscent of Balanzar's in Titus's throne room, though it is much different, as Gilean only looks similar to Balanzar in the fact that he is both human and old. The statue towers about 70 feet above the ground and is around 30 feet wide at its base. You walk at first through the covered pathway that exists before you enter into this large building, seeing the path stretch on either side of you, the long shadows of the pillars lapping against the stone buildings that rest beyond them. You enter into the temple-like building and find yourself within one of the largest libraries you've ever bore witness to. You look down a wide path carpeted by old, thick, and wide area rugs that stretch all the way to the base of the massive statue of Gillian. On either side of you are tables and desks filled with scrolls and scriptures, inkwells and quills, as well as twine, wax, and seals. You see roll-top desks and long wooden shared tables with long benches just underneath them. Beyond all this, you see towering scroll shelves and bookshelves mingling with each other, not carved into the stone, but rather carved in a dark brown wood that accents the marble of the temple quite well. You see rollable ladders leaning upon the shelving and small piles and books and scrolls scattered along the periphery of the tables and at the bases of the shelves that stretch along the entirety of the temple. Above these 20-foot shelves is a mezzanine that appears to hold another set of 20-foot shelves along with more tables and desks. Before another mezzanine appears holding the last 10 feet of shelves. At the corners of this library are alchemical workstations with shelving that holds drawers and glass baubles and equipment for the art of potion making. At another corner looks to be an artificery workstation with mallets, spools of wiring, prongs, and large-eyed threading needles as you saw within the farm homes, along with scrolls and large parchment splayed across the empty tables, messied with various tools of crafting.
All right, Commodore. You want to go look at books?
I hope you look. I don't really know what to look for in a place like this. I'm pretty overwhelmed, to be honest.
Yes. All right. I don't know where to start. There's a lot. I'm just gonna walk around for a second. I'm just gonna look. Just kind of look if there's like if they're ordered in any way.
Make an investigation check with advantage.
Okay. What is this?
That's an 18. That's not tough.
Okay. Cool. So, which one? Investigation?
Yes.
19.
19. So you find two interesting reads. One is sort of a small scroll upon one of the tables on the second floor mezzanine.
Okay. Would you like me to read this first?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to not read it in Dago's voice.
That's fine.
The date is December 31st in our year 2008. 2008. Yes. Within the second age of elves. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
2008. Second age of elves. We have just received word via the sending spell. A divine tear has occurred just north of the city-state of Isvamel. Isvamel? Nothing is certain at this point in time, though it is no doubt related to Glaucon's refusal to pass the Human Powers Act, and, well, nothing fit for pages to be read by prying eyes. Let us hope the scholars and scribes of their small nation have their wits about them, for this will no doubt alter the course of history. One can only hope that this alteration is for the better. This writing is
Strictly.
Okay. Strictly for archival organization. However, as per our agreement with the Irakmiel sages and druids of Isvamel, nothing more shall be written about this subject. Cool.
The Irakmiel
sages.
What are the...
Oh, God, what?
Oh, shit!
Oh!
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Oh!
I was like, that sounds familiar. Okay, the sages, yeah.
Yeah,
That
I
was
got it
in
right
fucking
here.
Flauntus's book about Meandoth.
Not about Meandoth.
About
Biscardi
Biscardi
Morgan.
Morgan.
Oh, was that the
Morgan.
random word that
Yeah.
was
That Yuffie found and was
That's
like,
fine.
you know what this means? And I was
We
like,
find-
totally. Nope.
This.
Oh.
Along one of the alchemy tables.
Do I read it?
You can read it.
Okay, guys, let's do
It is almost midnight, and I have to be awake at 6 o'clock
It's
in
not
the
going to
morning.
take too long to read that.
That's a whole book.
It's not. It just is thick pages.
Okay, ready? Here we go. I'll do it. The alchemical power, is it in? Okay.
Don't read it quickly.
I'm not going to read it quickly. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't too hard to read because some of this fancy.
That's like 20 pages.
It's not. It's 50.
The Alchemical Power of Blood, a rare telling of history by Jacques Salmier Mandron. That's not even how I would say it, but whatever. The sacred liquid. Blood is an odd thing, very much used as a crux of horror in many stories, marred by its usage in horrific rituals and the general fear of one's own blood leaving one's body. However, blood is not this horrific thing, far from it. In fact, blood is the only reason you're able to read this, unless one is undead or a creature alive.
Or a creature alive that I am not aware of.
A creature that I'm not aware of. Nice. But for the majority of those upon Henduran blood, in life, is life, not horror. This fact has escaped many modern minds, but its usage in alchemy has deep roots in healing and mending of wounds, and is actually very rarely used in any horrific fashion, such as blood rituals of the necromantic variety. Despite this, much of blood alchemy has been lost to time, lost to the ignorance of society, and shunned for how it looks rather than for what it does. Unfortunately, I know very little blood alchemy, though what I do know I will attempt to teach to any that read this book. Education of history is also important, and I have found very few writings as of late, but this is something else to find within these pages. However, that means this knowledge will be seen by only a select few, and will instead be spread through those that do and their voice. So, if you are reading this, know of the burden you now bear, the burden of knowledge, the burden of Gilead. Origin of blood alchemy. The origins of blood alchemy are hard to trace back. Even now, only in the Second Age, we are so far removed from teachings of the First Age of Elves and the Age of Varentuk. Our history, in particular, humanities, is skewed nearly beyond recognition. Our origins, genealogy, cultures, language, and even our ancestry is all kept from us by those in power. I do not claim to know if shrouding this history is good or bad, for the history of my ancestors could be abhorrent and cruel. Perhaps this history can lead some down dark paths, give wandering eyes the wrong idea, or tempt lost souls to repeat the cruelty of the past. Perhaps the knowledge of my people's power would bend the mind, creating visions of war, terror, and violence within the space that's left. On the other hand, if that were the case, perhaps it would allow those feeling the desire of pain to be pulled aside by learning of this terrible history, for history is bound to repeat itself, for why else would it have happened in the first place? Regardless, the reason why I mention the history of humanity is due to humankind's close relationship to blood alchemy. In fact, it's so close that every scripture, scroll, scribbling text, and book I find that even comes close to discovering the true origin of blood alchemy leads to various clans, tribes, and early human civilizations. I find this particularly interesting when viewing these findings through the lens of a second-age human, my own eyes that is, and with these eyes I see every species claim that we are far from nature and life as a sentient being could possibly get. But isn't it strange that, as I said previously, blood alchemy is so closely tied to healing and nurturing life as all blood is? So why then is it that the preponderance?
Yes, preponderance.
Perfect. Preponderance of evidence as it pertains to the origin of blood alchemy always points to humanity. Well, as I said prior, that knowledge has been kept from us, shrouded in secrecy. In life, though, there are many things that can not be seen with the naked eye, many stories you may only hear through someone else's voice. Gravity pulls us down with or without our knowing, and history you can only read through someone else's hand tells lies just as easily. What I mean to say is this: direct text, paintings, tellings from old, or statues dedicated to its depiction are all fine and good, but are not necessary components of historical discovery, and sometimes we must make hypotheses based on what is given, and mustn't focus on what is not. With that in mind, and given the preponderance of evidence, a hypothesis may form. Connection of humanity. The first of two blood alchemy recipes, so aptly called the connection of humanity, due not only because of its effects, but also due to a seemingly inherent connection between humankind and the beasts that surround us. Some consider the potion to be a part of human alchemy, though I am a firm believer that there is no difference between that and blood alchemy. Therefore, I do not differentiate between the two of them. This concoction is rather simple, far more simple than the than that of many elvish alchemical creations, yet more potent, perhaps due to an inherent connection between humanity and nature that the elves lack. Perhaps our blood is more potent than even the rarest of elven ingredients. Who knows, really? The ingredients needed.
You don't need to read that.
Okay.
But that is an alchemical recipe.
Perfect.
And you can read the effect if you wish.
Okay, cool.
Is that the one?
The effects of the concoction are a testament to humanity's connection with the beasts of Honduran and to the arcane, granting us the ability to bend the fabric of space and time, swapping our corporeal forms with one another almost instantly and at will for the duration. Along with that, this concoction reduces the efficacy of the arcane upon one of the users and the efficacy of physical attacks on the other. But above all else, while under the effects of this miracle of humanity, the life force of both beast and human are melded as one for the entire duration. And then both an animal companion and the humanoid user must consume a half of this potion, which takes 12 seconds to do so. This potion allows the users to swap their locations with one another as a reaction or as a bonus action. This reaction can be taken before the attack hit total is revealed by the attacker. Once the concoction is consumed, the health pools of both that consume it are combined and linked, forcing any damage taken to also be taken by the other linked. One of the users decided upon drinking is also granted +2 to their AC, while the other is given resistance to all magic damage for the duration. This effect lasts for 1 hour. Cool. Awesome. Story of, names. Friedrich Darstein and the Darstein clan. Chapter 1. All things are connected in some way.
At this point, I'm going to say Vivian's there. If you want to make a history check with that name, you can.
What was the name?
Friedrich Darstein.
Friedrich Darstein.
23.
Darstein was one of the clans you saw in the Museum of Kretala.
Okay.
Cool. All things are connected in some way, and all was once one, and one was once nothing. This is at least how I view things, as it allows the puzzle pieces to come together in my mind, again, at least to me. The best way to make sense of these connections is through stories that help connect the strings of fate back to that all-encompassing one without getting trapped in the minutiae of the all. Stories allow myself and many other like me to view the world, at least for a second, through a different lens, and this perspective is crucial to understanding the world and how things came to be. This is the story of a man by the name of Friedrich Darstein. If the last name is familiar to you, fear not, you most likely do not know any by it, for it was once the name of a great human clan of the First Age. They were once great keepers of nature and rivals in Tukian magic to that of the elves. Their alchemy broke the boundaries of mammal, fish, birds,
Yes.
and reptile, forming bonds with all creatures, no matter the species. These were great peoples. The Darstein family was one of the great 5 founding clans of humanity, a druidic tribe, no less, and one that sought most for knowledge and natural balance. No longer, however, for they were foolish enough to clash with the likes of Cascbo and Chromast. The history of the Darstein family has been lost for many ages now, having been wiped out in the early years of the Second Age during the hushed skirmishes of Vuk and various other bloody encounters throughout the Spine. You see, the Darstein family were a primarily mountainous human clan, rare for our species due to the existence of the Galebdur that reside there. The Galebdur are what many consider to be the very first sentient form of life present on Honduran that were not purely elemental in nature. They are credited with the supposed sculpting of Varentuk's bones from the crusts of the world, accompanied by the other elemental
Plus.
Thank you.
elemental
Lords.
What was that?
Lords.
Elemental lords, that makes sense. That have long been captured or killed by the likes of us. The Darstein family was more a clan in this case, as they were not all related by blood, only those of the original line that had that in common, though their members were not exclusive to this pure-blooded group of individuals. The Darstein clan sought to further their connection with the Galebdur and with the bones they believed to exist underneath the stone of Varentuk's spine. Through this connection, they believed they would regain favor with the powers of nature. They believed humanity's place in nature, within the cycle of life even, had been disrupted by some shrouded and viciously foul deeds perpetrated by their fellow clans. So they shouldered the burden of saving humanity from itself, seeking to make amends, so to speak. However, the clans they besmirched so freely were not mere rabble. They were not peasant folk. They were Cromas and Casco, the royal lines of humanity, and they held more power than any other on the continent. There, cool. Sorry, I was like, I missed it. Chapter 2. The war of humanity's burden had weighed heavily upon the soul of humankind. The Cromas and Cascabos especially felt this, as they were the shield Glaucon and the High Elves crashed upon. They deserved this in part, for they were foolish enough to fight so openly with the likes of Glaucon and the Elves, while they were still so steeped within their infancy. Felonius Cromas and Thonian Cascabo were the two ruling parties involved here, both slain by the hands of Glaucon Meridian. Officially, that is, though there are rumors, Thonian fell upon his own sword, a sword of great power, in order to preserve his soul in some way. This, of course, is assuming the legendary Symphony of Balanzar does in fact exist. But even so, even if no such blade is real, if that is true, I must commend such a man for harboring such immense hatred as to trap one's own soul for the mere chance at retribution. I would do the same. With this written history in mind, Glaucon still reigns, as does the Queen of the High Elves. So why did I claim the Cromas and Casco families held the greatest power on the continent? Well, simply put, I believe humanity could have won the war of their burden. In fact, not only do I believe that clans of humanity could have won, I believe they had the power to obliterate the opposition, leaving naught but a speck of their bodies remaining in the wake of their conquest. Yet they did not. Rather, they lost handedly to the power of the Dragon King and the elves of Tilia Mondelitas. I know I probably said that wrong, but whatever. The answer to why exactly that happened is a complete mystery to me, but what knowledge I do bear is that the likes of Felonius Cromast held immense power, a power far greater than Glaucon or the elves could ever dream of, and yet there's no evidence that it was used during the final battle, the battles that decided the war. I believe the blood of the gods runs through the veins of Cromast and Felonius. Cromast and Felonius was the heir to that power. Unknown to the precise methodology this power is transferred down to the lineage of the Cromas family, as is the origin of this power, but what is known is that it existed, and in that fact alone the Cromas family reigned supreme. Therein laid the power of Cromas, and why I claim their power to be so great. What's even more interesting is that the power has been kept hidden away from the vast majority of people within Honduran. If one is to ask who holds the most power in the world, many would simply blurt out, well, Glaucon Meridian, of course. Even the name Cromast is just that, a name and nothing more to most. And those who are aware of their legacy are misinformed, their information scattered and incomplete. Truly remarkable are the High Elves and their ability to sequester certain bits of information. Now, do not quote me on such things, though, for I have no evidence that the High Elves are even responsible, but I do not believe it would be too far from the realm of possibility, all things considered. In fact, I'm not entirely sure the power has been maintained within the Cromast line, but I do not need to be certain. As I said at the beginning of this book, one does not need certainty to form hypotheses, for the preponderance of evidence tends overwhelmingly in the direction of Cromast, and I have an eye for such things. Regardless, as Glaucon set fire to the southern realms, the Darstein clan sheltered themselves from the ramifications of a war they had no part in, that the majority of humanity had no part in. The Darstein clan knew of this legacy within the Cromas family and of the Caspo alliance they held. However, unlike the other two ruling clans of humanity, the Elixo and Mad families, the
Alexo and Mad.
The Alexo and Mad families. The Darstein clan wasn't interested in kowtowing to a family that, in their minds, had led to the near destruction of the human species. Instead, within the mountains, they prayed to Varentuk, took part in the rituals of the Galabdur, worshipped the elements, and curious of all, made alliances, nay, friends with the Erlandi, Varantir, and
Volunteer.
Varantir, and the dwarves of the Kernish Mountains. Iron Runs page. Good. The Cromas family, ruled at this point by the palatial. Oh, fucking hell. Periscovula Cromast was, according to that same vast majority of people, without its godlike birthright, and therefore was no threat to anyone. The Cromast clan was no friend of the elves, particularly those of high elven descent. However, what was worse than an elf, in their eyes, was a human sinking to meet them. In this case, the Erlandi and the Darstein. Sorry, I keep messing that one up. The Erlandi had long been allies of the human plight, speaking out fervently against the Dragon King's mistreatment of them and their high elven brethren's misgivings toward them. But that did not matter to Periscovula, nor did it matter to any that followed her, for they did not do enough. They were not throwing themselves between humanity and the lightning that scorched them. They were not falling to their knees and pleading for the forgiveness of humanity. They did not weep enough tears for the fallen, and they did not bear the full weight of the elven line. Yet these were all things humanity wished the Erlandi to do, and since they did not, they might as well have done nothing in their eyes. And so, in 668, this second age of elves, what is known as the hushed skirmishes of Vuk took place, the eradication of the Darstein clan. Chapter 3. The story of Friedrich Darstein doesn't tell too much of the actual skirmishes, but perhaps the original tellers found it too gruesome. Regardless, now that a small bout of anecdotal history has been told, I may now begin to weave the tale of Friedrich himself. After the eradication of his people, Friedrich's tale begins, though not his story. That begins a bit further back when he was born. So let's begin there. In 623, the Age of Elves, second of it?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yes.
Second Age of Elves. Cool. On the 2nd of August, during a summer storm that had tumbled in from the coast of Barakthul, Friedrich entered the world with glee. The village he was born to was named Mehanduk Ahav Mabaj, or the Hands That Hold, in common, named such for their close proximity to the Erlandi that had helped cradle their small village. The entirety of the village celebrated Friedrich's birth, as was the tradition learned from the Erlandi, dancing merrily, singing heartily, playing games, drinking the wine of the elves and the vodka of the Darsteins. This tradition was not reserved for children of the highborn, nor was it for those of poor descent. It was done for any child given life. It was mere coincidence that his mother, Ranja Darstein, was the archdruid of the Darstein clan at the time, though there is no doubt her reputation played a part in just how fervent the festivities were. Their village was of moderate size, nowhere near the size of Alavane, Mastnevi, or even Betuis. I know that one. What it lacked in size and made up for in culture and spirit. Every soul within the Hands That Hold knew one another. From the time of birth, children were acquainted with each other, and every person that lived within the village. And from that initial meeting as a child, they grew to know each other as they grew themselves. This isn't too far off in cities such as Alavane. Was that one of them? Yeah. Alavane, which are nearly all Erlandi, whose culture is based very sternly around that same sense of community and care. The only difference being that the Darsteins were human, and as such, their bonds were forced to mature that much faster, as they had but a fraction of the time to do it. This cultural practice may be the strongest argument for humanity's inherent and deep connection with nature, for the bonds created by the Darstein clan were unbreakable. The animals they befriended remained at their side until death. The friendships they forged were with other humans, dwarves, and elves lasted for a lifetime as well. And when life came to an end, the tears of those remaining flooded the very valleys of Arantuk's spine. And thus, as Friedrich came into being, it was not but a child that was born, but a dear loved one that many would die for the moment they saw his face raised above the crowds. His soul was enshrouded within the gaze of hundreds that loved him, and even then he knew it, communicating through a massive, toothless smile that reflected the sheer joy of all those around him and his mother and father. Friedrich lived a life many other only dream of. His parents loved him with the strength of 1,000 burning suns. His friendships were many, and he fell in love at a rather early age, never falling out of it in his later years. That makes sense. Along with all of this, the knowledge his mother possessed was passed down to him through various teachings, allowing him to eventually become the archdruid of the Darstein clan after his mother's passing. During his tenure as humanity's only recognized archdruid of the time, Friedrich spent his days communing with the land, the animals, and his fellow humans, elves, and dwarves. You see, the duty of an archdruid is simply to communicate, which on paper appears rather simple, though when one observes how little we communicate with nature, it becomes much more difficult. An archdruid does not simply communicate for themselves, but bears the weight of the entire species' communication on their shoulders. They must represent the wishes, needs, and guilt of the entire people, a representative, so to speak, to the most prevalent power of the world itself. Originally, this was the duty of archmages as well. The Erlandi believe magic. I don't know if Archdruid as well. The same sense of community. The only difference being that there's no. Sorry, I already read that. Originally, this was the duty of archmages as well. The Erlandi believe magic is akin to nature power, and therefore the peoples of Honduran should communicate with Hecate as they do with the various powers of nature, that gods or nature itself in its many forms. The archmages of the Erlandi practice various methods of communication with Hecate in an attempt to quell a growing fear that nature and magic would unbalance, that each power would become enraged with the likes of the humanoid species that had begun to wreak havoc upon both. Regardless, Friedrich bore the weight of humanity upon his shoulders as it pertained to the dialogue and relationship between us and nature, as his mother did and as her mother did before her. He did so not with resentment towards his responsibility or with the yearn to do much else, but with a growing sense of pride and happiness as he was able to do what many of our kind is not, be naked with nature. Not in a sexual or literal sense do I say this, but in a spiritual, philosophical, and cerebral sense. Friedrich spoke with those that had supposedly crafted the bones of the guardian themselves, rode upon the rocks of the spine, and communed with Benu, Bela, Sol, Hesed, Demeter, and perhaps many others through the divine barrier. His connection to life and nature was so great, so robust, that the elves themselves, the guardians of life, frequently came to him for advice, knowledge, and wisdom. Not once but twice did the matron mother of the Verantir Erlandi, Mother Aladris
Lynn
Morris, accompanying him in a day's long communion with the Galabdur and the this is fun, and the residual natural elemental energy within the southern spine. Again, this was not an uncommon occurrence, and the relationship between the Erlandi and humanity began to grow even stronger because of this. The Erlandi bestowed upon the Darstein clan much of their knowledge of nature and of magic, and began to share in their cultural practices as it pertained to Gillian and Hecate. So impressed were the ancient sages, druids, and clergy of the Erlandi that they went as far as to invite Friedrich as well as a few others into many of their inner sanctums, sharing their joy in nature, magic, and life itself with humanity for the first time in many, many years. Through these communions, it is said, much of blood alchemy was born, though credit cannot be given to Friedrich alone, even if this is a tale of a small portion of his life, as many other humans have supposedly contributed to the discovery and creation of blood alchemy. For instance, legend has it that it was not Friedrich who created the connection of humanity, but that his mother, Ranja, is responsible. How or when these discoveries exactly occurred is a mystery. The explanation of their origins is only explained in a macro sense, in so much that we think that the Darstein clan was responsible for most of it, though we know not of their process, who exactly made each of them, and which animal companion was brave enough to allow these experiments to occur. Lingering on such things weighs heavily on the mind, however, and it is best to move past them, for for the Darstein have died, and there are none alive who can answer such burning questions. In 665 of the Second Age, the Cromast clan made contact with the Darstein clan. The Cromast family had heard of the Darstein's connection with the natural gods, powers, forces, and people of the mountains, and claimed to seek counsel with the now renowned human archdruid of the clan. The Darsteins had always been wary of the Cromast and Caskbows, and for good reason. They were seen as warmongers and bringers of chaos and destruction. But the War of Humanity's burden had ended nearly 700 years prior, and the Darsteins were not fearful folk, so they allowed the Cromast seeking counsel to stay within their tribe for a time, as they appeared as an honest, if not somewhat sorrowful people. Friedrich, being who he was not one to turn away those seeking a better path, for it was the better path, and I feel none would disagree that a life lived in nearly perfect communion with nature is better than a life of rage, fear, ignorance, and war. During this time, Friedrich counseled many within many within the Cromast clan, each of them growing incredibly close to the Archdruid during their 3-year stay within the mountains. None, however, grew as close as a little girl and the Archdruid. Her name, was Briala Cromast, a direct descendant of the Cromast line. Her hair was large and kinky, and her face was small, but she grew troubled in her dreams, seeing massacres of humans of the far past, the destruction of entire cities, and even the torture of some. She claimed to feel the pain, agony, rage, shame, and despair of each of them so vividly as to nearly drive her mad. She was barely 8 years old, yet she wept tears fit only to those far her elder, fit only to those that had seen more joy to distract from the horrors of the world, though she had seen so little that such things dwarfed all else. The smallest happiness was swiftly overtaken by visions of those scorched by lightning, or those flayed alive upon wooden stakes. Friedrich could not bear to see such a thing, and as such, a mentoring relationship was forged, and that relationship grew into a friendship, and that eventually, after many hours spent talking, yelling, arguing, crying, and laughing with one another, a bond akin to that of a father and a daughter was slowly formed over the course of their time together. The years she spent within the Darstein clan brought her great happiness, even though much of it was spent screaming into the canyons of the spine, weeping for many hours, discussing her thoughts ad nauseum, communing with the gods, nature, the elves, and even the Gaeldur. Despite all of that, she was also able to be a child for the first time in her life, running wild with the other children of the tribes, with the supervision due to her strange outbursts, playing with the various animal companions of the mountains, and learning the language of Vigos from the Erlandi. In the second year, on the anniversary of the Cromast's arrival within the spine, her name is Briala?
Mm-hmm.
Briala was born a second time into the world through the rites of the Erlandi and of the Darnstein clan. Her body, supported by Friedrich, was lifted high above the hundreds of humans, elves, and even some dwarves that had come to celebrate a new life brought into the world. The child wept, though to Friedrich's joy it was the first tears of happiness he had ever seen fall from her eyes. The end. Okay, well, not the end, but here we go. This is unfortunately where the tale of Friedrich Darstein ends. There are rumors that Briala lost control and decimated the entire clan by herself, or that various mysterious figures appeared and began to whisper into Friedrich's ear. That in particular is absolutely fucking ridiculous, as if Friedrich's mind could be twisted to kill his own people, as if the Archdruid and link of humanity could be corrupted in such a way. A man who spent his life serving the world and thinking only for the betterment of not only his species, but all species, humanoid or otherwise. Any who abide by that rumor should have their heads removed swiftly from their shoulders. Anywho, this is where the tale ends. With the destruction of his people at the hands of the Cromast clan. It is worth noting, however, that there are also rumors some of the Erlandi grew jealous of Friedrich's connections to the gods and with nature, and possibly conspired with the Cromast clan in their hushed skirmishes. Personally, I'm not sure if I find all that much validity in such rumors, but who really knows? I've rambled long enough about Friedrich Darstein, and to be honest, for very little reason. I suppose I wish to give context to his life instead of simply stating that the Darsteins, and specifically Friedrich, were important people in our species' development and history. Actually, I must connect myself. I started this text with the claim that blood alchemy had close, if not foundational ties to humanity. I also put forth the observation that blood alchemy is rooted within healing, companionship, and life. This is why I spoke of Friedrich Darstein, a man, nay, a family that I believe was the pinnacle of my observations, a family that was held in such high regard by even the Erlendi, and that held such immensely strong bonds with all those around them that it is no coincidence human alchemy tends towards life and nurturing, that it is quite purposeful, and that humanity, not the elves, are those who shall protect life. Blood is life, not fear, not horror, and it is in the blood that one may find it, the blood of humanity, where one may find the truth.
And that's just another recipe.
Perfect.
And you guys can look at that later.
Okay, cool.
And that is where
Kick ass.
we will call it.
What is this?
Meow, meow, meow.
Oh, that's fun.
Bloodshed. That will be uploaded to our website tomorrow if you wanted to read that, or if they want to read that again, they can go and check that out. But thank you for joining us. If you joined us later, you can go to our YouTube, watch the abridged episodes to tune in and catch up with everything. A bit shorter. You can also watch all the previous full episodes on there with the breaks edited out and all of that good stuff. But we will see you next time on Saturday, 6:30 p.m. PST.